Chapter 501 Aizen enters the fourth form, Aizen's experiment. Yamata no Okamai Orochimaru? It seems there is still a lot of gap. At this time, Aizen did not look at Barrett, but looked at the direction of the central area of the fantasy beast island. In the void, two eyes collided. Aizen seemed to see a figure nodding to him with a smile. In response, Aizen smiled back. Da-da-da. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Barrett watched Aizen walk to him at a leisurely pace. Finally stopped in front of him. Resonance Devil Barrett, I recognize your strength. The man supported his mirror holder, and the lens reflected a dazzling light. Your efforts are not meaningless, at least. Make me stronger. For this, I am very grateful. Just now, facing Barrett's ultimate bomb. Aizen did not dodge, nor did he use the mirror flower and water moon to interfere with Barrett. He just quietly felt the power of the explosion. He even let go of his spiritual defense. In this extreme situation, he finally felt the pressure of survival. The power of the Hogyaku began to activate, allowing him to evolve to the next stage. Now Aizen is already in the fourth stage of Hogyaku, surpassing the dimensions of the God of Death and the Hollow. His most important spiritual attribute has entered the SS range. Spiritual power leaps again. The spiritual power of the Zanpakuto is in transition and initially merged with him. However, even at this point, Aizen is still not satisfied. Because the terrible breath of Orochimaru not far away reminds him that he still has a long way to go. Of course, Aizen is not in a hurry now. Take your time, there are other interesting guys next. Aizen looked at Barrett with a gentle face. And Barrett opened his mouth to the words of the man in front of him. In the end, he didn't say anything more. But his originally somewhat hunched body straightened up, and his fists clenched. His eyes seemed to be filled with fire, and he still didn't give up the fight. The will to fight filled his body again. As long as he was alive, nothing could defeat him. Devil form. The surging armament haki enveloped Barrett. He still had strength, his body. Barrett's ability, Broken Elegy, was to exchange his body for combat power. As long as he wanted, even now, he could still use considerable combat power. As for the price, he didn't think so much. Barrett, who had awakened such an ability, had a certain tendency that matched this ability. Fight, and do everything to be the strongest. At this moment, Barrett raised his fist high. The terrifying will that dominated the world waved towards Aizen with determination. There was a faint breath of igniting everything. What a wonderful will! Aizen looked at Barrett who was attacking in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Unfortunately, it was time to end now. Swish! A flash of knife light passed by, directly interrupting Barrett who was about to explode. A circle of knife light appeared vertically in the middle of his body. Barrett lay down after being hit by Aizen's knife. He didn't die. It's just that he didn't have the strength to fight anymore. To be honest, Aizen was quite interested in Barrett. Apart from his domineering, his more special telekinesis system was also felt by Aizen. The combination of spiritual power and telekinesis. Is it clearly divided or integrated? Aizen was also interested in this. The same is true for Kabesho. Both of them have been given spiritual power by Aizen. One is a god of death, and the other is a hollow. It's convenient for comparison. This kind of experiment is a kind of fun for Aizen during his journey. Oh dear audience, the battle between Lord Aizen and Barrett in the Millennium Forest has finally come to an end. Even though Barrett used his earth-shattering and terrifying moves, he still lost miserably. It's really sad. At this time, due to the wind, Orochimaru returned to the laboratory. Morgans immediately turned his vision back to the Millennium Forest. He looked at Aizen in the video, who had clearly been hit by bar. That move of special, unexpectedly, it seems that there is no injury at all. There is not even dust. Such performance surprised Morgans. Maybe. Guhahaha, Lord Aizen's heroic posture really makes me admire. Are we going to witness the rise of a new god? At this time, Morgans said this. Immediately, the audiences around the world were stunned. Then, many people felt a new historical note at this time. The strong men who are now regarded as gods by the world either rely on performance or on record. Could it be that they really want to witness the birth of a new god? Based on Aizen's performance in a short period of time after his appearance, the world has great confidence in him. Of course. In addition to Aizen. In fact, there are other candidates 0. That is, those demigods now, one by one, many people believe that they will eventually grow to the level of gods. Because the recent era is too crazy. Many people who were not well known in the past suddenly emerged and climbed to the top directly. It's only been about 3 years. From the rise of the demon god Ryomen Sukuna to the gods and demigods. The world has changed so much in such a short time. What will happen in the future is unknown. We only know that it will be an extremely magnificent era based on the current situation. Or it can be said that it is already an extremely magnificent era now. Many ambitious people also want to become gods. However, this is still too far away, even the top combat power of the sea is a bit out of reach. Now, looking at the dazzling man in the live broadcast, these people can only sigh that the world is unfair. While they are still struggling, another guy suddenly appeared, and he had unparalleled terrifying strength as soon as he appeared. With such strength, he is not far from the real god. Human, it seems that you have won. According to the agreement, I will bless you. At this time, not far away from Aizen, the Millennium Dragon King looked at the man in front of him with some restraint and solemnity. Only when it came to this man's side did it feel inexplicably frightened. On the Fantasy Beast Island, the Millennium Dragon King is also considered powerful. With the strength of an intermediate fantasy king, its life ability is very strong, especially in controlling trees. Among the 1.8 Orochimaru clones, the Orochimaru clone in charge of life is the most powerful. Although it appears to be wood, its essence is life. After all, this is the most critical vitality of the Yamata no Orokai, so it is undoubtedly powerful. So, under the research of Wood Orochimaru, even if the Millennium Dragon King is not favored and is mediocre, it is still extremely powerful. At least the nine-tailed fire fox may not be able to defeat it. However, such a powerful Millennium Dragon King can only smile stiffly at this moment. There is no way, from the sensory point of view. The human in front of him is too dangerous. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. It's most important to send him away quickly. The 1000-year blessing of the fantasy beast. Aizen looked at the Millennium Dragon King in front of him and smiled gently. Then I'll trouble you. He wanted to see what changes would happen if this power was placed on him. Chapter 502 Fantasy Beast Contract Stone, Akainu's Anger. Soon. The Millennium Dragon King lowered its head slightly. There was a pair of dragon horns on its head, which other subspecies of fantasy beasts, the Millennium Dragon, did not have. This is also one of the most obvious differences between it as a purebred fantasy beast and a subspecies fantasy beast of the Millennium Dragon. Swish, swish, swish. In the void, the blue and ethereal energy vines are stretching. It slowly stretches from the dragon horns of the Millennium Dragon King and finally sinks into Aizen not far away. Aizen also feels the 1000-year blessing cast by the Millennium Dragon King. A powerful vitality energy permeates his body. Faced with such energy, Aizen relies on the ability of the collapsing jade to forcibly collect part of this energy and store it for research. The remaining energy was allowed to infiltrate the body. After a while, hoo-hoo. At this time, the Millennium Dragon King stopped operating. Then he panted several times. It was obvious that the use of the Millennium Blessing was not so easy for him. To be honest, originally, the Millennium Blessing was not for external use. It was reserved for its own life extension. Now its lifespan is 1000 years. After 1000 years, it can directly use the Millennium Blessing on itself. It is equivalent to living again. Repeatedly, it is equivalent to eternal life in theory. Well, it is only in theory. Whether it can be eternal in reality, the Millennium Dragon King himself does not know. After all, he has never really practiced it. It is just. If it does not accumulate a Millennium Blessing when its lifespan is approaching, it will definitely die. The current Millennium Dragon King does not have much sense of eternal life. It is actually not that old, only a few dozen years old. Originally, it was a member of the Millennium Dragon group. Because it has the highest affinity with the power of the fantasy beast, it was used as an experimental subject for transforming into a purebred fantasy beast. It is still young and has no impact on its lifespan. Looking forward to it. Anyway, as long as the last Millennium Blessing is used on oneself before the end of life, it will be fine. Even if it is not used at other times, it can only be used once in the end. Its horn can only store a Millennium Blessing once. It will be wasted if it is not used. Originally, the Millennium Dragon King wanted to give this blessing to a good fantasy beast or a potential tribesman. However, this fantasy beast conference was messed up by Morgans. It has to bleed. Human, the Millennium Blessing can only take effect once for you, so don't use it to attract my attention in the future. Looking at Aizen, who didn't know whether he was reminiscing or not for some reason, he didn't move. The Millennium Dragon King directly gave a vaccination. For other life forms, its fantasy beast protection can only take effect once. The use of this protection is actually conditional. Even if it can be used repeatedly on itself, it must wait until it is old and dies to use it. At that time, it will go from life to death, and then from death to life again. It can only have a new 1000-year lifespan after a cycle of life and death. If it does the splits at the wrong time, it will die. Of course, this is a long time later, and the Millennium Dragon King doesn't care so much. The Millennium Blessing has been performed, outsider, you can leave. After hearing the Millennium Dragon King's order to expel him, Aizen still didn't move. After feeling the slight changes in his body, he raised his glasses and looked up into the eyes of the Millennium Dragon King. If there is no accident, you should have a treasure here. Looking at the man in front of him, his mouth curled up slightly. The Millennium Dragon King shuddered. Yes, there is. In the end, the Millennium Dragon King couldn't deny it. Mainly looking at the gentle eyes of the man in front of him under the lenses. It always felt something was wrong. Thinking about the man's strength, it still disgusted. I can give you the things, but you must leave here after you take them, and don't pay attention to this place. Okay. Aizen heard its request and agreed gently. After all, he was not a devil. He had collected the core power of the Millennium Dragon King in front of him, and the remaining value was dispensable. As a 1000-year blessing that can increase lifespan. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the core power of the Millennium Dragon King. Hearing Aizen's promise, the Millennium Dragon King's somewhat tense body relaxed. A ray of green light from the fluffy green feathers on the top of the head hooked out a small jade-like box. Then the Millennium Dragon King took a deep look at Aizen again before handing it to Aizen. Aizen took the box that floated in front of him. The strange box, after touching it in his hand, Aizen immediately determined that it was a unique product of this island. He looked at it carefully and opened it directly. A dark stone emitting a faint black halo came into view. Oh, it seems that it's time for popular science again. At this time, Lord Aizen has obtained a treasure from the Millennium Dragon King. This treasure will be explained to everyone by my big news Morgans. In the broadcast, Morgans kept explaining. Just now, he kept explaining the conflicts in various locations on the Fantasy Beast Island. Now seeing the focus area, the treasure that Aizen obtained from the Millennium Dragon King, immediately jumped out to give relevant explanations. And this treasure, which looks completely different from the previous sky-binding crystal, has indeed attracted the attention of many people. Everyone listened to Morgans' explanation attentively. This time Morgans did not procrastinate. Aizen was obviously listening, but he did not dare to procrastinate. Morgans was a little afraid of this guy who smiled on the surface but was very cruel. This black stone that doesn't look very good is called the Fantasy Beast Contract Stone. As the name suggests, with this Fantasy Beast Contract Stone, you can make a contract with a fantasy beast and make it recognize you as your master. You only need to drip a drop of blood from both parties. It's very convenient. Hearing Morgan's words, many people's eyes lit up. For a fantasy beast to recognize you as your master, you just need to drip blood. At this time, some people have come up with tricks. For example, if you get the blood of a fantasy beast and then drip a drop yourself, wouldn't you get a powerful fantasy beast for free? Although these people have good ideas. But what Morgans didn't say is, if the gap between the strength of the contractor and the fantasy beast is too large, there will be many side effects. For example, direct backlash. In addition, both parties of the contract need to be within 10 meters of the contract stone when making the contract. The greater the resistance, the lower the success rate of the fantasy beast contract, etc. Morgans didn't mention these restrictions. As long as there is a beautiful possibility, people will chase it, just like a monkey trying to catch the moon. This is exactly what Morgans wanted to see. In an underground area of Fantasy Beast Island, in this lava area full of magma. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack. The huge magma fist kept bombarding a magma area. The roar continued, and the vibration was also transmitted outward, and it was like an earthquake in the area outside. Sad weakling. What did you do here, what is it for? In the magma, the three-headed monster with red light spread asked. In front of it, Admiral Akainu was attacking silently, and the huge magma iron fist kept bombarding the monster, but it didn't have much effect. He just attacked silently. The past 527 came to his mind. Fighting with that man, being easily defeated, becoming a Navy Admiral, being defeated. So, what is the meaning of him as a Navy Admiral? The Navy Admiral who was constantly defeated, the so-called highest combat power. This world shouldn't be like this. After a while, Akainu answered. Powerful. I am for powerful power. For the power that allows me to execute my own justice. His voice was a little hoarse, which made people feel uncomfortable. After speaking, he fell silent again. Power? How sad. In that case, are you willing to surrender to me? As long as you surrender to me, I will give you strength. Hearing the words of the monster in front of him, Akainu seemed to have touched the switch of explosion. Boom! The earth-shaking magma iron fist smashed straight at it. I will not surrender. This world I will never surrender like this. Accompanied by Akainu's roar, the overwhelming magma torrent ravaged everything in front of him. What on earth did he come for? Perhaps to vent, or perhaps it was the deep anger behind. Akainu has magic power, and his personality, even pirates will use it. So any power can be used by him. But only magic power, and only that magic power, he never uses. Because it belongs to that man, he thinks so paranoidly. As if he really loses if he uses it, maybe that man has never looked at him straight in the eye. Like a tiny insect. It is because he deeply feels all this that he is angry, but he can only be furious. The more so, the angrier he is. He is really too weak. Chapter 503 The Fantasy Beast God Destroyer Purgatory Cage, Kizaru said he was crying with greed. Boom! Boom! Endless magma kept venting in the underground cave, and the roar continued. The entire magma cave was trembling violently, as if it was about to collapse. In this extremely hot cave space, Kizaru looked at the magma eruption at the end of the cave, his face solemn. He took out a towel from his body to wipe the sweat, and licked his dry lips. It seems that Sakazuki is really depressed. I am a little scared when I see such a big emotion. He joked to himself, but a trace of worry flashed in his eyes under the sunglasses. That monster looks very strong. It feels like Sakazuki is courting death by doing this. It would be funny if he gets killed. While Kizaru was secretly worried, the situation at the end of the lava cave changed. The three-headed monster with red light finally fought back. It controlled the endless magma and severely injured Akainu in just a moment. It was the same magma, but the quality was completely different. It carried an incomparable aura of destruction as if it was going to destroy everything. Wow! Akainu spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and then he lay directly on the hot brown rock. The monster that was originally hidden in the magma and red light slowly walked to him. At this time, Akainu finally saw the monster in front of him clearly. The huge and upright figure, dark and hard hair, sharp fangs and claws, and three dog-like heads. All the images plus the red light of the magma spreading on it, just like the legendary three-headed dog of hell. At this time, the six red eyes of this three-headed dog-like fantasy beast stared at Akainu lying on the ground. What about now? Are you still refusing to surrender? If you refuse, just give me more food. Akainu looked at the tall monster and struggled to get up. It's like this again, is his power so insignificant? Surrender? Surrender to a mere beast? What a joke! Sizzle! The magma dripped drop by drop on the cracked and scorched ground, making a sizzle sound. Akainu's right fist ignited the magma again. Is this your answer? How should I describe you humans, stupid or brave? When you came here to pursue power, did you have the corresponding awareness, or did you just foolishly think that this was a game? Looking at the man who was still unmoved, its three majestic heads showed a terrifying smile. In that case, accept this ending. Roar! With a huge roar, the monster pounced on Akainu. Akainu also burst out with a magma fist again. Boom! After a punch, his figure disappeared and was chopped by the huge dog head in the middle of the monster. This scene happened to be seen by Kizaru. Hey! Are you kidding me? How could Sakazuki die like this? At this moment, Kizaru was shocked. His body was tense, looking at the monster with red eyes on him, ready to photonize at any time. Well, he was not going to avenge Sakazuki but to run away. To be honest, Kizuru didn't expect Sakazuki to be defeated so suddenly, and he didn't even have time to think about how to save him before he died. How could that guy end like this? While thinking about this, he was in a state of full alert. He didn't even have time to feel sad, he just felt a dream and unreality. Bang bang! With a shaking footstep, the monster came not far from Kizuru. At this time, Kizuru couldn't help but sweat on his chin. He was worried that he would be chopped by the monster in the moment of photonization, and the pressure was huge. The huge pressure of survival made him have no time to think about Akainu's problem. A human with light attribute. You can go to the forest at the edge of the island 30 degrees north and west. There may be a guy willing to be your partner in the Thunder Forest. Hearing the monster with red eyes in front of him say so, Kizuru, with sweat dripping from his chin, felt confused. No? He ate his friend and then turned around to give him a message. Could it be that he wanted to trick him to deliver it? Let him go over to give the fantasy beast over there a snack? While Kizuru was thinking wildly, he found that the monster in front of him was slowly becoming illusory. Whoosh! It turned into a twisted red light and converged towards a point. From that point, Akainu's figure could be seen floating up and down. At this moment, in Akainu's inner world, a place like Red Purgatory. Human, you will be my companion from now on. Remember my name. My name is Purgatory. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the tall red monster inserted a red light into the trance figure. The screen went black. Akainu stood up from the scorched red ground as if awakened from a dream. Hoo! You're awake. Sakazuki. Do you feel unwell? Seeing Akainu suddenly stand up like a corpse, Kizuru asked with concern. Okay. In fact, Kizuru didn't care much about Akainu's current injury, but was mainly concerned about whether Akainu had gained any benefits. He was afraid that his brother would suffer, and he was also afraid that his brother would drive a Land Rover. At this time, Kizuru probably had this mentality. Now the navy is openly composed of 5 admirals. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that only 2 of the guardian gods are recognized as the highest combat power of the navy. As for the other 3, they are just making up the numbers. As a slacker, Kizuru has a good mentality. He is not the only one who is bad. It is just that if Akainu takes off now, Kizuru will feel uncomfortable. We agreed to be bad together, how embarrassing it will be for him if you take off. I'm fine. Better than ever before. Akainu didn't care about Kizuru's strange eyes. But he stretched out his right hand. Silently, a fierce red light spread on his right hand and forearm. When the red light dissipated, a section of black gauntlet covering his right hand and forearm appeared. The style is majestic and powerful, and there are red lines on the gauntlet. Looking at it for a long time, it feels like a fire is coming. What is this? Kizuru looked at the gauntlet on Akainu's right arm, and a puzzled tone rose. Purgatory Cage. Before Kizuru continued to ask, Akainu spoke directly. The Purgatory Cage, a magical beast-destroying tool that has the power to destroy demigods. The man gently touched the gauntlet on his right arm with his left hand, as if touching a work of art. The hot touch made him unable to stop. This is power. This is the new power he has gained. The Purgatory Cage, a magical beast-destroying tool. Seeing that Akainu, who had been gloomy for a long time, had a smile on his face, Kizuru was also shocked. No way. A magical beast-destroying tool that can destroy demigods, are you serious? No. Thinking of the monster that looked like a 3-headed dog from hell, Kizuru felt a little uneasy. Maybe it is really possible. However, can such a thing really be released casually? Shouldn't such a thing be hidden for your own use? This is really crazy, this world. At this time, Kizuru could only sigh at the madness of the world and envy Akainu's luck. Now he was so jealous and greedy that he was crying. Soon after, he remembered what the monster said to him before it disappeared. The words were now much more attractive to him. Damn! I'm moved. A hint of excitement flashed across Kizuru's face, and he immediately made up his mind to go to the place the monster said. However, before leaving, destroy the demigod? This is really scary. Let's leave here together. Sakazuki. Come with me to a place where you may be able to test your current strength. Chapter 504 9 God-destroying tools, a phantom beast that simulates the Purgatory Muzu explosive heat wave cannon. Da-da-da. As Akainu and Kizaru passed through the long red cracked passage, they finally returned to the ground. When they came to the ground, the air suddenly changed from dry and stuffy to a little cooler. Kizaru also stretched his body and breathed in the fresh air. Ahem. It smells terrible. The smell of sulfur is everywhere. After taking a few deep breaths, Kizaru felt uncomfortable. The top of this underground cave is either bare or a mess of rocks. There is also black smoke floating everywhere. It is really not a place for people to stay. Let's go. This is not a place for people to stay. Let me see. He said slowly. After a few seconds, Kizaru confirmed the direction. Go all the way to the end in this direction. There is a place called Thunder Forest there. That should be it. Kizaru supported his forehead and said with uncertainty. Yeah. Akainu nodded, and then he touched the gauntlet of his right hand with his left hand. Then, a red light spread from his gauntlet to his whole body. Silently, he slowly floated up. At this time, Akainu curiously controlled the power flowing out of his gauntlet, which made him easily break free from the constraints of the Earth's gravity. Can it actually float directly? 790. What a great function! Looking at Akainu's unfamiliar body movements in the air, there was still a trace of joy on his face. Kizaru also curled his lips. Kizaru had a good relationship with Akainu in his early years. Seeing Akainu come out of his gloomy state, I was quite happy for him. Sakazuki, get ready to go. Swish! Kizaru's body began to slowly photonize, and then reminded Akainu. Swish! As Kizaru turned into photons and shot towards the distance. Akainu followed closely after seeing Kizaru set off. The red light enveloped him, making him not only able to float. It could also burst out from behind like a rocket, making his flying speed very fast. Feeling Akainu following closely behind him, Kizaru, who had originally slowed down, immediately became excited. If his speed is not as fast as Akainu, that would be a disaster. Swish! The speed soared even faster, and Akainu had no choice but to follow the speed increase. When the two sides competed, a newsbird outside the lava cave looked at the figure flying into a light spot in the distance. Morgans also observed all this through the den mushi installed on the newsbird. When Akainu entered the lava cave, he paid some attention to this position. The lava cave is different from other positions. The phantom beasts in this position are located deep in the lava cave. The high temperature and extremely dry and even suffocating hot air there are really not suitable for newsbirds and den mushi to enter. Even if they have become subspecies phantom beasts, it is still the same. The so-called subspecies phantom beasts are considered as long as they have a little phantom beast power. After staying on this island full of phantom beast power for a long time, both den mushi and newsbirds are soaked in phantom beast power. But this little phantom beast power is not enough to make them strong. According to the corresponding level of the demons, they can only be regarded as the lowest level D, and there is no lower level. With such strength, they are not enough to survive in it for a long time. Especially, in addition to purebred fantasy beasts, there are also a large number of magma-type sub-fantasy beasts in the magma cave. Once they enter, it is easy to add food to them. However, Morgans has received relevant information from a certain person in charge of the Yaki cult. The den mushi may be taken seriously and will undergo subversive changes. Even then, his newspaper may be greatly impacted. This is what Morgans is very worried about. He must keep up with the trend of the times. Let's get back to the point. Now Morgans has already seen the hand armor on Akainu's right arm. Based on this appearance and the information given to him, he immediately learned that the treasure fell into the hands of the Navy Admiral Akainu. This guy is really lucky. The information in his hand shows. Among all the 9 fantasy beasts on this island, this purgatory cage ranks second. Oh dear ladies and gentlemen, let's turn the screen to Admiral Akainu. I have just observed that Admiral Akainu came out of the lava cave. Yes, and Admiral Kizaru came with him. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that our Admiral Akainu got the treasure of the lava cave. Hearing Morgan's words, all the people watching the live broadcast looked at one of the switched screens. On it was a golden light and a red light flying quickly. People looked at the red light, and the figure in the red light after it was magnified, and many were shocked. When did Admiral Akainu fly directly? In addition, there is a picture, which was captured when Akainu came out of the lava cave. It emphasized the black hand armor with red patterns on his right arm. Everyone is very curious now. Then it's time for Morgans to introduce the big news. Ahem. Morgans coughed a few times, and then began to introduce the treasure obtained by Akainu under people's curiosity. The treasure obtained by Admiral Akainu from the Magma Cave is a terrifying weapon developed by Yaki no Okamai. According to the information, it is a terrifying weapon made with purebred fantasy beasts as the core, which can compete with or even destroy demigods. Therefore, it has the beautiful name of the fantasy beast god-destroying tool. Many people were shocked when they heard Morgan's introduction. MMP, fantasy beast god-destroying tool. It can compete with or even destroy demigods. Such a weapon. In other words, did that man become a demigod directly? At this time, many contestants on Fantasy Beast Island who were almost killed by fantasy beasts or subspecies fantasy beasts were about to cry. Damn it, they fought hard here and didn't even see a hair of treasure. They were walking on thin ice, as if they were competing in a survival competition. Some people got treasures like the fantasy beast god-destroying tool. God-destroying tool. Just hearing this domineering name makes people excited. However, please don't be discouraged, contestants. According to the information I got, the entire Fantasy Beast Island has 9 pieces of God-annihilating tools. The Fantasy Beast God-annihilating tool obtained by Admiral Akainu is called Purgatory Cage, which ranks second among all Fantasy Beast God-annihilating tools. I heard that the Fantasy Beast used to make Purgatory Cage was created by Yamata no Okamai to simulate the Purgatory Muzu explosive heat wave cannon of the Sun God. After hearing Morgan's more detailed introduction, the audience was even more excited. A fantasy beast created to simulate the ultimate move of the Sun God. How powerful must it be? The move used by the 9-tailed fox before was so similar to the sun that the Sun God King first used. So, is it because of this? People were thinking about something at this time. As for the contestants on the scene, they were even more excited. 9 pieces of God-annihilating tools. Are there so many? So fantastic? So many. Great. This is very good. They are not greedy, so they just take one. As long as they get one, they can reach the sky in one step. Chapter 505 The Gold and Silver Monkey and the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce. It's called Kizaru. What's his name? 2 streams of light flickered in the sky, like a meteor across the sky. Some players from all over the Fantasy Beast Island also saw the stream of light in the sky. They all looked at it with envy. Because they already knew that one of the 2 streams of light was the Admiral Akainu who obtained the Fantasy Beast God Destroyer. Looking at their figures going away, many players got motivated again. They also want to find the God Destroyer. When the players on the island were caught up in a treasure hunt, Kizaru and Akainu also came to a forest on the north side of the Fantasy Beast Island. The Thunder Forest. From the sky, the green plants are distributed like a gourd. The tall and straight trees are nestled together. The gentle wind blows, and the leaves rustle, which makes people feel a little comfortable. Wow! It's really good. The air here is much better than the previous place. Kizaru was standing on a mossy boulder. He took a few deep breaths of fresh air. The air here has a faint scent of grass and earth. There is also a faint vapor, which is the vapor emitted by a small lake not far away. It is very pleasant to smell, and the whole person feels a lot cooler. Admiral Kizaru. And the Admiral Akainu who got the God-annihilating tool. How did they come here? There is a big boundary between here and the Fantasy Beast Island in front. While Kizaru took a deep breath and savored the fresh air here, some players not far away were also surprised to see the 2 admirals falling from the sky. This place is in the other direction of the Fantasy Beast Island. They also struggled to get up from the rushing sea current at the edge of this side. Originally, I thought there was no competition here and I could avoid the big team. I didn't expect the test here to be so difficult. Now that the admirals are here, there will be no competition. Some people wailed in their hearts, while others looked greedy. The greedy look was directed at the Admiral Akainu, and their eyes were fixed on the gauntlet on Akainu's right hand. The rich heat was about to fill their hearts. Is that the God-destroying Purgatory Cage? It's really exciting. Although they were all very tempted, they didn't lose their minds after all. The title of the Admiral of the Navy is not exaggerated, at least it's not something they can touch. Hey! What are you doing? Are you playing a bondage game? It looks really curious. At this time, Kizaru heard someone exclaiming and looked over. He could see many people and a group of monkeys in front of him. These monkeys had golden hair all over their bodies, except for a vertical silver hair on their backs. On a small island in the Grand Line, there was a very rare creature called the golden and silver monkey. These people and the golden and silver monkeys were either chasing each other, or fighting each other, or arm wrestling, and so on. You could see many people tied up with vines by monkeys and hung on trees. Some monkeys were dancing hand in hand around the people hanging on the trees, and some were even cooking people in hot pots. The scene looked a bit magical. Ha ha ha, Admiral Kizaru still has Admiral Akainu, thank God, it's great that you can come. A man with a rat-like face crawled to Kizaru with a look of savior. I am Datari, the manager of the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce. Please let me explain to you. After a while, Kizaru also understood the situation here. Among the people who landed in this direction, there was Shintora, a high-ranking member of the Yaki cult. Therefore, most of the players who saw Shintora chose to follow him. The reason was very simple. Because he was a high-ranking member of the Yaki cult, he must know where the good things were. With this mentality, many people followed Shintora of the Yaki cult after their ships were washed up by the surging sea current and stranded. They followed him wherever he went. So they came to this lightning forest. In this gourd-shaped lightning forest, with a circle of rocks in the middle of the gourd as the boundary, there are treasures on the left and right sides. This is a guarantee made by Shintora in the name of the high-ranking members of the Yaki cult. They go to the right and let others come to the left. Most people also gave Shintora this face, mainly because Shintora is strong enough. General Kizaru, it's not easy for us. That fur tribe also said that the test here is easier, which is nonsense. My companions have been tied up by those monkeys, and some are still being boiled in hot pots. These monkeys are very cruel. Please ask General Kizaru to save them. Some contestants who were not far away also looked strange when they heard what Datari said. To be honest, Gao Xinhu of the Yaki sect said that the subspecies of the mythical beast group, the gold and silver monkeys, are more playful. But at least there will be no danger if the test fails. There is a high probability that they will be released. Many contestants agree with this. But because of this, the manager of the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce in front of him wanted to do something shady. Some people also thought of his plan. That is to get some gold and silver monkeys to sell. After all, many people also know the routine of the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce. Understand? Obviously, in the end, he failed, and many people in the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce were kidnapped. Some were even put into hot pot. Zero seeking flowers. Those monkeys are very smart, and they also feel that the people of the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce have great malice. So the means are inevitably a bit hot. At least the other people are relatively harmonious. With the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce lying dead in front, everyone began to be forced to compete with good intentions. As long as they can pass the recognition of these monkeys, they can have the final test with their boss. I will try my best. Kizaru also looked at the hypocritical short man in front of him with a strange face. He could feel the hypocrisy of the person in front of him. It's just that he is from the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce, so it's normal. The Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce is a small and unknown chamber of commerce that has transformed. It is a chamber of commerce that rose due to the magic pattern era. It can be regarded as a certain reputation. Well, a bad reputation is also a reputation. What they do is to make some golden or silver magic ore into beautiful decorations. Then they sell them at a high price with the help of the mysterious and high-end impression of magic ore in the public. It is advertised that wearing these accessories can prolong life, and even that wearing them for a long time can awaken to a magic pattern user. How powerful it is to become a magic pattern user, how many benefits there are, etc. are all promoted by this Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce. This has led to many people eager to become a magic pattern user. It's just that ordinary people wearing decorations made of magic ore is obviously no less than taking chronic poison every day. After making a lot of money in the early stage, some places have exploded. This Chamber of Commerce, it has become notorious in many places. Facing such a Chamber of Commerce, Kizaru really didn't have much of a helpful attitude. When Kizaru was a little perfunctory, many people began to exclaim. A tall ape with golden hair walked out. With a certain sacred rhythm on its body, and its eyes were shining with a faint golden light. It looked very magical. As soon as it appeared, many golden and silver apes left the players and gathered behind it. Obviously, this tall golden and silver monkey is their leader, and also the purebred fantasy beast Golden and Silver Ape King. The Golden and Silver Ape King came over. He came to Kizaru and scooped up Datari next to him and threw him directly into the group of monkeys behind. Kizaru's face twitched when he saw it. Purgatory Cage Hand. Purgatory, you are willing to surrender to humans? It's really funny. Kizaru, you are still so mean. I am not surrendering, I just recognize this human. At this time, Borsellino heard the voices of the Golden and Silver Monkey King and Akainu's gauntlet suddenly talking. He was also confused. No? This monkey is actually called Kizaru? What's his name? Oh. He has a name, that's all right. Chapter 506 The Overlord of the World of Death, 30% Power. Soon, the Golden and Silver Monkey King and Purgatory talked about the past. Then he set his sights on Borsellino. Admiral Kizaru, my name is also Kizaru. I would not have chosen this name if I had known. It's really annoying to have the same name as a human like you who looks a little funny. People are unhappy. Borsellino was speechless when he heard the complaints of the Golden and Silver Ape King in front of him. Why did he suddenly attack him personally? What do you mean by funny human beings? He looks funny. When he was a child, many people said he was cute. Well, for the sake of Purgatory, I will give you a simple test. Admiral of the Navy, you are qualified. As long as you can meet me, I will give you the treasure I have. Hearing the Golden and Silver Monkey King say so, many contestants who came here also looked envious. Damn it, the admirals of the Navy also have to make connections, right? They worked so hard here that they couldn't even pass those subspecies fantasy beasts. And the admirals of the Navy can go directly to their leaders for the test as soon as they come. They are really shameless, right? So, are they here to run with them? Many people began to doubt their lives and felt that these treasures were too difficult to get. What should these weaklings do? Some people suddenly had an idea and no longer thought about how to get the treasure, but looked at the subspecies fantasy beasts around them. Subspecies fantasy beasts. There are so many subspecies fantasy beasts here, why not just find some weaker and lone ones? Since they are here, it is impossible for them to really run with them. When some people began to think about finding another way, under Borsellino's shocked eyes, the Golden and Silver Monkey King turned into light particles in an instant and came to a tree not far away to condense again. Then, the test begins. Without waiting for Borsellino to react, he turned into golden light and flew away. At this time, Borsellino also reacted immediately. Also, he turned into light and chased after him. Only Akainu was left there. Akainu looked at the two golden lights flying away, and looked back at the people around him with a serious and cold look. Everyone he saw couldn't help but lower their heads or turn their eyes away and dared not look at him. As soon as Borsellino left, people felt much more depressed in front of Akainu. This man's reputation outside is not very good. Akainu looked at the people who avoided his sight and didn't say much. His goal now is to test the power of his God-annihilating tool, and the best target here is looking at one direction of the lightning forest. There is a circle of rocks blocking the view, which is the direction of the other half of the lightning forest. There is the legendary moon lion, and someone has previously extracted information from the Simple Fur tribe. This information was also passed on by the mouth of Datoli, the manager of the Magic Gold Chamber of Commerce, and was also captured by Akainu. Moon lion? Since it is a purebred fantasy beast, it should not be weak, so it is it. Akainu touched the gauntlet on his right arm. Purgatory Cage Hand, made by a fantasy beast that simulates the ultimate move of General Yuri. Obtaining such a god-annihilating tool, Akainu has a sense of destiny. General Yuri defeated that man. And he with such a god-annihilating tool, perhaps he has gained the key hope. Now Akainu holds such an idea. It is obviously just a work of Yamato no Kami, but he has such a delusion. Although it is a delusion, it is the hope that Akainu holds tightly. Swish! Seeing Akainu wrapped in a red light and leaping out, the people around him breathed a sigh of relief. It is no exception. The Admiral of the Navy, Akainu, is very crazy, and this impression is recognized. This guy actually dared to go to trouble various pirates, demon kings, and even demon apostles in a warship alone. He is a tyrant in the world of seeking death. It makes people wonder if he is crazy and doesn't want to live. No, however, he didn't die after all these suicidal acts, which made people talk about it with great relish. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon, Akainu came to the other half of the lightning forest. Looking down from a high place, he quickly found a conspicuous mythical beast beside a small lake. A lion-like mythical beast. Its white and fluffy hair fluttered in the wind, its body was slender, and its body was a little hazy, as if it was shrouded in moonlight. With just one glance, Akainu was sure that it was the legendary moon lion. Although he had just heard of this legend. Swoosh! A flash of red light passed by. Akainu appeared in front of the moon lion. Admiral Akainu, how could this guy appear here? At this time, a group of sitting fur tribes and Shintora not far away looked at the sudden appearance of Akainu in shock. The fur tribes were very surprised, but Yueshi was very calm. Its red eyes looked at the sudden arrival of Akainu, feeling the rising fighting spirit of this man. He shook his head directly. Human, if you want the treasure, I don't have it here anymore. It doesn't matter, I just want to test my current strength. Hearing Yueshi's words, Akainu said in a deep voice. Is that so? Then come with me. Zilla! Zilla! A flash of lightning passed by, and Yueshi arrived at another location in an instant. The speed was so fast that Akainu was shocked. Fast. Too fast. This speed is not just a simple speed, but also reflected in the field of reaction. Although Akainu was very surprised, he remained calm on the surface and followed Yueshi to leave the place where the fur tribe gathered. Master Yueshi, is it okay? Looking at the following Yueshi, Akainu left, and the fur tribesmen, who had no time to say anything, were immediately in an uproar. Don't worry, you continue to feel and absorb, don't waste this good opportunity. The power of Lord Moon Lion is beyond your imagination. Shinyu looked at the worried tribesmen and comforted them. This time, he relied on his relationship with Moon Lion to obtain Moon Lion's treasure, and that treasure was the Fantasy Beast Contract Stone. It was given after just a simple test. Now the contract object of this Fantasy Beast Contract Stone, Shinyu, is also worried. He doesn't need to think about Moon Lion itself. It is fortunate that Moon Lion can let go, and as for contracting Moon Lion, that's a bit wishful thinking. To be honest, Shinyu really hopes that Moon Lion can go to the furry kingdom to be the guardian beast of the fur tribe. However, his relationship has been used a lot. In the end, Moon Lion still helped the fur tribesmen who came here to obtain the power of the fantasy beast and improve their adaptability to the Moon Lion form. These two operations can make the minks not need to wait for the full moon to open the Moon Lion, and the Moon Lion that is opened can be stronger. Some tribesmen who would lose their minds when opening the Moon Lion form can now keep their minds well. 4.6 Did these? Zinhu really didn't have the face to ask Yueshi to do anything. Looking at the direction where Yueshi and Akainu left, he could only pray that Yueshi would be safe. With his status, he had only heard of the God Destroyer, and he didn't know the specific power. But, with such a name, he still couldn't stop worrying. Of course, he didn't know the strength of Yueshi. He only knew that it was very strong, but he didn't know how strong it was. While Zinhu prayed secretly in his heart, Yueshi and Akainu had already arrived on a barren sandy land. Looking at Yueshi standing opposite, Akainu put his eyes back on the gauntlet in his hand. The dazzling red light began to shine, and the red light spread all over his body. His clothes seemed to be covered with a layer of red gauze. Power 30%. He instinctively knew the stage of using the God-annihilating tool he was in. Chapter 507, Akainu's Instant Defeat, the Purgatory of the Man in Purgatory. Crack, crack. Akainu squeezed his hands and felt the strength increase, but of course this was not the main thing. The main thing was the powerful force that continued to flow out of the God-annihilating tool. Power 30%. From this state Akainu probably knew that he was still a long way from exerting the full power of this God-annihilating tool. However, the power he now possessed was stronger than him. Feeling such power, Akainu had a feeling of being in control. Bang! Without nonsense, Akainu started to burst out after using the God-annihilating tool. The surrounding sand was directly splashed with a huge circle of sand waves due to his explosive power. Dog bites Red Lotus. Like a shining red stream of light, Akainu instantly rushed in front of Yueshi. The dog-shaped magma burst out from his right arm and directly pierced through Yueshi's figure. The whole process was very smooth. Boom! The pierced Moon Lion's figure dissipated, and the attack was directly hit on the sand behind the afterimage. A huge roar sounded, and a large area of sand turned directly into charred powder and then disappeared. looking at the scene in front of him. 07. Akainu felt very satisfied. This kind of attack was something he could never achieve before. The essence of his attack was much stronger than his pure magma explosion. Now he was confident that he could defeat the old man Garp just in his current state. However, the Moon Lion on the opposite side was obviously not easy to participate in. His speed just now could not hit it at all. Bang! When Akainu burst out again to attack, the two sides started a chase. Akainu chased the Moon Lion but could not hit it at all. During this process, Akainu became more proficient in the use of the Purgatory Cage. At the same time, the voice of Purgatory emerged from his heart to guide him how to use this power correctly. It's very difficult for you to defeat Moon Lion in your current state. Moon Lion is more flexible than Kizaru. Its ability can greatly improve the sensitivity of reaction, with almost no delay from reaction to action, and predict the opponent at the same time. You can't reach it with your current actions. After hearing what Purgatory said, Akainu asked in his heart. Then what should I do? You can only wait for it to attack, and it can't perfectly maintain the best state when attacking. Its attack is very fast. You must concentrate your mind throughout the whole process, otherwise, as long as there is a moment of gap, the battle will be over. Its lightning is very special, and the paralysis effect is very strong, which can completely interrupt and disrupt your reaction circuit. As long as you don't react in time and get hit by it once, the outcome will almost be decided. Purgatory's warning made Akainu's face condense, and he attacked more carefully. Bang bang bang! The two sides were chasing each other in this desolate desert like jumping ghosts. From time to time, the roar of Akainu's attack shook the desert. As the chase continued, under the golden desert, in a small desert space, a pair of lantern-like red lights suddenly lit up. It's so noisy, let me sleep or not? A hoarse voice echoed in this small space. Rustle! With the sound of quicksand surging, the behemoth here also quietly disappeared. In the desert. Boom! Boom! The two flashing afterimages were suddenly surrounded by quicksand. The golden yellow sand was like a wave, erecting hundreds of meters of sand waves in the desert. The terrifying sand wave hit the two afterimages. Along with this wave, there was also a hoarse voice with a mourning grumpiness. Stop making so much noise. If you guys are fighting, go somewhere else. Do you really think I'm a dead scorpion? The sand wave hit, and Akainu was stunned for a moment because of such a sudden change. It was just a very short moment. Yueshi seemed to have expected the change. It was not affected at all, but seized the moment when Akainu's action was restrained. Zilla zilla! The lightning flashed, and it came to Akainu's side in just a moment. The sharp claw slapped Akainu's chest with surging lightning. At this moment, Akainu's eyes seemed to be filled with blue lightning, and his pupils shrank slightly. The body was swallowed by the lightning before it could move to dodge. Hands and feet are out of control. Akainu, who was hit by lightning, had only time to think about the situation at this moment. Then a more violent attack came. Dance of the Silver Moon. Overture. 100 birds singing. Zizlizla. One after another, small thunder balls exploded with dense sounds like birdsong, and all fell on Akainu without a single drop. Akainu only felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, and his reaction began to be intermittent. First song. Drinking Dragon. The huge lightning turned into a thunder dragon and roared and exploded on Akainu's head. At the same time, the lightning opened a huge mouth in the sand waves that were hitting over, and shot into the distance. Akainu also rolled his eyes when he was blown up, and the red energy clothes on his body dissipated directly. At this time, Yueshi did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at him and turned into lightning and passed through the hole in the sand waves. Only Akainu rolled his eyes and was swallowed by the sand waves and buried in the ground. It turned out to be King Yu. I thought it was someone who didn't know how to fight. Sorry, I was a little impulsive. At this moment, a huge scorpion came out of the desert. It immediately saw the white-haired moon lion on a sand dune. It was originally in a bad mood, but it immediately became flattering. It's okay. I chose the battle site here. I'm sorry. Moon Lion looked at the place where Akainu was buried and said without looking back. The tone was a little cold. 157 No way. King Yu actually apologized to me, ho la la la. At this time, the huge sand scorpion looked happy, waving its two huge pincers with some gesticulations. Although it didn't see that directly behind Moon Lion, it still felt speechless. Under the sand covered by the sand waves, Akainu was covered with gravel, and his brain was no longer conscious. Or his consciousness was pulled into the inner world of a purgatory environment. Really careless. But this is also human nature, after all, Moon Lion is not to be underestimated. Purgatory looked at the figure in front of him and continued. Now your body is initially in harmony with the power of the fantasy beast, and you can use a stronger power. But there is another hidden dark power in you, although it is still relatively weak, but it seems to have great potential. Hearing the 6 monsters with red eyes talking about that power, Akainu's mood suddenly became a little gloomy. Stop talking nonsense, lend me the power. Hearing Akainu's words, Purgatory laughed. Ha ha ha, you are really rude. But, you will know later that this power also has a price. I hope you will still be so energetic by then. The rich red light permeated towards Akainu. Its last voice also murmured to his ears. Purgatory of the Purgatory. Chapter 508 Yellow Monkey cried sadly, it was careless and did not flash. The power is 50%. Accompanied by a huge roar, Akainu, who rolled his eyes under the sand dune, suddenly floated up with red light. The surrounding gravel pressing on him exploded directly towards the sky. Suddenly, Akainu came out of the light again and regained consciousness. He looked at the red light emerging from his hands, as if a trickle of water was flowing slowly. This is his current power. Akainu felt the power surging in his body and had the urge to roar loudly. But his sex ge still restrained this action. Pa! Pa! In the sky, the sand dunes that had exploded fell. For a moment, gravel began to rain in this area. In this gravel rain, Akainu set his sights on the white figure on a sand dune not far away. Now he would not be careless. Bang! Akainu moved again, and the sand under his feet exploded instantly. The exploding figure instantly appeared next to Yueshi against the solidified air, and the air also made an exploding echo. Then, let's continue the next round. The two sides entered the state of chasing again, and the scene made the desert giant scorpion look confused. At this time, it felt that it was a bit helpless. If it attacked directly on a large scale, it would be worried about hitting the Moon Lion. In the end, it could only stare at the battle and become a spectator. Admiral Akainu returned to the battlefield and fought the Moon Lion again. He did not fall down directly. This result must be very regretful to many people. The battle here also attracted Morgans to report loudly at this time. His words also made Kizaru, who was standing on the crown of a big tree, roll his eyes. If Akainu really fell at that time, I'm afraid that many people would rush to pick up the body in a hurry. After all, it is a god-annihilating tool, and the temptation is determined by leverage. If this god-annihilating tool was not Akainu's, Kizaru probably wanted Akainu to lie dead so that he could pick up the equipment. Hey, can you put some water? If you run like this, I feel like I can't catch up with you even if I chase you for my whole life. At this time, Kizaru said to the golden and silver monkey king behind a big tree not far from him. He had been chasing it in the sky just now, but he couldn't catch up at all. Then the monkey ran directly into the forest and played hide and seek in various places. This gave Kizaru a headache. His light had an advantage in a straight line, but it was inferior in places with complex terrain. It would take him a long time to meet it. He didn't dare to bomb casually, after all, there were still many mythical beasts on this island. If he accidentally brought out a stronger one, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. You're impatient after just a short time. No one has played hide and seek with me for a long time. If you make me feel comfortable, I might put down water and give you treasure. The voice of the golden and silver monkey king from the forest made Kizaru excited. Sure enough, he had to show some enthusiasm. Yasakani no Megatama. Swish, swish, swish. Kizaru directly fired many light bullets that scattered around the forest, and the light bullets condensed into Kizaru's light clones. Yada mirror. Countless light clones used the Yada mirror to connect with each other to form a series of light paths to block the entire forest. Swish. It was just a moment. Kizaru began to transform into light particles and followed the light path to a place in the forest. There, the golden and silver monkey king was hiding behind a huge rock. Swish. A laser-like sound sounded, and Kizaru's light-transformed body broke away from the light path. It came behind the golden and silver monkey king and grabbed it. Got it. When Kizaru's mouth was curved and about to show a happy smile, The finger flew into the air and passed through the figure of the golden and silver Monkey King. Is this an illusory clone? Did it fail? Here. Suddenly, Kizaru heard the voice of the golden and silver Monkey King behind him. He turned his head and looked. Whoosh! The world in his eyes lit up, and he felt the dazzling light covering the sky, and the earth shone in the world in an instant. Snap! Snap! Kizaru's sunglasses burst with a sound like broken glass. It's so dazzling. My eyes are going blind. Feeling this incomparable strong light, Kizaru couldn't help but cover his eyes, and the back of his hand touched the broken sunglasses to shake them off. If he didn't need to pay attention to his demeanor, Kizaru would have howled without caring about his image. He felt his eyes were white, with a burning pain. As a man with the ability to flash, Kizaru never thought that he would experience being blinded by the light one day. Such an experience is so rare that he couldn't stop crying. Men don't cry easily, but they just don't feel sad. Kizaru now feels this way. He is really sad. We agreed to play hide and seek, but now you are attacking him, right? What a bastard. Can this world have fewer tricks? Monkeys have become smarter than humans? While Kizaru cursed in his heart. In front of him, the golden and silver Monkey Kings held their hands in the shape of a telescope. The infinite light kept reflecting and shining in their fists, shining into Kizaru's eyes. It was as if a flashlight was pointed at his eyes one by one. Hey! Kizaru covered his eyes, and suddenly he hugged his hands forward. Feeling the furry touch in his arms, Kizaru smiled with tears in his eyes. It seems that this dead monkey was careless and didn't dodge. It's not easy. He almost went blind before he caught this monkey. What kind of treasure is it? Could it be a god-killing tool? Akainu took one of the 9 items mentioned by Morgans, so it wouldn't be too much for him to take one too. After a while, Kizaru felt his eyes were a little better and opened his eyes. In his heart, he was already thinking about the wonderful scene of getting the treasure. Until he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth that were originally raised suddenly fell. What appeared in his blurry eyes was indeed the body of the golden and silver Monkey King. But why is the head on this body a cube? There are also numbers falling on it. When Kizaru saw it, the number just dropped to 1. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and several trees were blown down where Kizaru was. His clothes turned into a beggar's look, his hair stood up and smoked, and his face had a smoky natural decoration style. It was full of the heroic beauty of surviving the bomb attack. Dead monkey! A huge voice resounded through the sky. For a while, crows and birds flew everywhere. After ups and downs, Kizaru's chi cultivation skills finally broke. On the other side, the golden and silver ape king flying in the sky heard the huge accusation behind him. Its monkey face showed a smile of successful prank. Then he set his sights on a distant area where the atmosphere was shaking and the fire was shining. That area was the immortal volcano group. He thought so as he went over to join in the fun. The figure turned into a meteor and slid down from the sky. Chapter 509, Duke Phoenix. This is the phoenix fruit, so he ate it in vain. Undying volcanoes. Tamako, who was fighting Whitebeard here, had entered his strongest state, the state of Duke Phoenix. Originally, his egg fruit ability only had 3 forms, the usual Baron Egg, Viscount Chicken, and Count Rooster. If he was still killed when he reached Count Rooster, if he was not interrupted by the enemy, he would re-enter the Baron Egg form to cycle. Now he has 2 new forms, Marquis Turkey and Duke Phoenix. Usually, he would gather most of the fire power of the mythical beast into his body. When it comes to fighting, he would switch forms and become Duke Phoenix to burst out with more powerful combat power. That is to say, he would use his usual inferior posture to complete the superior combat power when the battle breaks out. Now Tamako is in this final form, Duke Phoenix. Of course. Although he is called Duke Phoenix, he doesn't look that much like a phoenix, but the name is more pleasant. This form has actually been criticized by Igaru as the Super Turkey Duke. The whole body is covered with explosive flames, and the fiery flames are constantly erupting from Tamako's body. It looks very gorgeous and amazing. At this time, Tamako kept kicking at Whitebeard with his feet. The continuous eruption of explosive flames made him very fast. Every attack would kick out a huge explosive flame column. Facing such an attack from Tamako, Whitebeard was passively defending for a while. He used the armed color on Kusugawa Kiri to continuously block his high-frequency attacks. Dang dang dang. 033 Every attack of Tamako kicked firmly on Whitebeard's Kusugawa Kiri. A loud noise was heard. The explosive flame columns were also cut apart by Kusugawa Kiri and turned into flames that rushed to both sides of Whitebeard. Fill the surrounding cracked ground with charred and cracked scars. Dang dang dang. The loud noise continued until Tamako kicked to the end, and the power he had accumulated this time was exhausted. When Tamako was about to use the power of the kick to retreat and recharge, Whitebeard's eyes flashed. Sizzle! Sizzle! The thunder roared around the blade in his hand. The muscles on his arms were exaggeratedly tense. He waved the supreme sword Kusugawa Kiri violently and used his ability again. Bang! The combination of physical skills, domineering color domineering, and ability was combined again. A shocking blow hit the retreating Tamako. At this time, Tamako suffered a great loss again. Facing such a counterattack, he could only forcefully kick out the attack to block it. The white light shield flashed by. Crack! Crack! Snap! The atmosphere was like glass shattering. The shock wave tore the surroundings with fire and thunder, and the world seemed to be reversed and hung upside down. The surrounding volcanoes erupted again, and the earth shook for a while, like the end of the world. It's so numb. Tamako felt that his feet were numb when they touched Whitebeard's attack. Standing on the ground, he staggered and almost fell. At this time, Whitebeard started to attack. For a while, Tamako, the Duke of Phoenix, was beaten and ran away. This posture made Igolu, who was not far away, yawn and rub his eyes. It's so slow. Can you guys hurry up? His words made Marco, who was on guard, roll his eyes. Do you think it's a tug-of-war game? If you want to be fast, you can be fast. However, that guy can fight with his father to this extent. It's amazing. He also participated in the experiment of Yaki Great God. Why didn't his strength reach this level? Marco still felt a little envious. He had never heard of that guy before, but now he can fight with his father. How come these guys are improving so fast? He really envied them. Okay, stop fighting. I'm tired. Tamako, you have so many fancy forms, but your final combat effectiveness is just like this. You are good looking but useless. You are not as good as me. When he heard Chicken Phoenix suddenly call for a stop, Whitebeard stopped and did not continue to attack. Originally, he was not able to fight under Whitebeard's attack. Tamako, who stopped retreating, also stabilized himself again. Just happened to hear Chicken Phoenix's complaints. His bird face, which was covered by the explosive flame, turned black. Isn't his combat power increase obvious enough? From being cut by Whitebeard, to suppressing Whitebeard in the current explosive state. As for the embarrassment just now, it was just him accumulating power. How can the time of accumulating power be considered embarrassment? What should we do now? Did you see it just now? I suppressed Whitebeard for a while, this treasure is definitely mine. Tamako looked at Chicken Phoenix and said loudly. When he and Whitebeard fought just now, he directly used 3 immortal flames in the process of switching forms. Whitebeard took advantage of his weakness of not being able to transition when switching forms and output hard, forcing him to use it. Except for switching to Duke Phoenix and forcibly deflecting Whitebeard's attack with explosive flames. Other forms used immortal flames when switching. In this wave of battle, his investment was very large. Next, you guys decide the winner by rock paper scissors. Hearing Chicken Phoenix's frivolous decision, Tamako protested directly. Chicken Phoenix, are you kidding me? Didn't you say that I would give me the treasure if we tied? You are not keeping your word. Tamako's protest went in one ear and out the other. Tamako, I'm not blind. You just used several immortal flames, it wasn't a fair duel at that time. Chicken Phoenix's slow words directly made Tamako angry. Asshole, we have such a good relationship, can't you make an exception to this principle? There is no absolute fairness in this world. Can't I use my resources? Sorry, I can't, you know, this is my personality, and didn't I ask you to play rock paper scissors? You don't necessarily lose. Watching the two chickens nagging and arguing, Whitebeard laughed. Gulala. You have such a good relationship. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Chicken Phoenix and Tamako denied it in unison. At this time, they were all angry. Let's play rock paper scissors. I will never lose. After a while, Tamako finally compromised. This dead chicken was very stubborn. He couldn't convince it after all, so he could only admit that he was unlucky. Rock paper scissors. Even if Tamako used his life's energy to bet on this rock paper scissors game, he still lost. No way. Whitebeard's observation haki is not at the same level as his. During the battle, he can also weaken the impact of this aspect through high speed and attack defense. But if he played rock paper scissors directly, he would really have to thank him. Okay, since you won, this thing is for you. Chicken Phoenix said and retched directly. Wow. Under the eyes of everyone who wanted to say something but stopped, it spit out a jade box from its mouth. Watching Chicken Phoenix pick it up and hand it over, Whitebeard was speechless. He could even see strange bugs moving with turbid liquid on the box. It was hard to imagine what this chicken usually ate. Or why there were bugs living in its stomach was even more curious. You humans are troublesome. You can't even stand this little dirt. I can't do anything about you. Seeing that Whitebeard didn't take the box, Chicken Phoenix also complained. Started to open the box directly. Not far away, Tamako really wanted to tell Chicken Phoenix that not only humans couldn't stand it, but other fantasy beasts couldn't stand it either. However, considering that it had few friends, he gave up attacking it and just stared at the opened box. A fiery red fruit came into everyone's eyes. This is the treasure, the Phoenix Fantasy Beast fruit. Looking at the fruit, Marco was confused. Is this the Phoenix fruit? Then he ate it for nothing? Chapter 510 3 World Disaster Level Apostles, Kizaru wants to be a golden phoenix. Phoenix of the Fantasy Beast fruit. Looking at the bright and exotic fruit in the jade box in front of him, Tamako's saliva almost flowed out. I don't need to explain the Fantasy Beast fruit. You just heard Morgans explain that this one is for the phoenix. Chicken Phoenix said so. Just now, someone else in other places on the Fantasy Beast Island had already obtained Pegasus's Fantasy Beast fruit. So Morgans on the radio also explained. Different from the Fantasy Beast species of devil fruit. As the name suggests, the Fantasy Beast fruit is a fruit that can transform into a fantasy beast after eating it. This fantasy beast is the powerful and truly terrifying fantasy beast on the Fantasy Beast Island. People watching the live broadcast can see clearly how powerful those fantasy beasts are. It can be said that the Fantasy Beast fruit is more attractive than the Fantasy Beast species of devil fruit. After all, the potential strength that can be obtained is higher, and there are no side effects. As long as you eat it, you can transform into the Phantom Beast Phoenix. If you use it well, the potential is endless. It is not impossible to grow to the level of the Upper Phantom King. The Upper Phantom King. Hearing the explanation of Chicken Phoenix, some of the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates who were not blocked by Igolu and surrounded him expressed doubts. Hey! Don't you know? I heard that it is still linked to the level of the demons in the outside world. The upper level Phantom King is a phantom beast that has reached the end of the Phantom King level. Even if there are only 3 of them in the entire Phantom Beast Island, if it corresponds to the apostles of the demons in the outside world, it is probably correct. After Chicken Phoenix said this, the others immediately understood. The demon apostles are now well known, almost to the point where everyone knows them and children stop crying. The fundamental reason that has led to their reputation to such a level is their dangerousness. Or it can be said that it is the result of 3 of the apostles. The legend of the demon apostle Deep Sea King who can move a quarter of the world's sea area. The legend of the demon apostle Stone Pattern who can cause a global earthquake and shake the world rhythm. The legend of the demon apostle Whale who can control the world's windless belt. Sea King and sea monsters is also known as the ruler of the sea and beasts. The 3 of them are considered to be terrible existences that will cause world disasters to the world. Although they are legends, many people clearly know that these legends are reality. Therefore, the deterrent power of the demon apostles is very terrifying. Especially these 3 demon apostles who are considered to be symbols of disaster. It makes human strongmen dare not easily tear their faces when fighting against demons. They are almost the strongest existences under the gods in the eyes of the world. The real strength of demigods is usually a casual talk for the world after dinner. But only this kind of existence that threatens the world at any time is the most feared by the world. So it is not difficult to understand that they are regarded as the symbol of disaster and even considered the strongest under the gods. The demon apostles are so powerful that the phantom beast fruit in front of them can become such an existence if used well. The eyes of the Whitebeard pirates who heard this concept were also hot. Dad, take it quickly. They looked at Whitebeard and said anxiously. Gulala. You really can't wait. My sons. Whitebeard said as he stretched out his big hand to the phoenix fruit in the box in front of him. He had already made up his mind about this phoenix fruit. Obviously, this fruit was very suitable for Marco. He came here this time because of Marco's inexplicable induction. As his most promising son, Marco's strength might really make him a reliable captain in the future. As long as he eats this fruit. While Whitebeard was thinking this way, suddenly, his face froze. Before he could do anything, a flash of light passed by. The phoenix fruit in the jade box in the wings of the phoenix was directly transferred to the light. Don't even think about taking the treasure. Whitebeard clenched his fist and hammered at the light without thinking. Crack! Boom! The atmosphere was shattered instantly. The golden light shattered, and then floated in the air like a fluid and gathered again. At this time, everyone stabilized their bodies that were shaken by the earthquake caused by Whitebeard. Looking at the figure in the air with a look of shock and anger. The golden-haired figure was the golden and silver monkey king. At this moment, it held the red phoenix fruit in one hand. Looking at the people below who looked like they were going to eat it, it couldn't help but burst into laughter. Asshole, you dead monkey, hurry up and return daddy's fantasy beast fruit. The golden monkey's gloating laughter in the sky directly caused Mal's blood pressure to rise. Suddenly, a blue flame rose from his body, and a pair of wings directly took his body up, vowing to take back the fantasy beast fruit that daddy had won with great difficulty. Kizaru, you bastard, you dare to steal my fruit. Chicken Phoenix also shouted. No, 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 didn't you send it over? Now this fruit is mine, and the ownership is in my hands. The golden and silver monkey king laughed while dodging Marco's pursuit. Looking at the golden and silver monkey king who was constantly dodging in the sky, Tamako's eyes shone with heat again. This is good, this time he has another chance to get the fruit again. Then, if you want this mythical beast fruit, come and play hide and seek with me. As long as you can touch me, I will return this fruit to you. The golden and silver monkey king, who was holding the mythical beast fruit, did not forget to fiddle with the mythical beast fruit in his hand. Then, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he turned into a meteor and flew away. At this time, Kizaru also chased after him. After he came here, he saw that the Whitebeard pirates were all angry. He just said it's terrible. And ran away. In fact, he also laughed in his heart. Under Morgan's big tongue broadcast, Kizaru already knew the whole story. Phoenix mythical beast fruit. So, as long as he can catch up with that dead monkey, will this fruit belong to him? Seriously. If he gets this fruit, will the title of Phoenix of Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates be given to him? Although his ability is light, the mythical beast fruit of the mythical beast island does not conflict with the devil fruit. Kizaru also intends to experience the feeling of being a mythical beast. It's not because it's strong, but mainly because it's strong and handsome. It would be nice to get the nickname of Golden Phoenix in the future. Kizaru thought while stroking his chin while flying. As for Marco who was also chasing, he didn't take him seriously at all. This guy may be able to fight at short distances. But whether he is chasing people or monkeys depends on his ability. Dad, Marco has caught up, what should we do? Looking at the distant Jin Guang and Marco, Vista looked at the silent Whitebeard while looking at Fenki and Huaki not far away. If they also go up to join in, it will be very dangerous for Marco. But now he and his father are difficult to catch up directly. A short burst may be okay, but this long distance journey is their shortcoming. And there are so many companions, it is impossible to abandon them directly. You follow. Vista. Be careful, persuade Marco in time, the treasure is not as important as my son's safety. Dad. Hearing Whitebeard's words, the surrounding Whitebeard members looked at Whitebeard with tears in their eyes. Yes, Dad. Vista also nodded seriously. Chapter 511 Tarot Totem Death and Hermit, Red Hair's Face. While taking action on Vista's side, Fenki Agolu also had a dispute with Tamako. Tamako obviously wanted to catch up and compete for the Phoenix Fruit again, but Agolu was obviously impatient. He also had a goal, and it was impossible for him to keep dragging along with Tamako. You are so slow, so go and get my goal first. When I'm stronger, I'll help you. Agolu said lazily while carrying a sickle. Although he was lazy, his tone was a little impatient. Who knows how long it will take you to get it done here? Soon, as long as you are willing to cooperate, it will be very soon. Hearing Agolu's words, Tamako was also curious. To be honest, although Agolo had a good relationship with him, it was understandable to choose him to compete for the treasure together. But when they were together, he always felt that Agolo looked at him with some pity. What on earth is this guy up to? Agolo, tell me honestly, what do you want me to do? Ahaha, you'll know when the time comes. Agolo's guilty laugh made Tamako feel even more uneasy. Asshole, if you don't tell me, I won't go with you. Seeing that Tamako was still throwing a tantrum, Agolo was a little helpless. I can tell you, but don't get angry after I tell you. Don't worry, this matter is not life-threatening to you. At most, I feel a little uncomfortable. So what is it? Tell me. At this time, the young Tamako was still impatient, and he was a little anxious when he heard Agolo hanging him. Agolo looked at Tamako's impatient expression, and he coughed lightly. You also know my target this time. The Wind Weasel. I know, you said it at the beginning. That guy usually runs very fast, I thought you wanted me to go with you to surround it and force it to recognize you. Tamako, who answered first, said with a look of suspicion. Now it seems that it doesn't seem like it. Today. Agolo flicked the sickle in his hand lightly with his fingers, and the sickle made a crisp sound, and his voice was a little ethereal. In fact, you don't know, that guy likes you very much. Like me very much? Is there? Why don't I have this feeling? Yes, it told me. At this time, Agolo's eyes looked around. It wants to taste the taste of the roasted egg in your eggshell once. Every time it secretly watches you fight and looks at the fallen egg, it drools greedily. Hey! Hearing Agolo's answer, Tamako directly made a black face question mark. So, it really wants me. So, you want to feed it with me? Feeling the sound of Tamako rising 8 volumes on his eardrum, Agolo covered his ears and comforted him. Tamako, don't be angry, it's just feeding, anyway, you can't die with the immortal flame. Grass, grass, grass. This wave of comfort directly broke Tamako's defense. He just felt that there were 100,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. Looking at Agolo's conscience, Tamako opened his mouth and started to tear. While they were fighting each other, the golden light of the golden and silver Monkey King across the sky also made many players who saw it greedy. The news that it had the Phantom Beast Phoenix fruit in its hand had spread due to Morgan's broadcast. Therefore, some players who thought they were fast took off or ran away to catch up and join in the fun. In a forest somewhere on the Phantom Beast Island, a special battle was taking place here. Swoosh! Bang, bang, bang! A burst of red light flashed, and a group of trees in the forest were cut off instantly. The crowns, trunks, leaves, etc. were directly hit by the shock wave. Then they quickly fell to the ground, stirring up a layer of dust. A group of pirates who are famous in the outside world are standing in a circle, watching the surroundings with their backs to back. Their observation haki and magic perception are all turned on, but they can't feel any obvious abnormality. What a trouble! Why do they do this? They are chasing after me relentlessly. One of the fat guys watched carefully and took a bite of the chicken leg. Asshole Loki, you are the one who caused all this trouble. Just go out and ruin their business, otherwise why would these guys stick to them so much? You can't blame me for this. The smell is so good, what can I do? You still don't repent, it's really a headache. Hey, hey! Now is not the time to quarrel. At this time, Beckman held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke to stop Loki and other members from quarreling. Swish! Suddenly, a cold sickle swept through the void. Red-haired Shanks, who had been concentrating, directly waved the saber wrapped with armed color domineering and demonic energy to meet him head-on. Dang! The sickle in the void stalemated for a while and then collapsed zero. Red-haired Shanks, you ruined my good deeds, hand over that dead fat pig, otherwise you will have no good life. A somewhat hysterical and young voice seemed to come from all directions of the forest. The red-haired man, who had been sensing and locking the other party's position, frowned slightly. The tarot totem of the Dark Curtain was indeed weird. This guy codenamed the God of Death seemed difficult to deal with, and there was also the Hermit. At this time, the red-haired man was alert and shouted. Sir, it's just because of a pig, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Give me a face, let's just let this matter go. This incident was actually very strange for Red Hair. The tarot totem in the Dark Curtain legend appeared in this forest, although there were only 2 people. But Red Hair also recognized them. The two tarot totem members codenamed Hermit and Death. Among them, the member codenamed Death has not been famous in the sea for a long time. In just about 3 months, his strength is rumored to be at the level of a diamond-level hunter. As for the Hermit, he became famous earlier and his strength is stronger. Of course, these are not important. The main thing is that the process of offending them this time was a bit strange, that is, these two tarot totem members were hunting and catching a wild boar with oil fire on its back. That wild boar should also be a purebred fantasy beast. It's just that its strength is obviously not good enough, and Tarot's death god can only take action to deal with it. It is simply the weakest fantasy beast Shanks has ever seen. When the death god was about to succeed, Loki rushed up to save the pig. 0.9. How to say this matter is actually a bit weird. In Laki's words, it was really too fragrant, and he couldn't control it. The delicate and greasy fragrance from the back of the fat-backed pig made his saliva flow out. He couldn't help but be greedy, and his hands and feet didn't obey his command and went up. To put it bluntly, he saved the pig because he was greedy, but unfortunately the pig ran away and didn't think of his life-saving grace at all. It's just a pig? What do you know? That's, but the smell of my childhood. Damn it, you guys are really damned. On the other side, at a certain location, a hermit who used a substitute to hide himself and his companions. He looked at the green-haired young man next to him, who was ravaging his hair with his hands, with a crazy look on his face. He couldn't help showing sympathy on his face. This guy Zarik seems to be quite ill. I have to be more tolerant of him in the future. Chapter 512 Red Hair Group Bounty, The Situation of the Four Emperors. This is troublesome. Shanks heard the childhood of the death god Zarik and the unstable emotions in his voice. Immediately realized the degree of trouble of this matter. Obviously, he deeply understood. This kind of emotional paranoid guy is not so easy to convince. The most important thing now is what the other member of Tarot Totem thinks. If the other party works together, with their weird abilities, they are afraid that they will have to entangle for a long time. By then, the Fantasy Beast Conference will be over. Sir Hermit, it's not appropriate for us to entangle here now. After hearing Shanks suddenly call him, the hermit next to Zarik looked at Zarik with a fiery gaze on him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly on his face hidden in the black robe. After thinking about it, he decided to accompany Zarik to make trouble first. He was quite emotional in the process of getting along with this child. After all, he gave him his substitute gem. As the leader of this young man, the hermit felt that he should take more care of his emotions. Young man, you don't have to say more. 07. Call out the fat boy now and let little Zarik vent his anger. Hearing the calm and kind voice in the air, Loki cried directly. It seems that your god of death wants to vent more than just anger, it's the rhythm of eating him, can he say no? It seems there is no way. If you want to hurt my companions, come and get through us. Looking at Shanks, he said with a serious face. Lackey's eyes were full of tears. The boss was still good to him, and he could leave an extra chicken leg for him later. Thinking of this, Lackey swallowed the chicken leg in his mouth again, including the meat and bones, and took out another one from his thick pocket and held it in his mouth. Many members of the Red Hair Pirates were also used to it. In that case, let's see the real person. Let me see how strong the kendo attainments of the young man who Morgans praised as the 3 great kendo masters are. The hermit in the dark said so. A black illusory figure rushed up with a black sword in his hand. The hermit's real name is Willowy. Before getting a substitute, he was a swordsman with a humble reputation. More than a year ago. At that time, the Dark Curtain organization was selecting the match of the substitute orb from various famous or unknown figures. Finally, Willowy successfully matched the substitute orb of the hermit. Then he was given the code name Hermit. Strictly speaking, in the field of kendo, red-haired Shanks is much more famous than him. As a swordsman, he more or less still has the idea of wanting to communicate with kendo masters. After getting a substitute, he did not slack off in kendo. On the contrary, he understood the direction of his swordsmanship based on the characteristics of his stand. He created a swordsmanship school called Hidden Thorn Style, and he can be regarded as a great swordsman. It is not a problem for him to get the 10th grade swordsmanship of the Kendo Association's 12th grade Kendo. Although his stand is holding a huge sword, it is not Hidden Thorn at all. But thanks to the ability and characteristics of his stand, his combat power is still very strong, and the most important thing is that he is hard to defend against. Soon, with Willowy's stand dispatched, Red Hair felt an inexplicable danger but could not identify where it came from, so he could only use armament haki to cover his whole body. Dang! The tip of a big sword fell fiercely on Shank's chest. The powerful impact caused the ground under Shank's feet to suddenly shatter. At the same time, a wound was pierced on his chest, and blood slowly flowed out. Obviously, even Shank's powerful armament haki could not stop such a sudden and powerful burst attack. There is a flaw. Beckman, who was next to Shanks, had a gleam in his eyes. Although due to the powerful ability of the hermit stand to conceal itself, even if it launched such a fierce attack, Beckman still could not find any traces. But at this time, it attacked Shanks and revealed its whereabouts. Swish, swish, swish. A series of ice appeared in Beckman's hands. It turned into endless ice spikes and directly flooded the area in front of Shanks. At this time, a death stand wearing a grey hooded coat and holding an icy sickle suddenly appeared, and the sickle in its hand kept spinning and waving. It blocked all of Beckman's ice spike attacks and made countless slashes to attack the entire Red Hair pirates. I'll do it! Navigator Snake directly swung the double swords in his hands, and the sharp wind blades collided and offset the incoming slashes. Even if there were omissions, it was no big deal. Lightning Net. Combatant Lime Jones swung a stick to attack with a huge net composed of lightning. Such an attack was directly defeated by the hermit stand swinging his sword. The two sides fought back and forth, constantly attacking each other. These guys are really troublesome, they are worthy of being called the Iron Wall Pirates. It seems that none of them are weak. Willowy, hiding in the dark, felt the opponent's strength from the perspective of the stand, and couldn't help but marvel. The Red Hair Pirates are still very famous in the whole sea. Because they are the first pirate group with all magic runes. They are also the earliest magic runes. Their strength is naturally beyond doubt. Captain Red Hair Shank's bounty is 2.33 billion Baileys. Vice Captain Frozen Spear Beckman's 1.63 billion Baileys. As for the other guys, they range from 800 million to 1 billion Baileys. If such a pirate group appeared earlier, it might be able to get a position in the 5 emperors. But now, it is a bit difficult. The current 4 emperors have more or less appreciated. Golden Lion, the leader of the 4 emperors, and his pirate group aside, he himself, as a powerful demigod, is enough to suppress everything. There is also the Whitebeard pirates, which dominated the pirates in the early years. Whitebeard's own strength is strong, and the Phoenix Marco and Flower Sword Vista, one of the 3 masters of Kendo, have grown up. There are also many pirate rookies who have fattened themselves up and then ran to Whitebeard to give 590. So there are really many talents over there, and having many sons is a luxury. Therefore, the Whitebeard pirates still have a high status in the pirate side. As for the Beasts pirates, they have Kaido and Jin. The people under him, such as Li Jian, should not be underestimated. There is also the Andre Pirates, a very powerful affiliated pirate group. Although the Andre Pirates and the Beasts are a bit estranged, they have not separated after all. So in the eyes of outsiders, they are still part of the Beasts. As for the last Big Mom Pirates, in terms of top-level combat power, although only Big Mom and Katakuri are supporting it. But Katakuri's combat power is very high, and it is rumored that he can rival a 3-star gem-level hunter. Some even think that he can rival a demigod. The basis for this is that this man once fought against Kabai, the Scythe of Despair, and did not lose. It is rumored that as long as he does not, if he is willing to be touched, then the enemy cannot touch him, known as the Speedy Katakuri. In addition to Katakuri's strength, the Big Mom Pirates are also the pirates who value the magic rune the most among the 4 emperors. The number of magic runes they have can be said to be the largest among the 4 emperors. This is the foundation of the Big Mom Pirates. Obviously, it will take a long time for the Red Hair Pirates to compete with the 4 emperors. Of course, this Fantasy Beast Conference may also cause huge changes in the pirate world. Its impact has a great impact on the world's high-end combat power. Chapter 513 Buggy's Appearance, The Secret of the Tarot Totem Members. Boom! The roar continued, the ground was covered with ice chips, and the shock wave broke and turned the land. Flying with ice chips, reflecting brilliant light. The elusive attacks of the Hermit Stand and the Death Stand made the Red Hair Pirates more passive. Among them, the ability of the Hermit Stand is to exist in hiding. The weight of this ability is quite high. Even in many battles, the Red Hair Pirates only felt the existence of this stand by hitting it. And its ability also covers the main bodies of the 2 stands. It makes the red hair pirates' exploration of the main bodies of the tarot members fruitless, which is quite difficult. As for the other stand, the Death God, the ability of this stand is very dangerous. Its ability is not just similar to the appearance of the traditional Death God. Its own ability to cross space to the subspace channel between the present world and the underworld. Its application is equivalent to spatial ability. So it disappears and appears from time to time, appearing and disappearing. In addition to this additional ability, its most dangerous is its basic ability, instant death. As long as the wound is cut by the Death God's scythe, the instant death attack will be triggered. The weight of this ability is also very high. With Shank's current strength, being cut by a wound is really half dead. For members other than Beckman, it has the effect of killing them with one blow. This point. The other people's observation haki and magic perception were all crazy warnings. With their domineering aura, they really couldn't defend against the sharp sickle. If they couldn't defend themselves, they would die. The strong sense of crisis warned them, so they didn't dare to slack off. Roar! A huge sound wave roared out from the mouth of the fighter Gabu. This member was a new member of the Red Hair Pirates in the past 2 years. He was different from the fear magic commonly held by the Red Hair Pirates. The anger magic held by this man was sound waves. The nature of magic was different from the fear magic, but of course it was still a magical power. Boom! The atmosphere fluctuated in circles towards the front. A figure briefly appeared in everyone's field of vision. The attacks of the crowd fell again, and at this time the substitute of the God of Death appeared again from the subspace channel to block some of the attacks. This won't work. They should be hiding not far away. Snake, cooperate with me. Spread my poison gas in one breath. At this time, looking at the battle that was entangled again, the ship's Dr. Hongo felt that this would never end. While cautiously watching the possible sudden attacks from the surroundings, he said to Snake. Hongo's ability is disease, which can spread disease particles in the air. However, this ability can only be controlled to spread to a radius of about 50 meters. If it is more, it will sink uncontrollably. Now he is not sure that the position of the 2 tarot totems is within 50 meters, so he should cooperate with Snake's wind to expand the distance as much as possible. Okay, I will use the wind to cooperate with you. Hearing the conversation between Hongo and Snake, Loki also interrupted. Hold on. Don't poison my chicken leg. Asshole Loki, you still know how to eat, swallow it quickly. I can't guarantee this kind of thing. If it's poisoned, I won't be able to save you now. Looking at Loki next to him still biting the chicken leg with relish, Hongo felt a well on his forehead. They are now cleaning up the mess of this bastard. And he is still eating so happily. Hongo has made up his mind. He will get Loki a big one and let Loki poop for 3 days and 3 nights. It's okay, I still have holy light potion on me, it seems to be very effective in detoxifying you. Loki's relaxed words made Hongo's eyes a little angry. If there weren't a big enemy at hand, he could have pinned him to the ground. Asshole Loki! How can such an expensive thing be used for such a thing? Do you know how hard it was for me to bargain with that profiteer in the black market? I spent 12 million Baileys to buy one, and now it's so expensive, how dare you use it carelessly? Hey! Wasn't it 7 million Baileys last time? How can it be so expensive? Loki was surprised to hear what Hongo said. Of course it's expensive in the middle of the month. And the world government is buying it on a large scale at high prices in the black market. It looks like they are squeezing the living space of the wild magic pattern users. You don't understand even if I tell you. I'm so angry that I actually explained this to a fat guy like you. What do you mean, Hongo? How do you know I don't understand if you don't tell me? And all of this is muscle, not fat. Sneak was speechless when he saw the two arguing again. What exactly did they have? I didn't consider the occasion. Someone is coming. At this time, Shanks, who had been concentrating, suddenly spoke. As he spoke, the other members fell silent. Not only them, but even the 2 members of Tarot Totem stopped attacking. Ha 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 ha, bastard Shanks, it's been a long time since we last met. A burst of exaggerated laughter came from the edge of the forest. I saw a large group of pirates rushing in, among which there were 4 pirates carrying a sedan chair made of white wax. A red-nosed pirate was sitting on it in a swaggering manner. He had a big smile on his face, but this smile felt a bit like crying. There was also a lazy pink seahorse lying on his big hat. The scene looked very impressive. Bakey, it's Buggy. It's been a long time since we last met. Buggy. When Shanks looked at the red-nosed pirate, his face also showed a happy expression. That guy, Qian Liang Dao Hua Buggy, the boss's former companion. Didn't expect this man to come over and say hello. At this time, the red-haired gang also looked at Buggy with some curiosity. After all, when Buggy became famous before, their boss had been talking about this man. So they were still quite curious about Buggy. Buggy the fool, is it him? At this time, in a corner of the forest, the hermit Willowy looked at Buggy with some solemnity. Old man, why are you stopping me from going up? Next to Willowy, Zalek was confused. After a battle, he, who was originally a little out of control, regained his rationality. Although he was sometimes crazy, he still had a rational side, otherwise he would have been beaten to death. The man with the red nose is the fool of Tarot Totem. He seems very weak. Is that guy really a member of Tarot Totem? After hearing what the hermit said, Zalek was a little confused. His death god substitute is very strong in soul perception. He can feel that the red-nosed guy is not very strong in spirit. Strong mental power can be said to be the commonality of Tarot Totem members. After obtaining the substitute orb and awakening the substitute, Tarot Totem members can quickly increase their mental power in a specific way. The growth rate is comparable to cheating. This is also the fundamental secret of Zalek's leap from an ordinary mental guy to a diamond-level hunter in a short time. Chapter 514 Tarot Totem Faction, Buggy's Ability. Although members who obtain Tarot Totem can quickly increase their mental power, it looks like cheating, but it is not that easy. First of all, you need to find someone who can match the substitute orb. At the beginning, the Dark Curtain spent a lot of effort in finding members. Zalek was originally an ordinary young man on a small island in the sea. It was not his turn to do such things. It was just that the members of the organization this time locked an area and found him through the prophecy of the female priest. Is that so? It seems that this man does not have a deep understanding of his stand. The hermit did not doubt Zalek's perception ability. Since he said so, it seems that this man, Buggy, is really just a lucky guy. What's the matter with this guy? Seeing the hermit's look of realization, Zalek couldn't help but become curious. You joined later, so I haven't mentioned it to you yet. That Buggy, in our organization, belongs to the Dark King faction. At that time, that was the notice over there. But now it seems that they didn't put much effort into this man. Hearing the hermit's words, Zalek murmured and repeated. Zio faction. Tarot Totem is the highest violent organization of the Dark Mantle, and every member of it has the power to mobilize a blood army. A blood army 920 has thousands of people, and the lowest among them is a sea-level magic rune master. Even the official organization of the Magic Rune Association, EVE, has only a few hundred magic rune masters. Therefore, a blood army is equivalent to a large magic rune guild. Therefore, the power that each member of Tarot Totem can hold is very great. With great power, as many as 9 members also have different factions. The strongest faction is headed by Jitlin, who is nicknamed Zio in the outside world. This is the only man in Tarot Totem who has the combat power of a demigod and is blessed by the identity of a half-body of a god. Many members of Tarot Totem therefore lead him. Magician in power, Pope and Hanged Man, Temperance and Demon, a total of 6 people are led by him. As for the Hermit and the God of Death, they form a faction of their own. Well, in fact, they are neutral factions. The main reason is that the Hermit himself does not like to get involved in trouble, and the God of Death was brought up by him, so for the time being he is his disciple. As for the future, it is hard to say. But the Hermit is not worried about this. Because Zalek has been obsessed with studying the road to the underworld and has no time to care about these things. What is the ability of the fool? Is it worth it, Master? Zi attaches so much importance to him. At this time, Zarik also found that the hermit still had a solemn expression even though he knew that Buggy was weak. Thinking of Buggy's famous deeds, Zarik was also more interested in Buggy's ability. This Buggy was so weak, but he was able to defeat Bombik, codenamed Strength. His ability must be very powerful or special. Bombik, codenamed Strength, is known as the King of Strength by the world, and his stand is of the attached type. He used to be much thinner than he is now, and his own physical fitness was very poor, but because of his stand. When he was possessed by his stand, he had the terrible power to crush mountains and break the earth. The hermit's face hidden under the black hood was full of emotion. That man was fascinated by such power, but he never cared about his own physical fitness. It's just to improve your mental strength to tap into the more powerful power of the stand. Such a choice may be understandable, but he met Buggy. After hearing the story of the hermit, Zarik became even more curious, and the hermit did not keep him in suspense. According to the information of the magician, the ability of this man Buggy should be invalidation. It can invalidate the power of the stand. Mani. This answer made Zarik speechless and shocked. How is such an ability possible? You know, as stand users, their combat power is almost all on the stand. If the power of the stand is invalid, the combat power will probably fall to the bottom. No wonder this guy can defeat the King of Power. It's just that it's hard to imagine that those two people will be affected, and there is also the legendary goddess. Seeing Zarik's expression, the hermit also knew what he was thinking, and he added directly. It's unknown whether this ability can affect Zio and the others, but at least it shouldn't be a problem to deal with us. So, are we leaving like this? The hermit nodded. If it was just the fool, we could meet him, but there are too many people now. The seahorse on that guy's head doesn't look simple, it should be a mythical beast. But it doesn't matter. Now I heard that King Li is planning to make trouble for this guy. While the hermit was communicating, Bakey on the other side also finished greeting Shanks. Lackey on the red hair side flattered Buggy. Plus Shanks was right next to him, so he pretended at this time. Members of Tarot Totem, right? Give me a favor. Let's end the red hair thing this time. As Buggy's shouting echoed in the forest. There was silence, and after a few seconds, Buggy felt a little embarrassed and tapped his feet. The voice of the hermit appeared. In that case, I'll give you a favor, 1002 transformation Buggy. Hearing that the other party really gave him face, Buggy's mouth corners rose wildly. Unfortunately, the hermit's next words poured cold water on him. Li Wang, that guy misses you very much. I wonder if you will meet at this fantasy beast conference. If you do, he will probably be very happy. No way. Will that crazy guy meet him? Bakey's face was a little ugly. He still clearly remembered the man's unbelievable and crazy eyes. That look, to be honest, he was a little scared. Of course, although he was a little scared in his heart, he didn't say that. Ha 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 ha. That defeated general. Come if you want. If you want to challenge me, you have to pass my pet first. Bakey put one hand on his waist and pointed at the pink seahorse on the big hat on his head with the other hand, looking mighty and domineering. This attracted many members of Buggy's pirate group to cheer directly. Hey, do you want to die? A cold voice came out in Buggy's telepathy. Master Kaiba, you are outside now, please give me some face. Whatever you want to eat or use in the future, I will go through fire and water to get it for you. Looking mighty on the outside but humble on the inside, Buggy felt that he was schizophrenic at this moment. After hearing Buggy's promise, the pink seahorse continued to lie lazily without caring. Chapter 515 The Emperor and the Chariot, Kizura's Theft. Really? I hope you can still be so arrogant when facing the King of Power. The voice of the hermit shuttled through the forest, seeming very ethereal. After a while, there was no movement. Obviously, the other party had left. Too powerful, Boss Buggy is indeed the strongest. The Tarot members who were originally entangled with the red hair pirates retreated directly when they saw him, and the Emperor and Chariot of the previous Tarot Totem were also like this. Could it be that the strength of Boss Buggy has reached that of a demigod? Yes, that must be the case. At this time, the two members of the Tarot Totem codenamed Hermit and Death retreated in front of Buggy. Many people in Buggy's pirate group flushed and cheered as if they were at the climax. Their conversation made Buggy's back sweat a little. These bastards wouldn't think he was too strong and cause trouble for him. Bakey himself had some idea of his own strength. However, he was in a dilemma now and couldn't belittle himself. Especially when red hair was by his side, Buggy was even more so. He must be more impressive and powerful than Shanks, so that he could have face in front of him. Emperor and Chariot. Buggy, have you met these two members of Tarot Totem before? Shanks also caught the keywords of Buggy's pirate group. In Tarot Totem, each member has a corresponding code name. An Emperor and Chariot are obviously one of them. This time, Buggy actually escaped unscathed after encountering them. It seems that this guy really didn't slack off. Shanks thought so. He didn't think about Buggy's weakness. Observation haki can sense the strength of the enemy. But it also has limitations. Its principle is to sense the sound emitted by the human body. However, some experts can control the strength of this sound, which can easily lead to misjudgment. As for magic perception, it is most sensitive to magic. The second is spirit. When Shanks discovered Buggy before, the magic perception gave Shanks a very hazy feeling, but in the haziness there was a deep and powerful essence. So he thought Buggy was hiding his weakness. Ah ha ha ha. I did see it, but it was just a small matter. When they saw me, they ran away. Sometimes it's not good to have a big reputation. As he said this, Buggy put his hands on his waist and looked invincible and lonely. Although it was like this on the surface, Buggy was still very grateful when he thought of the previous scene. Before, when they saw the terrifying noise of the huge nine-tailed fox fighting, Bakey decided to move along the border of the Crescent Lake to other places. He didn't dare to go to crowded places. Finally, they came to a beach full of pink mist. Bakey couldn't remember what happened afterwards, he only remembered that he was submerged in the pink mist. When he woke up, there was a pink seahorse on his head. It still said in his heart that it would be his master in the future. Two strange figures appeared on the opposite side. Later, they were recognized as two men with the tarot totem code named Emperor and Chariot. The Emperor said a lot of things he didn't understand to him. Then they left. In Buggy's mind, this is how he remembered the whole process. He was confused throughout the whole process, but could he say he didn't understand? Of course he wouldn't, because he had to save face. He was unfathomable, understood everything, and was in control. This was his style. Ha ha ha. Buggy, you're still the same. Seeing Buggy like this, Shanks missed him very much. This guy's personality hasn't changed much, he just looks a little bluffing. Asshole Shanks, don't think that getting close to us is the end of the matter. At that time, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become a devil fruit user, and the treasure map wouldn't have been lost. I will never forgive you. Shanks also laughed after wiping the saliva on his face that was sprayed by Buggy's loud talking. Is that so? Buggy. It just so happens that I have a treasure map here. You helped us so much this time, so I'll give it to you. After hearing this, Buggy was silent. While Shanks and Buggy were communicating, conflicts in other places continued. A lush green forest, a high mountain that depended on each other washed down a waterfall. A golden light flew from a distance. Directly sank into the waterfall. Then another golden light also flew over and landed on a reef, observing the surrounding environment. Hey, 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 hiding behind the waterfall, this is too much of a rip-off. The golden light condensed into Kizaru and looked at the waterfall in front of him. He touched his chin, with an embarrassed look on his face. While he was thinking, another two figures flew over quickly. It was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Jin, the flame disaster of the Beasts Pirates. 0 seeking flowers 0. Because the Golden and Silver Monkey Kings had passed through the area where the Beasts Pirates were located before, Jin immediately caught up with Kaido's approval. Besides them, there were other people behind them, but they were not as fast as them. Hide in the waterfall. Jin, who came to the middle of the waterfall, did not hesitate at all. He started to attack the area that the Golden and Silver Monkey Kings had just entered. Fire Dragon King! Boom! Roar! The huge fire dragon that was burning crazily and reddening half the sky rushed towards the waterfall in front of him. Zilizla! Boom! A large amount of water vapor spread with the sound of rocks exploding. The entire waterfall was cut in half in a short time. A smooth stone wall in the waterfall was shattered into pieces, and there was a hole on the stone wall. The hole was not caused by the explosion. It was originally there. My home. Kizaru, you are not going to do anything good when you come here. Get out of here right now, as soon as possible. A 2-meter-long green turtle came out of the hole tremblingly with a cane. It looked at the messy blackened gravel at the entrance of the cave and a group of uninvited guests who were staring at it, and its turtle face was furious. It cursed the Golden and Silver Monkey King behind it. Hearing the blue turtle's curse, Borsellino, standing on the reef under the waterfall, hooked his cheek with a finger. Every time he heard Kizaru, he always felt that he was being scolded. What a wonderful feeling. Got it. I'll bring you something delicious next time I come back, old turtle. The Golden and Silver Monkey King responded and turned into golden light and leaped out again. Impolite, totally impolite. Seeing the Golden and Silver Monkey King running away quickly, the turtle also muttered. Soon. It seemed to remember something and immediately returned to the cave. There was a white stone bed inside that was empty, but it clearly placed the treasure allocated by the great god there. Kizaru. The scream of the turtle also attracted the attention of the people outside. At this time, Jin did not chase the golden and silver monkey king directly. He planned to first explore whether the turtle that suddenly appeared had treasure. If there was, what type of treasure was it? If it was a relatively precious treasure, he would spend 10 hours here. Chapter 516 Golden Phoenix Borsellino participated, and the wind sickle of the god-destroying tool prayed for the winner. Now many players basically assume that the god-destroying tool and the fantasy beast fruit are the most precious. As for the sky-binding crystal that can seal the fantasy beast and become the fantasy beast Jinchuriki and the contract stone that contracts the fantasy beast, they are ranked behind. The main thing is that to seal the fantasy beast, you must have the strength to defeat the fantasy beast, and the same is true for the contract stone. After all, if you want to get the blood of the fantasy beast, you must have the strength to injure it. Those who can defeat the fantasy beast have no desire to become the Jinchuriki, and normal people don't want to suddenly seal a monster in their bodies, even if it is a fantasy beast. The contracted fantasy beasts belong to external forces, and the attraction is not really that strong. The strong ones look down on them, and the weak ones are hard to beat. Of course, these are for the strong ones. The weak ones want them but have none. On the other side, a golden light followed another golden light. Hey, I've been playing with you for so long, can you pay me some fees? I don't feel motivated to go on like this. At this time, Borsellino complained casually. He followed the monkey flying all over the sky. It would be difficult to catch it if he continued like this. If he continued like this, he would not get nothing. Seeing Akainu cheating, Borsellino was still a little moved. Or it could be said that he was very moved, but he was still chasing the monkey. But Sakazuki was already pretending. Such a reality made Borsellino envious and speechless. The golden light that Borsellino was chasing in front of him might have heard his complaints. After a pause, it fell on the crown of a forest. The golden and silver monkey king condensed and formed on it. It stopped not only because of Kizaru's words, but also because a difficult guy was coming. Ha ha ha, since you're so diligent, I'll give you this phoenix fruit. Swoosh. A fiery red afterimage passed by, and Borsellino directly took the phoenix fruit that was thrown to him. He looked at the fruit in his hand and felt a dream. No? He then said that this guy really paid him. Could the fruit in his hand be a fake? Will he leave a trap for him? Borusalino pondered slightly. Damn it. Kizaru. That's the fruit that Dad won, return it quickly. A phoenix with a green flame flew over quickly. As soon as it came, it kicked Borsellino standing on the tree canopy in the air. Hey, hey, hey. This ferocious look is really scary. Phoenix Marco. Borsellino said slowly while flashing away. Then he set his eyes on the fruit in his hand. No matter whether it was real or fake, he would eat it first. Suddenly, a more exasperated voice came. Asshole. That's my fruit. Hawaki Tamako was seen leaping from the distant sky with a burst of flames. The man-eating look made Borsellino suspect that he had dug up his family's ancestral grave. But this was not the key point. Borsellino had already felt a huge crisis looming over him. Such a strong crisis put Borsellino in a dilemma for a while. Either he ate the phoenix fruit regardless, or he dodged directly. However, with such a crisis, Borsellino suspected that his fantasy beast fruit was gone when he dodged. Take a gamble. I hope that monkey didn't cheat him. Otherwise, he would not let it go even if he became a ghost. Gilu. Borsellino opened his mouth as wide as possible. It was the first time since he was born that he opened his mouth so wide. Under the strange gazes from the people around him, he swallowed the cantaloupe-sized phoenix fruit in one gulp. Without waiting for Borsellino to feel whether his body had changed. An invisible breeze came behind him at this moment. A blue stream of light passed by. Swish, swish, swish. Countless slashes instantly enveloped Borsellino. His hands and feet were instantly shattered, and the whole person turned into a human stick. Is it coming? The wind condensed into a figure in the treetops not far from Borsellino, and Waisits Fenki Igolu. Compared to before, he is different now, that is, the sickle in his hand is different from the previous style. Although it is still green, there are emerald patterns all over the part outside the blade. This is the god-killing tool that Igolu obtained, the wind scythe of the victor. It is made of the mythical beast wind weasel as the main body. In order to obtain it, Tamako sacrificed a lot. It seems that Tamako's sacrifice is likely to be in vain, Igolo thought silently. Hoo. Tamako came late, and he looked at Borsellino with a face full of grief and anger. Asshole! How dare you? Do you know how much I sacrificed for this fruit? Tamako still remembers clearly that he was chewed and swallowed and finally excreted from an indescribable part. Damn it, do you know how he lived? I don't quite understand what sacrifice you made, but... Looking at the big turkey with a red face opposite, Borsellino, who was cut into a human stick, regained his calm face from the panic. I feel great. Buzz. The blazing flames began to cover Borsellino, and so did his shredded hands and feet. 0. Several parts merged directly, and the fiery red flames shone around like the sun. It made everyone who looked at him feel very dazzling. In the magnificent flames, a fiery red phoenix appeared directly. Not only that, the golden light began to slowly cover the phoenix. The original fiery red flames turned directly into gold. From then on, the golden phoenix Borsellino participated. Yasakani no Megatama. Swish! Countless light bullets emitting golden flames burst out from the golden phoenix. It shot towards Fenki Igolo and Huaki Tamako. Asshole! Tamako was covered by countless exploding golden flames before he could continue to complain. On the other side, facing countless golden flame light bullets, Igolo waved his god-destroying tool to easily resist. All the light bullets flying towards him were bounced into the surrounding forest. Boom! Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking explosions, the calm Igolo was in sharp contrast to Tamako, who was drowned by light bullets. Although Tamako had entered the strongest Phoenix Duke form, Igolo obtained the wind sickle of the god-destroying tool Victor. Igolo adapted to this god-destroying tool quickly. Igolo himself was a phantom beast with wind attribute, and his combat power reached the level of a 3-star gem hunter. With such strength combined with the god-destroying tool that he could use skillfully, it was not difficult for him to reach the lowest demigod standard. Borsellino's attack as a golden phoenix could not pose any threat to him. Swoosh! The golden flame light 1.2 bomb stopped firing. For a moment, there was no other sound except the aftermath of the explosion. Sure enough, can you still use the power of the devil fruit in this form? Moreover, the original phoenix's flame has greatly improved my light bomb. In other words, the speed of the shining fruit and the lethality of the phoenix are combined. The flame of this phoenix is different from your blue flame. Right. Phoenix Marco. Looking at Borsellino's transformation into a human form again, he touched his chin and asked him with a teasing look. Marco, who was staying in the air, only felt his blood pressure rising. That was the fantasy beast fruit won by his father. It was eaten by Admiral Kizaru just like that. Damn monkey! It's all your fault. Finally, Marco fixed his eyes on the golden and silver ape king who was watching the show nearby. If it weren't for it, how could such a thing happen? Unforgivable. Chapter 517 Phoenix Snake Marco, Light Wheel Jade. Swoosh! Crane Claw. Marco quickly leaped across a long distance and clawed directly at the smiling monkey face. Boom! The claw-shaped shockwave directly pierced the forest into a claw-shaped gap. Too slow. Take my move. Super invincible light shooting all around, lonely flying kick. The golden and silver ape king dodged Marco's attack. Then he refracted back and forth in the air several times and leaped over again, chanting the long name of the move like a spell. Bang! This lonely flying kick hit Marco's stomach firmly. Wow! He opened his mouth wide and spit. Go! While Marco opened his mouth, the golden and silver ape king stuffed an item into his mouth. Then he added a Lushan Chen Glongba, hitting Marco's chin directly and sending him flying into the air. Wow! The powerful impact forced Marco to swallow the unknown item. Marco! At this time, Vista finally rushed over. He looked at Marco falling from the air and ran over to catch him. Bang! Marco, are you okay? Seeing Vista's face approaching, Marco looked guilty. Vista, Dad's fruit was eaten by Admiral Kizaru. It's okay. Dad said that your safety is the most important. Go back. Marco. Dad. Marco felt sad. The reason why he was so anxious this time was because the phoenix was too tempting. The potential of the upper-level Phantom King can be comparable to the fruit of the Apostle. He didn't know if he could get such an opportunity in the future. Marco stood up from Vista's arms, and his wings turned into human hands. He looked at the golden and silver monkey king who looked like he was watching a show not far away. Dead monkey! What did you eat for me? Ha ha ha! Nothing, just something that makes me feel interesting. I don't know what the combination of snake and bird is like. I'm really curious. The golden and silver monkey king stepped on the rhythmic beat, and his hands were swinging with rhythm. Hearing this, Marco immediately began to calm down and feel his body. Soon, he noticed something strange. A stream of information suddenly exploded in his mind. This is... A black snake head emerged from his hand. What's going on? Vista was also surprised to see Marco's right hand turned into a black snake. Ha ha ha! This is the black snake's fantasy beast fruit, which I just got from the old turtle. How is it? Isn't the combination of snake and bird very interesting? Quick, I want to see you turn into a big bird, and then the bird head turns into a snake head. This must be very interesting. Let me think, from now on you will be called the immortal bird snake. Isn't it very interesting? The excited words of the golden and silver ape king made a certain turkey explode directly. Asshole! How can you be so wasteful? If you want a bird and snake combination, you can find me. Tamako walked out of the thick smoke at this time. He was hit by Borsellino's attack. A lot of chicken feathers fell directly, and he looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Tamako's fire resistance is very high, otherwise it would not be just embarrassed. However, although he was not seriously injured, he was still angry. He worked so hard, but he didn't get any good things. All of them were for nothing, right? Who told you to go with that dead turkey? I hate that guy so much. He kept procrastinating when I asked him for a flower of immortal flame. He was so stubborn and stingy. Tamar was still very angry at the reason given by the golden and silver ape king, and he mocked. You sound so generous. It asked you for a halo jade, but you didn't give it to it. Ha ha ha. The thing you're talking about is my eyes. How can you just take my eyes off? Then aren't there any that are directly born in your regional formation? Asshole. How dare you say that? You, Yaki, always go to my place and take away all the generated halo jades, and even use the gods to pressure me. You didn't even leave me a single halo jade. That's because there's no need to leave it for you. Do you want to change your eyes? Since you said that, what do you want to say? I want to say that the fruit should be given to me. Hehe, where's the face? Seeing a monkey and a chicken suddenly arguing there. Everyone was speechless. No need to talk nonsense, Kizaru, I remember that you were allocated a contract stone, hand it over. Fenki put the sickle in his hand on his shoulder and said lazily. Since the phantom beast fruit is gone, it's not a wasted trip. Haha, no, I gave that thing away. But I have this, do you want it? Looking at the monkey in front of him shaking the crystal-like object in his hand, Tamako's eyes widened. This is the void-binding crystal. Just seeing this, he thought of the scene of sealing the golden and silver monkey king in his body. Tamako is not opposed to becoming a phantom beast Jinchuriki. Because he knows something about the seal of the void-binding crystal. If the Jinchuriki has stronger control over the seal fused into the body, he can adjust the seal strength by himself. If the seal strength is adjusted to the highest, the sealed phantom beast is directly in a dormant state, and can only be used as a power bank honestly. So, Tamako is not worried about affecting himself at all. He won't feel awkward or anything. Ha ha ha. What a scary look. Are you trying to seal me? You are so short-sighted. It is best to seal the fantasy beast that can make up for your weaknesses and strengthen your attributes. Looking at Tamako's fiery eyes, the golden and silver ape king laughed directly. A white afterimage passed by. Swoosh. Tamako subconsciously caught it, and looking at the empty binding crystal in his hand, he felt a trance. Just got it like this, when did this dead monkey become so kind? Ha ha ha. I don't have any treasures anymore, if you want to continue playing hide and seek with me, come here. As the golden and silver ape king laughed like this, it no longer cared about the reactions of the crowd, and directly turned into golden light and flew across the sky. That guy. What does it think? At this time, Igolu's face was solemn. The appearance of this empty binding crystal and the act of giving it directly to Tamako, isn't it trying to trick the chicken phoenix? Is it because the chicken phoenix once refused to give it the immortal flame that it set this trap for it? It's no wonder that it is the most noisy and naughty guy on the Fantasy Beast Island. Really, holding a grudge. Igolo has already acquiesced that the Golden and Silver Ape King is trying to trick the Chicken Phoenix. After all, the advice it gave to Tamako just now is proof of this. Malco, let's go. Although you didn't get the Phoenix's Fantasy Beast fruit, you got the Black Snake's Fantasy Beast fruit. It's the same Fantasy Beast fruit, it shouldn't be much weaker, it's great. Dad will definitely be happy for you. After the Golden and Silver Ape King left, Vista also wanted to go back directly. There was no point in staying here any longer, and Marco at least got the Black Snake's Fantasy Beast fruit. Vista didn't know how strong this Fantasy Beast fruit was, but as a Fantasy Beast fruit, it couldn't be simple. It's better to have it than not. Okay, let's go back. I'm going to help my dad get more powerful power. Chapter 518 The final prize of the Fantasy Beast Conference, it's time to go. Time passed slowly. Many places in the entire Fantasy Beast Island were caught in battle. During this process, there may be conflicts between forces, or they may give up out of fear. Depending on their respective strengths, trump cards, and stubbornness, there may be different outcomes. The major forces basically gained something. Of course, there are also some major forces that were unlucky and did not get the treasure. After all, the number of treasures is limited. But this is harmless. As time goes on, the sun rises to the top and moves west. At this time, Morgan's loud voice began to spread throughout the Fantasy Beast Island and all over the world watching the live broadcast. Dear contestants, the sun will set in 1 hour. Then the highlight of our Fantasy Beast Conference will begin next, that is, the final prize of the Fantasy Beast Conference will be on stage. Hearing Morgan say this cautiously and exaggeratedly, the audience, who had been tired from watching the live broadcast for a day, were all refreshed at this moment. At this point, no one would doubt the weight of the final prize of the Fantasy Beast Conference. That must be an extremely precious treasure. After all, so far, there are various types of treasures that have appeared in front of the audience. The Fantasy Beast Contract Stone that can contract a Fantasy Beast. The Void Binding Crystal that seals a Fantasy Beast and makes it a Fantasy Beast Jinchuriki. The Fantasy Beast Fruit that allows people to transform into a Fantasy Beast. And the Fantasy Beast God Destroyer that can be used perfectly to fight against or even destroy a demigod. These 4 treasures are all rare items that have never been heard of before and cannot be bought with money. Watching the live broadcast, players get them one by one. Many viewers around the world were beating their chests and stamping their feet, wishing they could join this feast. However, the first 3 levels of the island landing competition alone are enough to make most people capsize, not to mention the others. Only people with a certain level of strength can participate. This situation is very realistic, and it makes people more eager for strength. This sea is surging more and more. Whether the ambitious want to rule or the people who want to protect their homes, they need strength. This truth is very clear to the eyes of the world. With this Fantasy Beast Conference, the future sea will be more turbulent, and many people have already felt the signs of the coming storm. Very good, then please ask all the contestants on the island to come to a valley in the central area of Fantasy Beast Island. There, the final prize will be obtained by the winner. I'll tell you secretly, this prize is unprecedented. Goo-ha-ha-ha. At this time, Morgan's expression was very cunning, and he said with a sly smile, if used well, this final prize can even give people the power they dream of. That power. His voice slowly sank. The emotions of many contestants and people watching the live broadcast also fluctuated with his voice. After a while, still no movement. Many people's eyes were red. This bastard should say it. If you don't keep people in suspense, you will die. I must beat Morgan's bird head when I have the chance in the future. Morgans didn't know that many people were already gritting their teeth at him. Of course, even if they knew, it didn't matter. Big people won't be too stingy, and stingy people can't become big people. He was fearless. Well, in fact, there was also a reason why it felt good when others wanted to hit him but couldn't. But he didn't dare to delay for too long, otherwise he would die. That power is close to the level of gods and can even reach the level of gods. As soon as these words came out, many people's eyes burst into fanatical eyes. Surprisingly, there is such a prize. Is this definitely not a trick? Many people watching the live broadcast stared at Morgans on the screen, expecting him to reveal more information. And at this time, Morgans did not disappoint everyone. He ended decisively. Guhahaha, that's enough information. I look forward to the players arriving at the competition canyon. I will welcome you there. Arrival. The time is 2/4 of an hour, I hope you don't miss it. The huge voice stopped abruptly. Many people watching the live broadcast wanted to fly over and kick Morgans. As for the players on the Fantasy Beast Island. After a moment of silence, a huge heated discussion broke out. What kind of prize is it that can make people have the power to approach or even become a god? After a brief discussion, all the players quickly moved towards the central area of the Fantasy Beast Island. Now time is not abundant. Especially for the players wandering on the edge of the Fantasy Beast Island. It is a big challenge to cross countless areas and reach the central area in 2/4 of an hour. Because this it is not just a matter of rushing, you can move forward without any worries. During the process of moving forward, each distinctive area along the way is lurking with threats. It is hard to say whether you can directly encounter a fantasy beast, but you will definitely encounter a subspecies fantasy beast or a subspecies fantasy beast group. These subspecies fantasy beasts have different attitudes towards the outside players. Some are friendly, some ignore, some tease, and some are bloodthirsty. It is normal for ordinary players to die directly if they are a little unlucky. So, they are still relatively conservative when rushing. In a lush forest. Close to or even reach the power of a god. Can that Yaki great god actually do this? It's incredible. The king of time, Jitlin, who is known as the half-body of a god, is walking in the forest. He is holding a fantasy beast contract stone and a void binding crystal in his hands, fiddling with them like spinning beads. Behind him are two figures in strange costumes. If someone comes over, they can be recognized as the Pope of Tarot Totem and the Hanged Man. In this case, we need to fight for this prize. This will be my gift to the Father God. Let's go. Next, we will meet those more interesting strong men. Yes. In a desert. 3 graceful figures walked in the rolling yellow sand. Squeak. The scorpions in the desert had no mercy on these beautiful figures. The dense scorpions rushed towards them, which looked very spectacular. There were so many scorpions on the opposite side. One of the figures moved forward. The sky darkened, and a full moon rose in the sky. The moonlight shone down, illuminating all the scorpions. Suddenly, they became silent. Then they consciously opened a passage. They walked towards the distance through this passage. Sister, the final prize. Let's fight for it. It would be great if we can dedicate it to the goddess. Beside a lake with beautiful scenery. Uchiha Madara was sitting on a moss-covered stone by the lake. Not far from him was a 9-tailed fire fox lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. Before, Uchiha Madara had a fight with the demon apostle Zhu Rong, and Zhu Rong retreated in the end. After Zhu Rong retreated, Madara found this place to restore his strength and chakra. Now, Morgan's broadcast gave him another target. Day. Madara stood up from the blue stone and stepped on the ground. Then he grabbed a long beard not far away with an expressionless face. Bang! With a strong pull, the black beard fell off immediately. It hurts. The 9-tailed fire fox suddenly woke up. It opened its fiery red eyes and stared at Madara in front of it, looking like it wanted to eat him. Asshole! Why did you pull out my beard? Do you want to die? It's time to go. Faced with Kyubai's questioning, Madara just said lightly. So this is why you pulled out my beard? Die. Soon, Kyubai, who had been hit by a big bee bag, set out with gritted teeth, with Madara on his head. Obviously, Madara was too lazy to move himself when he could be carried by the beast. Chapter 519 Welcome to the Competition Canyon, Pizarro Chaos Ziliu Silence. With the latest news released by Morgans, many players began to set off for the competition canyon in the central area of Fantasy Beast Island. It attracted countless players like a whirlpool of ocean currents. Time passed. Outside a towering and steep valley, the players with a fiery mood came one after another. Is this the competition canyon that Morgans said? It's really high. Meow. At this time, the 2 pirate groups led by Pizarro and Shiryu came to the huge canyon in front of them. Looking at the very majestic and tall canyon, Pizarro couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't high, it wouldn't be so easy to find. Shiryu, who was next to Pizarro, said with a cigarette in his mouth. Then he continued to walk towards a narrow passage in the valley that seemed to be connected to the sky. As soon as Shiryu moved, Pizarro followed suit. But he was still mumbling in his mouth. We got very little from this fantasy beast conference. Now we have to have a look and see what the final prize is like. Hearing Pizarro's words, the others also agreed. To be honest, with the strength of their two families, this fantasy beast island is just for self-protection. And the premise is that they can't encounter two ferocious fantasy beasts. They have seen all the treasures, and they have encountered fantasy beasts. But after basically weighing their strength, they wisely ran away. Sometimes they also encountered a purebred fantasy beast with a very weak level of 790. After rushing up with excited roars to fight a pirate group. After defeating it with difficulty, they found that the opponent had no treasure at all. It would be fine if there was no treasure, but a purebred fantasy beast would definitely be a good harvest. However, in this fantasy beast island full of fantasy beasts and subspecies fantasy beasts, traveling with a fantasy beast tied up, the hatred value is directly maxed out. When facing real outsiders, most of the wise fantasy beasts and subspecies fantasy beasts are still relatively united. So, Pizarro and his friends could only try to influence the fantasy beast with a beautiful outside world. Let it follow them voluntarily. Then, after being untied, it ran away decisively, leaving behind a messy-faced Pizarro and a silent Shiryu. In fact, it was not just Pizarro and his friends. There were also other contestants who were running with them in this fantasy beast conference. After hearing Morgan's reports about some players obtained fantasy beast fruits and god-destroying tools, many players cried with greed. They looked around and frantically thought about how to avoid returning empty-handed. Finally, some players set their sights on subspecies fantasy beasts and planned to tie some before leaving. Some even stored some strange-looking earth and stone materials, tree fruits, and flowers on the fantasy beast island in advance. At the very least, they had to pick some beautiful stones from the fantasy beast island. They might be able to fool the sellers by using the name of the fantasy beast island in the future. However, the last one was a last resort. Now, many people still have a desire and luck for the final prize. It's hard to say whether they can get it if they come, but they will definitely get nothing if they don't come. Time passed. The time Morgan said has also come. Oh dear audience and players, welcome to the competitive canyon. Inside the canyon, on the inner wall of the yellow rock in the canyon, there is a white stone platform. Morgans is standing on the platform. He holds a microphone. There are many huge video den mushi and screens around. There are many newsbirds with den mushi tied around their necks circling in the sky. Most of them land on the cliffs because this is a safe area. As soon as Morgans appeared, he took off his hat and saluted the den mushi that was aimed at him. The players with excellent eyesight in the canyon can also see him. I believe the players here can't wait. Then, let me, the big news Morgans, explain the next situation to everyone. Please see. As Morgans said so, the live broadcast of den mushi around the world was also adjusted to various areas of the competitive canyon. The inside of the competitive canyon is a triangular area. In the central area of the triangle, the sphere shining with golden light and bound by golden chains is the final prize of our Fantasy Beast conference. As soon as Morgans finished speaking, many contestants gathered around the golden sphere had their eyes lit up. The entire canyon is not particularly large. If you draw an inner circle in the triangular area inside, the diameter of this inner circle is about several kilometers. In fact, it is equivalent to the size of an ordinary island. So many contestants who enter the canyon can easily see the canyon. If you can fly or jump high enough or climb up the cliff, you can observe the golden light ball with a diameter of several meters in the center of the canyon. Such an obvious area makes many contestants rush here. Now Morgan's words make them eager to move. Some even start attacking the light ball before Morgans finishes his words. Bang! Like a heartbeat, the attacked light ball directly emits a more intense light. Boom! A wave of waves swept towards the surroundings. Wow! Some weak people who came to make up the numbers suddenly felt stuffy in their chests and vomited blood, their faces as pale as paper. Goo ha ha ha! It seems that I don't need to explain more. I believe everyone has seen it. Until this time, Morgans' gloating laughter spread. This sealed light ball is connected to the formation. If you attack rashly, the end will be the same as the scene. Every attack will turn into corresponding waves and spread to the surrounding area. This formation can even withstand the direct attack of the gods. This is certified by the eight-headed god. All the injured players should be thankful that the attacking player just now was not strong, otherwise you might be directly shocked to death." Hearing Morgan's words, the injured people all glared at the guy who attacked. Fortunately, they still have a little strength, otherwise they would have been directly shocked to death. "This bastard is so reckless. I'll find a chance to deal with him later." These people have forgotten the fact that they were also one of the people who were ready to move before. The people who were stared at by these people also had tears on their faces. When the rebound just now, he was the closest and the wave he received was the strongest. He was also slightly injured due to the unexpected situation. However, compared to this minor injury, being hated by many people is the most fatal. This little episode did not affect Morgan's, and he continued to explain. "Very good, I believe all the contestants have understood the key to the matter. That is how to crack this formation. This is actually very simple, but before explaining, please allow me to explain another key point that concerns the safety of most contestants." When the keyword safety came out, many contestants' ears stood up. To be honest, many of those who dare to enter this canyon are willing to sacrifice their lives for money, and some are forced to sacrifice their lives to accompany the gentleman. After all, the boss has entered, and whether the younger brother can enter is a question. However, after entering, many people feel sympathetic. There is only one prize in the end. The probability of them getting it, to be honest, they themselves have a little idea in their hearts. There are so many strong people coming here. Among them, there are also many demigod-level figures. Many demigod-level battles are devastating. If they break out in conflict, this canyon will probably disappear directly. Under such circumstances, the contestants who can still come and admire their own courage. Chapter 520 The Dragon God of Hades, the Three Guardian Fantasy Beasts. In the process of coming to the competition canyon, many people stayed outside the canyon and some even chose to stay away from the canyon after thinking about it. It is conceivable that there are still many people who are sober. Those who don't come don't mean they really don't want to die, they are just unwilling to do so. All players should be able to see that in the canyon, there is a red attic building in each of the three corners at the edge of the triangular area. Those attics are the protection of the weak. Here, we have to praise the mercy of Yaki Great God for the weak, and may Yaki's glory last forever. At this point, Morgans directly praised Yaki Great God with a respectful face. The flattering expression made many people watching the live broadcast want to spit at him. Well, let's not talk too much. Players who feel that they are not strong enough can go to these attics. These attics are safe areas in this canyon, and of course all the surrounding cliffs are also safe areas. The attic has 9 floors, and the 9th floor is open to the sky, with a good view. If there are strong people who don't want to participate in the battle, they can come here to watch the battle. Morgans fiddled with his collar and continued. This competitive canyon used to be a dual field for fantasy beasts to fight each other, so it's still relatively solid here. Players outside the canyon don't have to worry about being affected by the battle here. Well, that's all about safety issues. Next, I will explain how to crack the central formation. At this point, Morgan started to get down to business. As for whether those guys who are not strong enough will listen to his advice, he doesn't care. Sometimes, if you don't want to die, you won't die, and if you want to die, no one can stop you. There is a statue in each of the 3 locations, 1 kilometer outside the triangular area of the light sphere. As long as all or 2 of them can give up the linking formation, the seal will be lifted. The players who listened carefully to Morgan's explanation felt something unusual at this time. Give up? How can the statues give up? Are they still alive? Some players speculated, while some strong people were sure that the statues were obtained. Is that the Hades dragon god? At this time, Sword Saint Scarlet, one of the leaders of the Sister Sword Club who came to the canyon, looked at a statue in the distance with a serious expression. She recognized the statue, or saw it in an intelligence. That was the intelligence she obtained as the vice-captain of the Soul Society's Godi 13. More than 3 months ago, a terrifying spirit appeared in the underworld, and it was worshipped as a god by the people in the area where it landed. It quickly spread in the underworld under the name of the Hades dragon god. It suddenly disappeared later. Scarlet was still curious about the whereabouts of the spirit species at that time, but she didn't expect it to appear here. No wonder the teacher didn't let me investigate. Is it the fantasy beast under the seat of Yaki Great God? At this time, Scarlet began to imagine. Yes, I believe many players have guessed or even sensed it. The 3 statues are all real fantasy beasts. Not only that, they are the only 3 upper-level fantasy beasts on the Fantasy Beast Island. It is the most powerful defense guarding the entire Fantasy Beast Island. As Morgan's voice fell, the 3 grey stone statues separated by a distance began to crack. Crack. Under the staring eyes of many players and the people watching the live broadcast, the stone skin on the surface of the statues was completely broken. The 3 fantasy beasts exuded a terrifying aura that enveloped the entire canyon. Many people at the scene felt terrified, their legs and feet trembled, and they were out of control. Horror. So terrifying. Is this the fantasy beast of the upper-level Phantom King? Some people murmured. When Morgans was explaining a certain god-killing tool, he talked about the concept of the upper-level Phantom King, which was easy to understand with the Apostle. According to Morgans, there are 3 guardian fantasy beasts on the Fantasy Beast Island. But many people at that time and now have heard Morgans introduce the 3 phantom beasts in detail, what they look like, and what their attributes are. I didn't expect that. I didn't say it at the time, but it was waiting for them here. That phantom beast looks a bit like it, really a bit like it. Many contestants at the scene felt the pressure of the superior Phantom King and didn't have any extra thoughts. People watching the live broadcast had no pressure, and many of them focused their eyes on one of the phantom beasts. 8 majestic snake heads, with purple and blue intertwined in body color. Bathed in purple mist, the mist also had a layer of blue halo, which looked extremely weird. Yakitsu no Orakai, just looking at the shape of the 8 snake heads, really looks a bit like the flag of the Yaki sect. And the flag of the Yaki sect represents the Yaki great god. Although the phantom beast in front of us may be more weird in style, the color is not right, the body looks thinner, and the style is more sinister. But with just one glance, you can still strongly connect it with the posture that the Yaki great god once showed. Of course, the image is actually much worse than Orochimaru, but because they are both 8 snake heads, there is such an illusion. The audience's confusion did not last long. Morgan's loud voice appeared again. I believe you have seen it clearly. Please give flowers. These 3 guardian mythical beasts. If you want to get the final treasure, you need to defeat them or let them retreat and give up the seal on their own. At least 2 of them must give up the seal before it will collapse. This is exactly the goal of all the contestants. Then, you will compete for the final treasure with your own ability. After drinking a lot of it in one breath, Morgans took out a bottle of water from his body and drank it directly. Many people watching the live broadcast were speechless. Burp. After drinking the water and burping for a long time, he continued to explain. Then, let me, Big News Morgans, briefly introduce the 3 guardian mythical beasts to you. First, the mythical beast that you are most familiar with, Yamada Serpent. Yes, its mythical beast name is Yamada Serpent, and its prototype is based on the devil fruit mythical beast species Yamada Orakai. It has a strong vitality and a poison that is deadly. Its poison is definitely something you don't want to get involved with. After hearing Morgan's introduction, many people suddenly realized. No wonder they look a little awkward, and always feel that the details are very different. It turns out that it is based on the devil fruit mythical beast species Yamada Orakai. Now the classification of devil fruits is no secret in the world, and it is generally believed that the power of devil fruits is far from the power of gods. After understanding it, the audience quickly accepted it. As for the precautions mentioned by Morgans, they didn't care, because the players in the picture were fighting to the death. Only at this time, people watching the live broadcast can feel a little comforted. The second is the dragon-like fantasy beast, the Hades dragon. It has the attribute of death. This time Morgan's introduction was very short. According to the information in his hand, the Hades dragon can go to the world after death. Seeing this information, Morgans felt that it was too shocking. He himself did not recover. Finally, it is the strongest fantasy beast designated by the Yamada no Okamai, the sun golden crow. It looks like a black 3-legged crow, but its small body hides the heat that seems to melt the world. Please do not underestimate its appearance. As soon as Morgans said this, many people at the scene directly MMP. What the hell? Their legs were shaking so much that they could hardly stand. If this goes on, I am afraid they will be in the middle of the battle. At this time, many players are eager to enter the safe zone on the edge of the triangle. The pressure alone is so terrifying, and I don't know what will happen if a real fight breaks out. So, they have to run away quickly. Chapter 521 Azure Dragon Kaido attacks, he is fine again. Competition Canyon. At this time, Morgans briefly introduced several guardian beasts. The pressure of the guardian beasts also subsided. They cast their eyes on the powerful players in the canyon. Only they are worthy of the guardian beasts' concern, as for the others, they are weak chickens and there is nothing to care about. And many weak chickens are now charging towards the safe zone with all their strength. The current silence is like the calm before the storm. If you don't evacuate, you don't know if you will be killed by the aftermath. It's terrible, meow. That crow is so powerful, I really want to raise one. At this time, Pizarro ran towards the attic in the distance, sighing constantly. Xilu was silent when he heard his words. He didn't even bother to talk about his idiotic daydreams. He just kept running. Although their running postures were a bit awkward, many people were still passionate in their hearts. Maybe when many big guys fight each other to death and both are injured, the last treasure will be taken by them. As long as the timing is right, it is not impossible. Especially Pizarro believes that his ability is suitable for hiding. Pizarro is not the only one who has such fantasy, there are many people in this canyon who think so. Especially the group of magic pattern users is the largest. The fantasy is still necessary. Oh, let's start. Let me try what kind of strength the so-called strongest fantasy beast has. The huge laughter shook the canyon. A huge blue dragon flew out of thin air and rushed directly from the sky towards the direction of the sun golden crow. It was Kaido, the beast. The reason why he took the lead at the beginning. It was also because he obtained the fantasy beast fruit of the fantasy beast island, and this fantasy beast was completely in line with him. The fantasy beast fruit, the azure dragon. This is the fruit that Kaido obtained after he came to the fantasy beast island. Of course, although they are both azure dragons, the devil fruit abilities of this azure dragon and the beast itself are very different. The most obvious difference is that the azure dragon fantasy beast fruit does not have a variety of fancy abilities. It has only one ability, life. The manifestation is wood attribute, which can generate and control plants. The 8 clones of Orochimaru each study a direction. The azure dragon fruit was developed by Orochimaru alone. The data used is still the data collected from Kaido in the early days as a blueprint. That's right. After Kaido ate this fruit, his strength suddenly jumped up because of his high degree of compatibility. It's no problem for his hard power to exceed the minimum threshold of demigod. When Kaido can fully exert the potential of this fruit, he may be able to reach the level of a superior Phantom King. However, this is not easy. Because the Phantom Beast fruit only has this potential, it takes time and environment to exchange the potential. The outside world does not have the rich Phantom Beast power of the Phantom Beast Island. The power of the Phantom Beast fruit itself can only allow Kaido to reach a level close to that of a superior Phantom King in the outside world. As for the superior Phantom King, it is only possible to accumulate it here on the Phantom Beast Island. Dragon Breath. The blue dragon leaped to the sky above the sun golden crow. The huge dragon breath began to roar towards the sun golden crow. The wind and clouds surged, the heat rose, and the sky and the earth lost color. The 1-meter-high body of the sun golden crow looked weak and insignificant in this scorching torrent. This scene was so drastically contrasted that the audience outside the live broadcast saw it. It made people feel sympathy for this fantasy beast. The fiery red light shone on the sun crow. It raised its head, silent, and looked at the thick dragon breath bombarding it, without any reaction. Gaga. When the dragon breath was less than 1 meter away from it, the sun crow's beak just opened and spit out a somewhat unpleasant crow cry. However, the weak bird sound was covered by the movement of the dragon breath. But many people looked at this place in shock. I saw a huge dragon breath fire column swarming towards the small beak of the golden crow like a dragon sucking water. All the dragon breath bombarded was swallowed by it. It looked very strange. In the sky, Kaido also saw the scene below. He did not stop spewing dragon breath, but the dragon breath expanded and continued to output. Now Kaido has obtained the fantasy beast fruit of the azure dragon and has the power of the fantasy beast. The power of the fantasy beast can bless the ability of the devil fruit. In addition, the life attribute of the azure dragon can also greatly bless the dragon breath. The life force used on this flame dragon breath is as turbulent as fire meeting oil. These two situations make Kaido's dragon breath become particularly powerful. So, Kaido also feels that he can do it. The following situation makes him angry. He wants to see how much dragon breath can this little crow swallow. Boom! The sky and the earth are shining with fiery red light, and the huge fire column continues like this. Other strong men did not move, just watching quietly. As for the weak, they are still running. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes later, Kaido stopped the dragon breath attack. The sky and the earth also returned to the clear color. Below, the fire dissipated. The sun golden crow blew out a smoke ring as if smoking, and then burped. Burp after burping, its hoarse voice sounded in Kaido's ears. The quantity is large, but the taste is not good. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes widened for a moment on his dragon face. After a moment of silence, he laughed. Oh, you are very good, Sun Jinwu, right? Fantasy Beast Island is too small, come to my pirate group. Let's go out and explore together, the world outside is very exciting. The sound like thunder can almost be heard by everyone in the valley. As soon as these words came out, many people rolled their eyes. Where is the face? Is this a soft way to do it when the hard way doesn't work? The staff of the Yaki cult were even more speechless. They poached the great god. It's hard to say whether they know how exciting the outside world is. But if it wants to go out, the Yaki cult can serve it at its beck and call. Even if it really wants to join the pirate group, the flying pirates, who are closest to the great god, are the first choice. How can you get it? For a moment, they didn't know how to complain about so many things. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the 4 emperors. You can imagine how thick-skinned he is to say such words in public. On the Sun Golden Crow side, for Kaido's sudden invitation, it just uttered a short word. Get lost. Hearing the reply from Sun Golden Crow, Kaido was a little embarrassed even though he was thick-skinned. However, he was just trying it. He didn't have much hope, but he wanted to try it even though it was slim. The attraction of the fantasy beasts to Kaido was too great. This place was simply heaven. If he could own all the fantasy beasts here, his ultimate dream might come true. He started the world's most grand war, and the nobles of the world government were all pulled down and fell into the carnival of war. Only the strong can survive, and equality is measured by strength. Kaido has always been thinking about this and never forgetting his original intention. Chapter 522, Big Mom's Envy, Sun Golden Crow's Doubt. Oh, it's really not that easy, so let me experience your strength. Kaido's thunderous voice sounded again. That heroic look immediately made people have a good impression of him. Anyway, no matter what, as long as he shows up, he will be famous. By then, more people will come to join him or challenge him, and his power will be further expanded. Boom! A huge roar began to sound. Around the Sun Golden Crow, countless trees and vines rose from the ground. Since the dragon's breath didn't work, Kaido planned to use the wood ability of the fantasy beast Azure Dragon. Other wind attributes such as bad winds have little effect when they are blessed with life attributes. As for physical combat, Kaido never thought about it. Now his combat power limit is raised by the ability of Azure Dragon. Originally, Kaido belonged to the Berserker type, and now he has directly changed his job to a meat mage. Naturally, he mainly uses abilities, which is more appropriate. Moreover, this time, Kaido only intends to fight for the sake of meaning. One person fighting a guardian fantasy beast is impossible. He is not stupid. Boom! Countless tree branches and vines rushed towards the Sun Golden Crow. This horrifying scene made the figure on an island in the sea envious. It was Big Mom who was watching the 13th Fantasy Beast Conference on Cake Island. Her tiger eyes were now full of red, and she was staring at Kaido, whose figure was even more mysterious than before, in the live video. At this moment, she seemed to be gritting her teeth. Big Mom did not directly participate in this Fantasy Beast Conference. Except that she was thrown into the sea by Uchiha Madara, who suddenly ran over and ruined her interest. There were other factors. The possible danger of the Fantasy Beast Conference was one. Another was that a nearly medium-sized magic mine was discovered on an island on the edge of her territory. There were many people from powerful forces watching. She needed to sit on Cake Island to command the troops to deter those forces. Finally, Big Mom wanted to test Katakuri's loyalty. As her most outstanding son, even if Big Mom was unwilling to admit it. But Big Mom herself still clearly felt it. Katakuri's strength has surpassed her. The most obvious reason is that he had easily suppressed her when she had an attack of bulimia. Being surpassed in strength, Big Mom felt that her authority was challenged. The attitude of many pirates in the group who admired Katakuri made her even more sensitive. Humph! I'm afraid that Kaido will show off to me in the future. That guy. I hope Katakuri, my son, won't let me down. Big Mom's low voice slowly echoed in the room like a devil's whisper. The gloomy atmosphere made Sparrow, who was not far from Big Mom, shudder. Phantom Beast Island, Competition Canyon. The sun golden crow had no expression on his face when facing the surging plants. It just spread its wings and emitted a circle of golden halo all over its body. The halo was like flames and like water, fixed 10 meters around the golden crow. The golden light was dazzling. It seemed as if a golden sun appeared on the ground. Countless plants that rushed into the surrounding 10 meters were wiped out. The land under its feet was the same. What is this? Looking at the figure that looked like the sun, countless people widened their eyes. Sun Crow. Is this the Sun Crow? Hey! A golden flame turned into a beam of light and flew up to the azure dragon in the sky. Facing the counterattack of the golden crow, Kaido didn't have time to do anything, and a figure flapped its wings and appeared in front of him. It was the big boss of the beast's pirates, Flame Disaster Jin. He used a samurai sword to brandish a dragon-shaped flame to block the attack. However, the golden flame ignored his block and burned through his body. The whole person seemed to be ignited at once. In just a moment, Jin was severely injured. Jin. Kaido's face changed drastically, and the dragon claws directly grabbed Jin and escaped from the golden light. This is... After Kaido flew away from the sky above the Sun Crow, he looked at the faint charred color on the dragon claws in surprise. Even with his hard dragon claws and armed color domineering, he was injured like this just by grabbing Jin. He could feel the flames like light penetrated his bones directly. The injuries inside and outside were not much different. It was because of this strange characteristic that Jin was seriously injured instantly. The temperature was very high, thousands of degrees, but this temperature was not fatal to Kaido and Jin. As long as they did not stay in this temperature for a long time, they would be fine. After all, the transfer of temperature takes time. For example, water only takes 100. However, when the fire of hundreds of degrees burns in the furnace to heat the water, it still takes some time for the water to start boiling and evaporating. This is the advantage of size. And Kaido and Jin are strong men with huge internal power. But the flames burning from the golden crow seem to enter the body like light passing through glass. It can make every area and every inch of the position evenly withstand thousands of degrees of high temperature. In this way, the damage is directly off the charts. There is no buffer time. Even a race like Jin that can survive in extreme environments, even if it is strengthened by the power of the fantasy beast, cannot defend against such an attack. Even Kaido, who obtained the azure dragon fruit, was charred when he touched the dragon claw. The outside was charred, but the inside was actually in a necrotic state. Of course, Kaido was not so easy to be dismissed. At this time, his rich vitality surged, and the damage to the dragon claw was repaired at once. Then the vitality began to flow into Jin in his claws. Jin's injuries also recovered quickly. Mr. Kaido, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Watching Kaido treating him, Jin's face under the helmet was full of guilt. Originally, he wanted to block the attack, thinking that he was a member of the Lunaria tribe and had the fire ability of the power of the Phantom Beast, and his fire resistance was full. It was not a problem to block such an attack. But he didn't expect that he would be seriously injured in a single encounter. Oh, don't worry, you will become stronger in the future. Soon, Jin's injuries were repaired by Kaido. This repair was relatively timely, and Kaido didn't spend too much energy. Put Jin down casually. Jin looked at the figure that Kaido put his eyes on the ground again, and made a decision in his heart. Jin found it when he entered this island. The growth rate of the power of the Phantom Beast, which used to grow very slowly outside, has become much faster. Especially when he ate some of the strange fruits on the island that contained the power of the Phantom Beast, the growth of the power of the Phantom Beast was even more obvious. Perhaps only on this island can his strength grow rapidly. This instant defeat made Jin sober that his strength was still too weak. Looking at the golden sun-like Sun Crow below, Jin made up his mind. He would practice on the Fantasy Beast Island here. As for the price, he would give it as long as he had it. Is it that person? On the other side, Sun Crow looked at the figure with black wings and wrapped tightly in black clothes in the sky with a little curiosity. The reason why it was curious about that figure. It was also because of its origin. According to the great god, its birth was based on the characteristics of a race called the Lunaria clan. This rare race is on the verge of extinction in the sea. There is one in the beast pirates. Its origin is such that Sun Crow was a little curious when he saw Jin coming. But now Sun Crow was curious and disappointed. Its dark pupils were full of doubts. It couldn't even take its ordinary move. Is there any need to refer to such a race? Chapter 523, The Project Process of the Purgatory Warriors Thermal Wave Cannon, the newly released sacred beast of the Yaki cult. In fact, Sun Jinwu thought this problem was too simple. Although Orochimaru referred to the characteristics of the Lunaria race, it was only one of the references. This world's king is recognized as the strongest by the sea. And Orochimaru is also very interested in his power. Of course, the energy is mainly focused on the Purgatory Warriors thermal wave cannon used by King in the early days. So the research is also a lot of resources and energy tilted to this field. Due to Orochimaru's focus, the research of one of his clones, Fire Orochimaru, is relatively smooth. Among the mythical beasts of the fire system, from a small trial to the later progress, the chicken phoenix tends to restore, the hellfire ape tends to destroy, and the nine-tailed fire fox tends to burn. Step by step, the research is paving the way for the ultimate goal of this project. Until the birth of the Purgatory three-headed dog. The power of this mythical beast after its birth was a little different from what Orochimaru had imagined. After research, he finally understood. He did not have enough accumulation in the field of destruction, and it was difficult to completely simulate the flame of King. At that time, Orochimaru also had new ideas in the research process and did not intend to completely simulate it. So, he focused his energy on the burning of fire. With the technical guidance of someone, the Sun Golden Crow was successfully born. The Sun Golden Crow concentrated Orochimaru's efforts. In order to maximize its flame lethality, it borrowed the characteristics of water penetration, light transmission, force resonance, and poison conduction. There are some other work. Finally, the Sun Golden Crow was born after optimization based on the Lunaria clan. It can be said that after the birth of the Sun Golden Crow, the entire project with King's Purgatory unparalleled explosive heat wave cannon as the research object was completed. The research of this project, it made Orochimaru himself understand many principles of the flame field. Among his 8 clones, Fire Orochimaru's combat power went from being average at first to surpassing the wood clone and becoming the first. It is conceivable how much Orochimaru has gained from this continuous research. Asshole! How long are you guys going to watch the show? At this time, Kaido looked at the Sun Golden Crow looking at him from below, and shouted directly at the strong men who were still watching the show in the central area. He was fighting to the death here, and others were watching the show. How could he bear it? The treasure is not his after it is opened. Can't let others take advantage. Oh, it seems that our Kaido player has understood the truth that he can't fight alone after fighting with the Sun Golden Crow. At this moment, what actions will all the players who are waiting and watching take? Let's wait and see. Morgans will continue to report the big news for you. With Kaido's dissatisfaction, Morgans immediately reported it quickly. To be honest, if Kaido was not right in front of him, Morgans would not be so tactful. Words like fleeing in panic, asking for help in panic, being in a mess, and being defeated in one move probably popped out of his mouth. Over the years, Morgans has fully experienced the pleasure of courting death. The only prerequisite is that he cannot really die, and he still has to grasp the degree. What a trouble! I don't want to face those 3 guardian phantom beasts. Those guys are ridiculously strong. Let's go up and rest. Not far from the central area, many figures are located here. Basically all the 8 heads are here. It was Fenki Igolo who spoke just now. Now, after Igolo finished speaking, he carried the sickle of the god-killing victor on his shoulders and walked towards the red attic in the distance step by step. The blue headscarf and the corners of the open shirt fluttered. It made him look particularly lazy and comfortable. In that case, we won't join in the fun. After all, they are the sacred beasts of our Yaki cult. How can we disrespect them? An old man who looked kind and had wrinkles on his face and was nearly 60 years old said kindly while leaning on a cane. His speech also attracted the attention of other Yaki cult leaders. Holy beast? When did the guardian fantasy beasts become the sacred beasts of the Yaki cult? You should know that in addition to the Yaki cult, only a few people recognize them. The news is very secretive. Naturally, there is no such thing as a sacred beast in the Yaki cult. As the old man left, many Yaki cult leaders also left with him. The identity of this old man is not simple. His name is Eugenes, and he is Muki among the Yaki cult's Yaki cult leaders. In addition to this identity, the most important thing is his other identity, the founder of the Yaki cult. Eugenes was originally a sea merchant, and even used his connections to obtain a noble title in a certain country. But that was all in the past. At the dawn of the Age of Gods, after careful analysis, he used all his wealth to gamble and created the prototype of Yaki religion. Attracted a group of followers who worshipped Yaki great god and some ambitious people. Thus laid the foundation for the prosperity of Yaki religion today. As most of the Yaki leaders gradually walked away, a blond young man who was closest to Eugene Seth asked in a low voice. "Old man, when did our Yaki religion have more sacred beasts?" Hearing his question, Eugenesth's smiling eyes slightly opened. "Just now." "Ah." Eugenesth's answer made the blond young man slightly stunned. "Silly boy, is there any problem with protecting the mythical beasts as the highest masterpiece of the great gods and making them our sacred beasts?" "No problem, no problem. I just don't know if they agree or not. Whether they agree or not is their business, and whether we seal them is our business. Little Bacon, you must devote yourself to the sacred beasts in the future, because they represent the great gods." Oh. Seeing that the blond boy was fooled in a few seconds, others looked pity and worried about his IQ. This blond boy is the golden one among the 8 heads, and his name is Bacon. Among all the 8 heads, only Bacon is the purest. Because he was brainwashed all the way up from the bottom, and joined the bottom at the beginning of the 8 heads. He really listened to the words such as devoting himself to the great god of 8 heads until his death. Coming up in such an environment, when he had the opportunity to communicate with Orochimaru, it was even more amazing. Because Orochimaru's charm fits his fantasy. It can be said that among the Yakushi, he is the most pure and fanatical in his belief in the Yaki great god. Of course, no matter how pure he is, others can't underestimate him at all. This time, due to the participation of many forces. Even if the Yakushi is more familiar with the fantasy beast island and has the advantage of foresight. But not everyone gets the treasure they want. Only half of them get what they want. And this does not include Jinkai Bacon. This ordinary-looking young man got the fantasy beast fruit, the gold-type fantasy beast Jinpeng. His potential soared directly. Other unsatisfactory Yakushi can only rely on the advantage of foresight to get the fantasy beast contract stone, so the one who ordered the empty binding crystal. Another unlucky guy almost got nothing. Luckily, several Yakushou helped him get a contract stone tongue. It can be said that now the Yakushou have begun to have a clear stratification. Chapter 524 Garp's Steel Rock Monster, Golden Lion's Golden Emperor Twin Swords. On the other side, a group of Navy gathered together. They are almost all senior Navy generals. After all, this place is really dangerous, so the Navy generals did not lead other Navy in. Instead, they let them stay in a forest near the competition canyon. They have also discovered different areas in the previous series of battles, and the terrible aftermath of the battle will be confined to one area. So staying there, other Navy will feel more at ease. At this time, among the several generals led by the Navy, Barusalino, who changed into new sunglasses again, looked at the many Yakushou who were gradually moving away. He also curled his lips. Tisk tisk tisk. The guys from the Yaki cult are really too much. They just found a random excuse to hide and watch the show. Let's leave too. I'm not suitable to fight such a scary guy with my thin arms and legs. Garp was the first to respond to Borsalino's complaints. He rolled up his sleeves and laughed. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter what you want to do, you can discuss the rest with Zayahi. I have something urgent to do now. As soon as Garp finished speaking, he hurried to a cliff at the edge of the canyon. As soon as he left, a strange steel monster several meters high beside him also floated and followed him away. That figure, is it a dragon? He watched Garp leave in a hurry, and also looked in the direction he left. Here, she saw the cliff where the canyon was inverted. A huge centipede with a length of hundreds of meters and a cold glow was lazily hovering on the rocky cliff. There was a figure completely covered by a dark green coat standing on its head. Looking at that figure, he had a guess. However, looking at the huge centipede, he was a little worried about Garp. Even though Garp had successfully contracted a mythical beast called Steel Rock Monster. But the centipede under Long was not easy to deal with. She could even see a strange green mist flowing out of the centipede's mouth. That mythical beast was poisonous. A poisonous mythical beast was very troublesome for the careless Garp. Now he just hoped that Long would still remember that Garp was his father and not be too rude. Barusalino, go ahead. Target, that golden crow. Akainu in the navy ignored Garp who was leaving. He set his sights on the sun golden crow, and after saying a word, he walked towards that side in silence. Hey, hey, hey. Sakaski, don't talk to yourself. Seeing that Akainu didn't answer and was still walking on his own, Borsalino also looked helpless. Really, it's amazing to have a god-killing tool. It's really enviable. He said this while slowly following with his hands in his trouser pockets. You are the one who is envied. Other senior generals blushed when they heard Borsalino's complaints. They heard Borsalino say that he was lucky to eat the phoenix's mythical beast fruit. They all looked envious and jealous. Even if they heard it on Morgan's broadcast. But it was a different feeling after confirming it in person. They also wanted to be so lucky. This guy who got the advantage and still acted cute should use it to flush the toilet. When the Navy made arrangements, other forces did the same. In the venue, the Whitebeard pirates also came here. Of course, most people have been ordered by Whitebeard to wait in the safe zone. Next to Whitebeard, only Marco and Vista were still there. They were now looking at a figure with golden hair that reached the ground in front of Whitebeard with a vigilant look. This figure was the Golden Lion, the leader of the 4 emperors. Now he was showing off his new equipment to Whitebeard. Haha, Whitebeard, come and look at the sword with golden patterns, can you feel it? This powerful force, this is the Golden Emperor twin swords of the god-destroying equipment, and I gave it this name. Haha. At this time, Golden Lion was waving 2 golden patterned sabers in his hands. He was laughing while talking. Seeing the ostentatious smile on Golden Lion's face, Whitebeard raised his chin slightly. There was a look of disgust in his eyes. Golden Lion, if you still come to show off to me, you can go away. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, you are still so irritating. How about it? Come to my pirate group. Whitebeard. As long as we unite, this world we can run rampant. Golden Lion said it smoothly and originally wanted to say ruled by them but later changed it to we can run rampant. After all, he is not so shameless. After hearing the words of Golden Lion, who was silent for a moment and the last words, Whitebeard rolled his eyes, which was rare. His meaning was already very clear. Golden Lion said this, bragging without thinking, just see if he believes it or not. Da-da-da. At this time, Whitebeard no longer paid attention to Golden Lion and turned to the direction of the attic. This battle. He no longer planned to participate, and he didn't expect the last treasure. Now that Marco could get a fantasy beast fruit, he was already satisfied. To be honest, if he wasn't worried that Marco and his friends would not be able to survive in this violent era in the future, Whitebeard was unwilling to participate in such a conference organized by others. He just wanted to live a stable life with his sons in the sea. However, his strength was no longer his strong support. This was the reality, and he could only pursue strength for his sons. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, you are still so stubborn. Seeing Whitebeard leave, Golden Lion didn't care. He looked at the 2 people who turned around with Whitebeard and called Marco. Malco, you have eaten the fantasy beast fruit, you must have felt the powerful force. If you want to maximize that potential, come to my Sky Pirates. Only here, only in this fantasy beast island, can you get more powerful power. Malco refused without a second thought about the recruitment of Golden Lion. Don't dream, I want to support my father to become the king. His firm tone made Golden Lion stunned, and his thoughts drifted. King? Pirate King? It's really long ago. Does that thing still exist? It always feels like a long time has passed after a few years. At this time, Marco's words suddenly aroused Golden Lion's memories. In this era, the pirates seem to be less enthusiastic about the pursuit of the Pirate King. What they are eyeing is the power of God. God, the high and mighty God who can destroy the world. The most typical example of this path is the demon god Ryomen Sukuna. Pirates dream of imitating that man. One Piece? So naive. Even if Roger is resurrected, he can no longer be the Pirate King because of my existence. If you want to be one, be the king of the world. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the Golden Lion made the high-level members of the flying pirates behind him want to complain. The king of the world? There is no rudder on the boss's head. Could it be that he had some old problems that they didn't know about before, and now he has committed them? P.S. Readers, Please give me some free monthly tickets. Chapter 525. It's not cowardice, it's mainly politeness, Elder Centipede. Da-da-da. Quick footsteps sounded beside the edge of the competitive canyon. At this time, Garp quickly came to the bottom of the cliff. Then he jumped up and jumped hundreds of meters directly to the bottom of the big centipede entrenched here. Day. As he descended again, the steel rock monster caught him with its body suspended. Then it slowly rose and came to the opposite side of the giant centipede. Long, you are so hard to find. You just threw your son to me and disappeared without a trace. You are a very incompetent father. Hearing Garp's question, Long, whose face was covered by a dark green coat and hat, only had time to say one word before being interrupted. Tear. Tear. A strong wind suddenly rose. Garp's right hand was wrapped with Conqueror's haki, and lightning flashed in his hand. Ha ha ha. Stop talking nonsense, let me hit you first. Seeing Garp leaping over, the fist with terrible fluctuations bombarded him. Long's face under the hood only felt a little twitching. He didn't expect his father to greet him so unrestrainedly this time. It seems that he had thrown Luffy to him to take care of before. Did he have a lot of resentment for this action? However, Long couldn't care so much. Now his father's fist felt even more amazing than before. He didn't dare to take it with his head. Whoosh! The wind around him began to whistle, and the transparent figure of the wind dragon wrapped around Long and wrapped him. Long raised his right palm, showing a gesture similar to 3 dragon claws. The wind dragon roared from the void, and the claws of the wind dragon joined his palm. Dragon Claw Fist Crazy Dragon King. The claws trained to crush the tyrannical power burst out directly. Boom! Kapu's head-on blow collided directly with Long's claws. The roar of the explosion resounded through the sky, and a huge shock wave swept across. As the shock wave spread, the cliffs under their feet and around them were not blown up by the impact. The huge shock wave spread out, just like a wave encountering a reef, unable to cause damage to it. The wind was venting, and the shock wave stirred by Garp's domineering color was sent straight to the sky with the dragon's wind. A crack appeared in the clouds in the sky, and it looked like the sky was cracked. The movement here also attracted some people's attention. However, people's attention was more focused on the 3 guardian mythical beasts. Because the battle over there was also started. Compared to the confrontation between the legendary navy and the leader of the revolutionary army, obvious lithe battle between the demigods and those terrifying mythical beasts is even more interesting. Ha ha ha. Long, it seems that your strength has improved a lot. Garp laughed and increased his strength to push Long back several steps, and then fell back into the palm of the steel rock monster. Long put his hand down and stopped his trembling palm after hearing Garp's praise. Compared to his own strength improvement, his father's Conqueror's haki was even more amazing. The effect of the Holy Light Potion was really amazing, and it could even improve his father's strength a lot. Hoo-hoo! The transparent wind was turning, and the surroundings seemed to be covered with a layer of wind. Until this time, Long spoke again. Father, how is Luffy doing? Hearing Long's steady voice, Garp laughed carelessly. Ha ha ha, it seems that you haven't forgotten your son. Don't worry, my grandson is very lively, but he's too annoying. He cries all the time, and my fists are hardened when I hear him. As soon as these words came out, Long's face twitched again. He might cry not just for his own reasons. Long still remembers when his father teased him when he was a child. Father! At this time, before Long finished speaking, the giant centipede under his feet interrupted their reminiscence directly, and the heavy voice touched his heartstrings a little. Are you still going to fight? Let me remind you first. This is the audience seat. If you want to fight, you need to go down and fight. Otherwise, if that guy Hachi Snake comes to pick a fight, it will be very dangerous. The words of the giant centipede made Cap startled. Hachi Snake is? But the audience seat, can such a rugged Yellowstone cliff be used as an audience seat? Cap looked around the surrounding cliffs and was also very curious. As if seeing Garp's doubts, the giant centipede continued to explain. This competition canyon is where the fantasy beasts fight. Usually, if there are fantasy beasts fighting, the guys who are watching sit here. After all, some fantasy beasts are very large, like the big octopus over there. It takes up a lot of space. Hearing the giant centipede's story, Garp looked at the place it mentioned. There was indeed a big orange octopus there. He even looked familiar with the octopus. He had heard of it before and even saw it on the seabed, the sea monster Kraken. I didn't expect that this guy would become a fantasy beast of the Fantasy Beast Island. The figure above its head, the leader of the 7 sins of the evil fleet, the fishman hero tiger, also made Garp solemn. That guy is not simple either. It is said that his strength has reached the level of a 2-star gem hunter. But, speaking of this, you also take up a lot of space, okay? Garp looked back at the big centipede under the dragon's feet and wanted to complain. The centipede ignored Garp's desire to complain and continued to explain. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Dragon was its contractor, it wouldn't bother to pay attention. The 8 snakes are the Yamato venomous snakes below. That guy pays the most attention to the order set by the great god. Now it doesn't come to bother with you because it has to guard the barrier and it's a special period. Otherwise, you would have been skinned alive in the fight here just now. The centipede's look of "you're lucky" made Garp speechless. What is his identity? A legendary navy, a navy hero, the peak of the sea in the old times. Why would he worry about this? Zilla. Zilla. Looking at the large piece of land below that was eroded by the purple smoke with a green glow, he felt the inexplicable palpitation. Garp smiled. Okay. Since he came to someone else's territory, he naturally followed their rules. It's not that he was timid, it's mainly politeness. Long, it seems that you have gained something from coming to the Fantasy Beast Island. Would you like to introduce this big centipede? Looking at the huge centipede under Long's feet, it seemed to be covered with a black and red armor shell. Garp also liked it more and more when he watched it from a close distance. It was big and handsome. Unlike the steel rock monster he contracted, it looked like a lump of steel. Looking at Garp's glowing eyes, Long was also a little helpless. Father is always out of tune, hoping that Luffy will grow up to be like him instead of his grandfather. Soon, the two sides introduced each other. The fantasy beasts following Garp and Long, Garp's steel rock monster, and Long's fantasy beast is called Centipede Elder, are all obtained through the fantasy beast contract stone contract. They all use the equal contract gate. Chapter 526 Aizen and Madara's confrontation again, reverse summoning Flying Thunder God. The Fantasy Beast Contract Stone has 3 uses. They are Master-Servant Contract, Equal Contract, and Reverse Master-Servant Contract. The first type is the Master-Servant Contract. This contract mainly uses the Fantasy Beast as the servant and other races as the master. The binding force is determined by the difference in mental power between the two parties. It is worth noting that when the master's mental state is not good, the binding force on the servant will also decrease. This means that if the fantasy beast is not willing to be a servant, it is easy to be backfired. The second type is an equal contract. This is also the contract that the fantasy beasts on the Fantasy Beast Island are more likely to accept. Nowadays, the fantasy beast conferences that use contract stones are basically this. Unless they are really defeated by force, no fantasy beast will choose the master-servant contract. The third type is the reverse master-servant contract. In this case, the master directly becomes a fantasy beast, and the servant is another race. However, this contract also has shortcomings. Because the foundation of the Fantasy Beast Contract Stone is on the system of Fantasy Beast Power. Therefore, it is more effective when restraining fantasy beasts. As for restraining strong people of other systems, especially those who are not weaker than the Fantasy Beast system, the effect will be much less than that of fantasy beasts under the same conditions. Of course, if the opponent is a blank or weaker system, then it will have a great advantage. Of the 3 types of contracts, Garp and Long used equal contracts. The main reason is that they did not defeat these fantasy beasts. Garp was better. His steel rock monster was found on an iron mountain when he was wandering around the Fantasy Beast Island. Then he looked at the steel lump of steel rock monster and became interested. For this guy's attack in the form of boxing, the main attack is a sandbag. At that time, steel rock monster was sleeping on the iron mountain and was awakened by Garp's punches. After that, steel rock monster felt that Garp's human fists were very hard. And his personality was interesting, so he wanted to follow him out to sea. It just so happened that it had a fantasy beast contract stone. So, Garp made a contract with the steel rock monster without knowing what was going on. Long's situation was completely different from Garp's. At the beginning, Long encountered the wandering god-killing tool, Wind Weasel, but Long could neither defeat it nor convince it. If Wind Weasel was not shy and did not like fighting, Long's entanglement would probably be stabbed by it. Later, when Feng Chi came, Long was out of luck. Then Long also went to many areas, but did not get any good results. Finally, he set his sights on a poisonous swamp. The green poisonous fog there made it difficult for other players to explore, but this was not a problem for Long, because his wind could dispel the poisonous fog. Long himself also had some plans for the others who came to the Fantasy Beast Island and listened to Morgan's broadcast. When he saw the centipede fantasy beast spitting out poisonous fog in the poisonous swamp, Long made a decision. If he could not obtain the power to enhance his wind system, then the power of the poisonous fog combined with his wind may be a way to significantly improve combat power. Finally, he also obtained the approval of the centipede elder, and the treasure here happened to be the contract stone, so he successfully contracted it. Boom! While Long and Garp continued to reminisce, the three guardian mythical beasts began a fierce battle. The entire canyon was divided into 4 battlefields. 3 were for the guardian mythical beasts, and the other one was for Uchiha Madara and Aizen. After watching a play here, Uchiha Madara directly set his sights on Aizen. He was not interested in the final treasure at all. He came here just to fight Aizen again. So, he directly activated the form named by someone as the instant Susanoo Wind and Fire Martial God and put it on the Nine-Tail. It formed the form of the Nine-Tail called the instant Susanoo Wind and Fire Martial God. He directly attacked Aizen. In response to his attack, Aizen also smiled and drew out his Zanpakuto. Uchiha Madara is much more powerful now than before. Several states are superimposed, plus the 9 tails. If he fights with bare hands, it will be too arrogant. So, Aizen still fights Madara seriously. While fighting, he also watches the battles of other guardian mythical beasts. For these masterpieces created by Orochimaru, Aizen is still very interested. Especially the Sun Golden Crow, which has terrible power in its body. The second is the Dragon of the Underworld, which is obviously a soul type. Aizen is also very interested in this. Dang dang dang. Madara is located on the forehead of Susanoo. At this time, he looks at the tiny Aizen below. Watching Aizen use his saber to block his 2 high-speed swinging Susanoo swords and the claws of the 9 tails. Under such circumstances, he still has the leisure to pay attention to the battles in other places. Obviously, his speed is very fast and his strength is very strong. The man in front of him is still so relaxed, and his unfathomable strength makes Madara start to be more serious. You're distracted during the battle. In that case, let's try this trick. Madara's eternal Mangekyou rotated rapidly. In order to stack so many states, he needs to concentrate highly. Fortunately, Susanoo is now on the 9 tails. This saves most of the energy of moving, allowing him to perform more extreme operations. 9 tails, follow the command later. Madara communicated with the 9 tails in his inner world, and the 9 tails rolled his eyes. It said it has a name, but it always calls 9 tails, and still gives orders? This bastard better get out of the Fantasy Beast Island as soon as possible, I don't want to see him anymore. Soon, as the inner communication continued, a look of surprise appeared in the pupils of the 9 tails. This guy can actually do such a thing? Hey? At this time, Aizen also noticed the abnormality on Madara's side. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his Zanpakuto casually bounced off the powerful Susanoo sword. A huge shock wave swept around. The ground and rocks exploded and flew with the violent storm, and the sky was covered with a layer of grey smoke. What interesting moves will there be? Moves. Aizen's slightly reflective glasses represent his expectations. Zilla. Zilla. From Susanoo, black and white interwoven Megatama took shape, dozens of them. Then they were thrown to Aizen by Madara. Yasaka's Megatama Flame Fan version. This is exactly what Madara used the power of the Flame Fan to perform with Susanoo's moves. As for why he chose this move, the chakra of the Flame Fan is more stable, which can be the prelude to his next move. What are these? Aizen saw that the Megatama thrown by Madara did not hit him, but floated around him at a certain interval. He was even more curious. Madara on the head of the 9 tails looked at Aizen and did not stop his move. He also started the formal attack directly. Reverse summoning Flying Thunder God. In just a moment, the 9 tails and the Susanoo wrapped in it disappeared directly. Under Aizen's surprised expression, it suddenly appeared on his back. The huge Susanoo sword fell towards Aizen like a divine weapon from the sky. Dang! Aizen raised his Zanpakuto high to block the attack. Crack! Crack! The ground where he stood also cracked and shattered. After this attack, Madara did not stop, and his two swords swung at high speed again. The huge figure also appeared in various places around Aizen like a ghost. Fast. Incomparably fast. Like teleportation. Or it was originally teleportation. All the attacks poured towards Aizen. Chapter 527 Emperor Faction, Time God. The swords were blazing, the swords were blazing. Every time Madara teleported, he directly played with the two Susanoo swords. Wind and fire burst out from his Susanoo swords, and the effect presented was that the swords were blazing. One moment he was in front of Aizen, and the next moment he was behind Aizen. In just a few seconds, Madara flashed countless times with the nine tails. At a glance, Aizen's surroundings seemed to be a huge war god with purple fluid flames. This move was exactly the move that Madara had just researched, the reverse summoning flying thunder god. Someone once told him that summoning has a more promising development direction. After Madara and the apostle finished fighting. After gaining enough reputation points to upgrade the summoning to S level. Then that direction became clear to him. Originally, summoning could summon the beast to oneself, and could also reverse summon oneself to the beast. So, is it feasible to put the summoning formula on chakra for reverse summoning? Of course, the premise of this idea is to have an extraordinary spatial perception ability. And Madara was given summoning as an ability, and this ability also brought him a strong spatial affinity. Therefore, this move also has the possibility of being realized by Madara. When resting by the lake before, Madara did not forget to try it. The main reason was that Aizen put a lot of pressure on him. For such a huge challenge, he naturally had to be fully prepared. With the idea, there was also a relatively stable chakra like the flame fan. Finally, Madara came up with such a move. As for the name of the move, it was given by someone in advance, which is the reverse summoning flying thunder god. Dang dang dang. It was the first time to use it in the form of Susanoo. Madara was still a little uncomfortable with the angle change of high flash, and the attack was not smooth. However, as time went by, the fluency was improving. Boom. Snap. Snap. The wind was roaring, and the fire was roaring. The wind and flames covered the area where Aizen and Madara were fighting. It was like a huge fire tornado sweeping towards the sky. Dang dang dang. Such a high-frequency attack from different angles, if it were someone else, I am afraid that it would not be possible to perfectly block such an attack. But Aizen still held his Zanpakuta to block Madara's attack. Sometimes he moved forward, sometimes raised high, and sometimes put it back, just standing there. Even if Madara attacked quickly across space, he still couldn't do anything to him. Although Madara couldn't do anything to him for the time being, Aizen was still a little surprised. He could actually cross space. Like the hollows ringing, was it because of the black and white spheres around him? Looking at the black and white spheres around him, a smile appeared on Aizen's face. Unfortunately, even if he could quickly cross space and reappear to react or even act, it was not enough for the strong to react. If his own quality is not good, even if he has such a move, it is in vain. Dang dang dang. Boom. In the rapid attack, Madara became more and more adapted to this attack mode. In the whistling of flames and wind, Aizen also began to concentrate some energy. However, such an attack still couldn't put pressure on him. Even if he wanted to. He could also use the space movement skill of the Great Hollow, the ringing. However, if facing an opponent of the same level, waiting for the opportunity to move is the best choice. Of course, Madara is not considered by Aizen to be a real equal at the same level. But Aizen still has other expectations for Madara. Anything else? Aizen's voice slowly echoed in the vortex of flames. If it's just like this, it can't give me enough pressure. This guy. Madara was moving at high speed, listening to Aizen's calm voice. His eternal Mangekyo could not help but emit a faint red light. Dang dang dang. Madara, who remained silent, just teleport more frequently. A huge fire tornado swept towards the sky, scorching the surrounding ground. The shock wave even affected the seal in the center not far away. Bang dang dang. Waves of fluctuations spread from the golden sphere to the surrounding area. Fortunately, there were not many people left here at this time. Those who dared to stay here were basically the well-deserved strong men in the sea. The fluctuations caused by the aftermath of the attack could not put their lives in danger. However, they also looked solemnly at the huge figure looming in the center of the fire tornado. It's amazing that that guy is so powerful. It's so huge, but it can attack so quickly, and this way of moving is completely moving trajectory. Is it space teleportation? In this central area. Tarot Totem, the highest violent organization affiliated with the Dark Curtain. Most of the members who came to the Fantasy Beast Island gathered here. The person who just spoke was the member of the Emperor's faction, Tank. He is a young man who looks a bit like a bad boy. The clothing style is okay. A black suit with a pair of cool sunglasses. It's just that his hair is a bit non-mainstream, red and fluffy, and it covers one eye. It looks very killer. The other members stood a certain distance from him. Only one man was very close to him. At this time, Tank looked at the battle process of Madara and analyzed it. Among the members of Tarot Totem is Death, a guy with similar spatial ability. And Tank and Death have a good relationship, so it's not difficult to reason. 387. It's just that his reasoning is good. But with his hair, it looks a bit weird. It should be like this. The man next to Tank, wearing a luxurious style similar to the king, spoke. He is Tank's partner and the leader of the Emperor's faction, codenamed Emperor. In Tarot Totem, there are 4 factions. The weakest is the neutral faction of the Hermit and the God of Death. The strongest is the Time King faction that worships the god Dio. The Emperor faction is a faction headed by the ambitious Emperor. His faction's loyalty to the Dark Curtain or the god of Stand Dio is vague. It is a bit perfunctory but impeccable attitude. The reason for this situation. In addition to Dio's basic letting go and connivance of power, there is another fundamental reason. Because all members of Tarot Totem know that the Stand Orb was not made by Dio. The source of the Stand Orb comes from a goddess, who sent the Stand Orb to the Dark Curtain organization. Such a situation caused some members headed by the Emperor to feel strange. Dio was not regarded as the supreme existence. Compared to the outside world calling Dio the god of Stand. Members of the Tarot Totem organization prefer to call Dio the boss, the god of time. Chapter 528, The Goddess of Destiny, the Battlefield of Sun Jinwu. Tisk tisk. Never mind, you guys stay here. It's really dangerous here. A woman who looked elegant and beautiful said so at the edge of the crowd. After that, she walked away leisurely in one direction. She was a member of the last faction of Tarot Totem, the Goddess faction, codenamed Queen and named Jella. The Goddess faction is headed by the 3 sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star. This faction respects the goddess. The main reason is that the 3 sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star were the first to be given the gems by the goddess herself. Then they entered Tarot Totem, so they admired the goddess more. Subsequent female members of Tarot Totem were absorbed into this faction. The Queen, the Lover, the Female Priestess, and the 3 sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star are a total of 6 people as members of the goddess faction. They worship the goddess of destiny who controls the wheel of destiny. The only member of the goddess faction who stays here now is the Queen. At this time, she feels the dangerous fluctuations around her. In the central area, there was the aftermath of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Aizen, and the battle between 3 terrifying phantom beasts in 3 directions. It was very dangerous to be caught between the 2. So she was also preparing to stay away from here. Now she was going to rush to her partner, codenamed Lover. I wonder what that guy Laugh said to the Sword Saint? She looked so excited. Gerald looked at a red attic in the distance with her eyes full of amorous eyes. At the top of the open sky, she could see 2 figures talking about something. One of the figures was her partner Lav. Before, her partner rushed over after seeing the Sword Saint. That excited expression made her think she had met a long-lost sister. After thinking about it, Jera gave up thinking. It doesn't matter. It's too much to leave her like this anyway. She is very lonely and helpless alone. Jera's mouth corners slightly raised. It's decided. Let little Lav warm her bed and let her make up for it. Heal her wounded heart. Whoosh. The wind swept, the flower crown trembled, and the bright golden hair fluttered in the wind. In the violent shock wave, the attacking Jella quickly moved towards Rafe. The shock waves along the way were blocked by invisible barriers. If there are strong people, you can see the peaceful gardens in the void surrounding the Queen. This is one of her standess moves, Fenjiun Guardian. It means an insurmountable beautiful scene. The style looks unique and refreshing. As a guarding move, the effect is still very good. Generally, it is difficult for a 3-star gem hunter to break this defense, and Jella herself has a good attack power. So her combat power is very high. In the Hunter Association, she also has the identity of a 3-star gem hunter. Little Rafe, I'm here. A residual voice was disconnected. That guy is really jumpy sometimes, and his code name is obviously the Queen. Looking at Jella's back, some members of Tarot Totem complained in their hearts. Then they set their sights on the 3 guardian beasts. Now they all stayed put for the time being, because the 3 sisters of Tarot Totem, Sun, Moon, and Star, had all taken action. They could just wait for the opportunity. Jitlin looked at the golden sphere not far away. When the barrier was opened, he could directly snatch it. After snatching it, it would be a piece of cake for him to leave with his ability. If the thing really fell into his hands, no one else would be able to snatch it from him. This is the power of time, this is the power of the Father God. Jitlin looked at his palm and thought with some fascination. Unlike all other members of Tarot Totem who used substitute orbs, Jitlin's substitute was not obtained by using substitute orbs. It was the power given directly by Dio after being selected. That's why Jitlin also admired their boss Dio very much. He also regarded Dio as his father god, and this relationship was tacitly accepted by Dio without his denial. Let's wait here. I hope those guys won't let me down. The voice was buried by the strong wind. In the battlefield of the 3 guardian mythical beasts, there are 4 people attacking the Sun Golden Crow. One is Kaido, the beast. There are also Admiral Akainu and Kizaru who are just there to make up the numbers. Finally, there is Katakuri, who is now known for his speed. In this battle, Akainu and Kaido are the main sea and shield. That is, Akainu doesn't cooperate. Except for Kizaru, Akainu's attack range is directly aimed at Golden Crow and Kaido and Katakuri. After all, in Akainu's eyes, Kaido and Katakuri are both great pirates, so naturally there will be no idea of accidental injury. In this case, Katakuri follows Kaido's huge body. Using Kaido's body as a shield is not difficult to do with his speed. Katakuri is proficient in using edge OB. Sometimes he does edge OB, and sometimes he uses his mochi fruit to harass or even block the sight of Golden Crow. The process was very smooth, and he could always dodge in time when danger came. Boom! A golden sun of tens of meters flew over. Facing the move of Sun Golden Crow, Akainu also gritted his teeth and used a huge magma iron fist to blast it. Endless red light attached to his magma. It made his magma look particularly bright red. Bang! Snap! Snap! The two collided, making a strange sound. Finally, the two directly cancelled out. Looking at such results, Akainu was also slightly satisfied. In the previous battle with Moon Lion, he was proficient in the output of 50% power of Purgatory Cage. Although he still didn't defeat Moon Lion later, it was just because the speed of the Phantom Beast was too fast. Now, facing this so-called strongest Phantom Beast, it really worked. The guy in front of him was very powerful. If he didn't have the god-killing tool, he might be killed instantly. Akainu had to admit this. So, it was pretty good to be able to fight with it now. Even though he felt that it was wrong, Akainu was indeed secretly happy in his heart. Are you too happy too early? This guy Jinmu is far from serious. He just feels interesting and is playing with you. Purgatory in the god-destroying tool seemed to sense the secret joy in Akainu's heart. He immediately poured cold water on him. How is it possible? Hearing the voice of Purgatory in his heart, Akainu's eyes showed a trace of astonishment. He did not directly deny Purgatory, as a member of this island. Purgatory must know more about Sun Jinmu than he does. It was just because of this that Akainu could not accept it. Why? Why is the gap so big? Even this fantasy beast, a fantasy beast created by the so-called gods, has such power. Then, how strong is the man now? Akainu could not imagine it, he could only cover his head and continue to attack. The more violent attacks represent his emotional fluctuations. Oh! Katakuri, I heard about your speed before, but now I see that you are really slippery. How about it? Do you want to come to my side? I promise that the status you can obtain will not be inferior to that of Linlin, and you don't have to listen to Linlin's instructions. Think about it. Katakuri. As Akainu violently attacked Jinmu, Kaido also had the leisure to recruit Katakuri around him. He was not angry about Katakuri staying by his side and using him as a meat shield. On the contrary, he was very surprised by the speed shown by Katakuri. At the same time, there was always a sense of disharmony when observing him closely. Chapter 529 Kaido's power expands, surprising female knight. I refuse. Kaido of beasts, if you want to recruit me, go and tell your mother. Katakuri's plain words made Kaido's dragon mouth slightly crooked. Oh. What a cold guy, maybe Jin will have a common language with you. However, there is no need to rush to refuse such a thing. When Lingling also submits to me in the future, then. At this time, Kaido's face was smiling again. This time, his power grew very rapidly, because not only did he obtain the Azure Dragon Fruit, and his big boss Sig also obtained a mythical beast fruit, which seemed to be called the Eight-Armed Power Ape. Not only Sig, but also Hughes of his Andre Pirates obtained the mythical beast fruit Golden Toad. The potential of the mythical beast fruit is enough for them to become two absolute warriors. As for whether he can suppress them, Kaido is still quite confident. The foundation of those two guys is much weaker than his. Even if they eat the mythical beast fruit, their combat power is at most at the level of 3-star gem hunters. Even Hughes probably can't reach it yet. Kaido still has the confidence to suppress these two guys. So, with the great increase in the strength of the beast's pirates, Kaido has the idea of annexing the Big Mom pirates. He believes that Linlin will definitely be happy to see the new Rocks pirates resurrected, probably. As for her wish, at most she can help a little later. Looking at Kaido's huge eyes that seem to be calculating something, Katakuri also has a little worry in his heart. But now his top priority is the Golden Crow in front of him. This time, the reason why Katakuri took the initiative to come and fight against the Golden Crow with others. There is actually a reason. When exploring the Fantasy Beast Island before, Big Mom called. She asked Katakuri to get her the God Slayer or the mythical beast fruit, but it was a pity that those two things were very difficult to obtain. In addition to strength, you also need luck and you need to meet them. Katakuri also needs to protect his family who came with him this time. It is naturally impossible for him to look for them alone. In the end, Katakuri only got a void binding crystal. Now Big Mom has a new order, which is to seal a powerful mythical beast and bring it back for her to use. And the goal is now clear. It is the Sun Golden Crow in front of Katakuri, the strongest mythical beast certified by the Eight-Headed God. Big Mom was salivating when watching the live broadcast. However, it is hard to say whether this goal can be achieved. The first condition for using the void binding crystal is that the mythical beast is in a state where he cannot resist. So Katakuri needs to defeat Sun Golden Crow together with others. This is a very difficult goal. Katakuri does not have much hope. He came out just to appease Big Mom's sensitive heart. Gurgle. Gurgle. Countless rice cakes turned into strips with a strong-armed color domineering aura and bound Golden Crow. And Kaido also used countless trees to surround Sun Golden Crow. In addition to their attack again, Kizaru also used Yasakani Megatama to restrain Golden Crow. Among the attackers, Kizaru was the most leisurely. The reason why he came here was just because of Akainu. Of course, the most important thing is that there is not much danger to his life, because of the special nature of the Phoenix. The flames of Golden Crow are not a big threat to him. At least at this stage, if he really feels dangerous, Kizaru will be the first to run away. Boom! Faced with multiple attacks, Sun Golden Crow did not indulge them. The golden flames were condensing, and a sun only a few meters in size began to shine and exploded around, forming a torrent of flames. The original high temperature of only a few thousand degrees was directly explosively raised to a temperature of more than 100,000 degrees. Things that attacked it were annihilated. And the torrent of flames also swept towards everyone. Although the temperature gradually decreased as it moved forward, it was still more violent than the previous attack. During this process, the scorching shock wave was also sweeping around. The area of hundreds of meters seemed to be in a furnace. Feeling the increase in temperature, Kizaru was directly shocked. Yasakani no Megatama. Countless golden fire-like light bullets bombarded the torrent of flames that swept around, like golden raindrops. Boom! It only exploded with sparks, and there was no movement. Of course, the explosion also slightly delayed the torrent that swept towards them. Everyone also had enough time to retreat. Hey, hey, hey! It's really scary. If you get hit by that move just now, you'll lose a layer of skin. Looking at the ground in front of him being evaporated by the flames and a large area of steaming magma emerging, Kizaru, who had already retreated a certain distance, just curled his lips. Kizaru now eats the phoenix fruit that can be revived in flames. But even so, the move of Jinwu just now is quite dangerous for him. He has not yet exerted the potential of the phoenix, and facing the move of Sun Jinwu just now is still too dangerous. Sakazuki, why don't we retreat? There is no benefit in fighting like this. Kizaru's words made Akainu's face a little gloomy, and he still didn't want to leave. It is precisely because it is dangerous here that he has to stay here. Only in this way can he stimulate the power of the God-annihilating tool to the fastest extent. Under the huge survival crisis, he and the God-annihilating tool can achieve a higher resonance, thereby unlocking a more powerful power. This is what Purgatory told him. There is no doubt. Akainu is now dissatisfied with his current strength. He still wants to improve his strength. Even, get the last treasure. Looking at Akainu with a determined face, Kizaru shrugged his shoulders directly. He has made up his mind and just stays away. It's not that he doesn't have loyalty, it's just that he tried his best, he doesn't want to be the phoenix that was burned to death. While the team here was still hesitating whether to fight again. On the other side, a figure wearing a knight's armor walked towards here. This figure also attracted the attention of many people. Because this guy was completely covered by armor and helmet. He has always been on the ship of the Holy Hunting Organization Shenji, and later he has been following the Holy Wing's Hwakyun Liu Nyanazai. Obviously he is also a member of the Holy Wing, and of course he may be a person from the Kingdom of Miracles. In short, this knight seems to have a high status. Of course, this is not the most noteworthy thing. Before, the Holy Wing side took the lead in obtaining the fantasy beast fruit of Tianma. And many viewers who watched the live broadcast clearly saw that the fruit was handed over to this knight, and then disappeared. I don't know where it was put. This is why this knight has become the focus. There is a fantasy beast fruit but he didn't eat it. Many people covet the fantasy beast fruit. After that, this knight's performance was even more peculiar. The unicorns on the fantasy beast island that looked like the legend followed this knight. Many people inferred from this that this was a female knight. Otherwise it would not make sense. Anyway, with these examples, this person obviously received a lot of attention. Now she is heading directly towards the Golden Crow. It is even more surprising. Is this female knight so powerful? She actually dared to face that terrible fantasy beast. Chapter 530 The Yamata Viper that was beaten as a mole, the original root mode. Under the attention of the live broadcast and many players on the scene, the female knight came to the magma ground in front of the Sun Golden Crow and stopped. At this time, she drew the sword at her waist and aimed at the Golden Crow. Your Highness! On the other side, Nanako, who was fighting with the guardian fantasy beast Yamata Viper, also discovered the female knight heading towards the Sun Golden Crow. She was a little worried when she saw this scene. How could Hina let His Highness fight the Sun Crow? Although Nanako felt somewhat resentful. But she also knew that Hina could not persuade His Highness at all, and she did not have the strength to stop His Highness. After all, she was not sure of His Highness's strength. Tear. When Nanako was distracted, the Yamata Viper also controlled countless purple poisonous smoke with green light to flood Nanako. Where it passed, no grass grew. Even the soil and rocks were eroded and made a corrosion sound and then disappeared. A layer of soil seemed to be scraped away. The remaining soil was also a strange purple color, which was very poisonous at first glance. Faced with such an attack, Nanako lost the opportunity and was preparing to defend first. The sky seemed to be cloudy and clear. A sun suddenly appeared there, and it sprinkled the sun. The poisonous smoke that rushed towards Nanako collided directly with the sun, making a strange sound of crackling. Then the two cancelled out. Seeing this scene, the Yaki snake wanted to curse. Why is it so difficult here? It's okay to be beaten by a group of people, but the key is that there are two so strong that they can even restrain it. Under normal conditions, it can only be suppressed by them. Isn't this bullying the honest snake? At this time, the Yaki snake envied the Sun Golden Crow and the Hades dragon. One directly beat up a group of children, and the other just fought a demon apostle alone, a health-preserving style. Only it was beaten like a mole, which was too much. In fact, as one of the three guardian mythical beasts, the Yaki snake is not so unbearable. After all, it is a joint masterpiece of wood Orochimaru and poison Orochimaru. Using the power of life to stimulate the poison attribute, its poison directly restrains life itself. The threat to life is very great, which is an unbearable burden for life. At least it has the name of Yaki, so it still has a face. The strength is naturally very strong. It's just that the strength of the two parties it faces now cannot be underestimated. One side is Hwakyun Liu Nanako, whose ability is light and heat, which can restrain the poisonous fog of the 8 snakes to a certain extent. In addition, Nanako's own strength is also top-notch. In this case, even if it's one-on-one, Yamata no Orokai may not win. The other side is the Sun, Moon, and Star sisters of the Tarot Totem. Among them, the oldest sister of the Sun, Moon, and Star sisters is called Yang Nu by the world. Yang Nu's power also has a strong vitality. Her stand symbolizes the sun that brings vitality to the earth. If the poison of Yamata no Orokai is similar to Yin that can poison life, then Yang Nu's power is similar to Yang that can save life. The power of the two can be said to restrain each other, and the collision of power is likely to neutralize and offset. Silver Moon. The sun and the moon are circulating in the sky, and the white moonlight is sprinkled on Yamata no Orokai. Its eyes are directly absent-minded. This is the ability of Uinu, one of the 3 sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star, to confuse. This is the power that can bewitch the mind. As one of the first members to obtain the stand gem, Uinu's power is naturally not to be underestimated. The scale of power can reach the level of the middle level of the intermediate fantasy beast Fantasy King. If she wanted to become famous, it would be easy to get the title of demigod. So her attack was quite troublesome for Yaki Viper. She played a supporting role on the side, which made Yaki Viper's mentality explode. Flower Light Thousand Crossing. Seeing Yaki Viper's brief loss of consciousness, Nanako was not polite. The high power trick was directly released. Giant flowers began to bloom around, with wisps of golden light wrapped around. It looked like a dream. Light particles began to condense and explode in the buds. Boom! A stream of hot light penetrated the poisonous fog around Yaki Viper. Then it exploded on Yaki Viper's body. Some parts were blown out with a meaty smell, and some positions were even opened. The open stream of light flew from this side to the cliff at the end of the canyon. When approaching the cliff, a golden barrier appeared directly, blocking these golden streams. The Yamata Viper also woke up in pain. Looking at the light stream still attacking it, it quickly used poison mist to defend itself. The poison mist eroded the golden light. At the same time, it did not resist and dodged directly. Finally, it dealt with this trick in a mess. Voila voila! The missing flesh and blood on its body were recovering quickly. The Yamata Viper, which has the ability to live, naturally has no problem healing its own injuries. But the ability of that human is really troublesome. I really want to beat her to death. The Yamata Viper, full of resentment, stared at Yu-Nu with 8 heads and 16 green eyes. Ordinary people would be terrified by such a stare. But Yu-Nu is different. She is a black-haired woman who looks elegant and lazy. She is wearing a holy dress, with a black belt around her waist with a silver moon seal. At this time, she saw the Yamata Viper glaring at her, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. He showed an elegant smile, with a hint of mystery. Seeing this human smile, Yaki Venomous Snake was also furious. Is this mocking it? Before it was ready to attack, Yaki Venomous Snake suddenly felt a strong heat. Feeling this heat, it looked directly in the direction of Sun Golden Crow. How is it possible? That guy Jinwoo is actually serious. The original black appearance of Sun Golden Crow over there changed drastically. Its figure became more slender, and the color of its body changed from black to gold, looking very sacred. Strands of golden light and shadow fell from it and surrounded it, with a restrained terrible high temperature. So that the temperature around it was rising wildly. Seeing the posture of Sun Golden Crow, Yaki Venomous Snake was speechless. The original root mode is the name of this form. This mode can only be mastered when you reach the end of the Fantasy Beast and reach the level of the Upper Fantasy King. The principle is to return the Fantasy Beast particles collected by the Fantasy Beast Jade to the body to achieve the mode. To control this mode, you need super high control power. There is no hope before reaching the upper level of Fantasy King. As long as you can control this mode, the combat power of the Fantasy Beast will also be explosively improved. The reason why the Yaki Venomous Snake is speechless now. Because this mode is strong, but now they are in the process of connecting the barrier. Once the Sun Golden Crow mode is turned on, the barrier can't be connected to the Golden Crow at all. The connection is directly annihilated by the terrifying high temperature of the flame. This means that the burden of maintaining the barrier is directly transferred to it and the Hades Dragon. However, the focus of the Yaki Venomous Snake is not on the barrier. Because it is ready to moisten. Among the 3 guardian fantasy beasts, the original root mode of the Sun Golden Crow is the most terrifying. Now it is not far from the Sun Golden Crow, and it will be affected by accident. If it is affected under normal circumstances, it is possible to be killed instantly by accident. Chapter 531 The original source of the explosive jade, Madara's tragic defeat. Hoo. Seeing the Yamata serpent take the initiative to leave the place, the 3 sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star and Nanako did not stop it. Instead, they looked into the distance with a serious face. The hot shock wave was layers of heat swept over from there. There you can see a sun rising slowly. What a terrible high temperature. Nanako looked at the figure not far from Sun Golden Crow with a worried look. That female knight has an extraordinary identity. She is the daughter of the King of Miracles, that is, the Princess of the Kingdom of Miracles, and her name is Guanjiu. Although Guanjiu's identity is not public in the Kingdom of Miracles, but the 12 holy knights and some high-level officials know it. If it weren't for the King of Miracles' approval, Nanako would not be willing to bring her out this time. Now that she is facing such a terrifying fantasy beast, Nanako thinks it is her fault. The most urgent thing is to make up for it quickly. On the other side, in the central area, the battle between Aizen and Uchiha Madara also stopped. Although it was because of the changes in Sun Golden Crow, even if there were no changes, Uchiha Madara will also end. The reason is very simple. His last trump card has been used up. And after using it, it really hurt Aizen. But this also made Aizen evolve again. It is equivalent to going from Collapse 4 to Collapse 5. At this level, Aizen's power began to surge again. If we talk about the spiritual attribute, the main attribute of the Death God system, in fact, it is equivalent to going from SS level to SS level. Yes, it is still SS level. The attribute of SS level is a range, and there is a big gap between the same SS level. Aizen belongs to the spiritual attribute from the beginning of SS level to the limit of SS level. Aizen who has reached this attribute, he can already feel that the scale of his power is not much different from that of the senior in the central experimental area of Phantom Beast Island. However, now Aizen is not very happy. The Sun Crow in front of him brings him a lot of threat. Even though his power scale is much beyond the Sun Crow, the ability of this Phantom Beast is too terrible. That kind of high temperature is very difficult for him to face even now. From a glimpse of the leopard, it can be imagined that Orochimaru, who created this Phantom Beast, is only strong, not weak. Damn Madara, get ready to retreat. That guy Jinwoo is actually using the original root mode here. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll lose a layer of skin. At this time, the 9-tailed fox in front of Aizen saw the terrifying man in front of him staring at Jinwoo in the distance absent-mindedly. It was also ready to slip away. It had made up its mind that if Madara didn't leave, it would run away by itself. It had tried its best just now. It really couldn't do anything to the terrifying guy in front of it. It became even more terrifying after being hit by that move. What a hell! Just now, the 9-tailed fox cooperated with Uchiha Madara, and when Uchiha Madara continued to attack, its Phantom Beast power continued to penetrate and flow into the huge flame tornado that swept during the battle. Finally, when Madara attacked again, countless flame chains burst out from the flame tornado to block Aizen's actions. Finally, the reverse version of the original root mode, the original root explosive jade, was used. Originally, there were 3 steps in the original root mode. The first step was to condense Phantom Beast particles. The second step is to flow the condensed Fantasy Beast particles into the body. The third step is to move the Fantasy Beast particles flowing into the body in a specific direction. The Fantasy Beasts are directly stuck in the second step. It is easier said than done to flow the condensed Fantasy Beast particles into the body. Because the condensed Fantasy Beast particles are very violent and have unparalleled aggressiveness. To return these particles, it requires terrible control to control it to become gentle. And it requires terrible physical fitness to support this mode. These two can basically only be done at the level of the upper Fantasy King. However, the Fantasy Beast Jade of the Fantasy Beasts actually has another use. That is when condensing Fantasy Beast particles. What if an enemy enters the center of condensation? So, the reverse version of the original root mode, the original root Violent Jade was born. To put it simply, when the Fantasy Beast condenses the Fantasy Beast Jade, the enemy is directly located at the condensation center of the Fantasy Beast Jade. At this time, As long as the phantom beast no longer deliberately maintains the mildness of the phantom beast particles, but instead exerts its violent nature, then the enemy will be subjected to an extremely terrible attack. Before, when the Nine Tails was in the final battle with Uchiha Madara, it wanted to use this trick to deal with Uchiha Madara. However, this trick has two huge flaws. The first is that the enemy cannot escape and move. The second is that the enemy's power fluctuations cannot struggle too hard, otherwise the condensation of the Phantom Beast Jade will be greatly affected. The two shortcomings combined make this move a bit useless. When the Nine Tails wanted to use this move on Uchiha Madara, the signs were too obvious, and it kept trying to restrain Madara. But Madara was unwilling to stand still and let it hit him. In the end, it was not used. However, this abnormality of it also made Madara pay attention, and later in the communication, he also learned about the Nine Tails move. So, Madara was ready to use it directly on Aizen. And this time it was particularly smooth. Aizen was directly restrained, and his power there was no riot or struggle. It was as if he deliberately let the Nine Tail attack. So, under the attack of the Nine Tail, the original source of the explosive jade, under the high temperature of millions of degrees, Aizen's symbolic spiritual defense collapsed directly. Even Aizen almost died when he was directly bathed in such a high temperature. The strong pressure of survival made him evolve again. The evolved Aizen has won the final victory in this battle. The Nine Tail heard Madara's straightforward answer at this time. The ears couldn't believe what they heard. It thought that with this guy's personality, it must need its persuasion. I didn't expect it to be so straightforward this time. It's really not easy. While sighing at the Nine Tail, he took his own steps and left quickly. When the Nine Tail left, Aizen also looked over. Uchiha Madara stood on the head of the Nine Tail, looking down. The two looked at each other, as if 4.7 long time had passed. One was gentle, the other was arrogant. This time it was a proud defeat. Even though Madara was looking down on him, he knew clearly. He lost this time, and it was a miserable defeat. How could Madara not feel the carelessness and control of that guy? Such a failure was a shame for him. What happened in the Fantasy Beast Conference was no longer important to Madara. Or it was over the moment Madara failed. Next time, he will not be so weak again. This man will be defeated by him. With a wisp of obsession hovering in his heart, Madara disappeared from Aizen's sight with the Nine Tails. And Aizen continued to look at the Sun Crow. The reflective lenses could not see his eyes clearly. Only his slightly raised corners of his mouth proved that he was in a good mood. Chapter 532 The Dragon of the Underworld, the Sun Crow like the sun. On the other side of the competition canyon, a giant dragon with a body similar to the chaos color of the Western dragon was fighting a demon with a demon face wearing yellow clothes. It was the Hades dragon and the demon apostle Huang Yi. Before, Huang Yi was interested in the Hades dragon, which was obviously inclined to the spiritual realm among the three guardian mythical beasts. So, he ran over to fight the Hades dragon. Both sides chatted while fighting, which was very much like the legendary health-preserving fighting method. Huang Yi was interested in the Hades dragon. The Hades dragon was also interested in the demons. Because the final treasure was actually related to the demons. Of course, this was actually only a little related. More importantly, as a spiritual life form, the Hades dragon was a little closer to the demons. Unlike other mythical beasts, the Hades dragon was a mythical beast that could travel between the realm of life and death. Its origin came from Orochimaru's research on the spiritual realm. Orochimaru's old rival Hisoka was a strong man who focused on the spiritual realm. Therefore, in order to deal with Hisoka, Orochimaru naturally had to increase his exploration of the spiritual realm. So, in the continuous research, combined with Orochimaru's own ability Ryomen, the superior Phantom King Hades dragon was finally born. However, the Hades dragon was born. Because its attributes are obviously too different from other phantom beasts, the difference between life and death attributes is still relatively large. This has led to it having very few friends since its birth. The phantom beasts of the same family trembled in fear when faced with its pressure that penetrated deep into the soul. Other phantom beasts were deterred by its death breath. The Sun Golden Crow didn't mind. It was just that the Hades dragon felt uncomfortable staying next to it. It could clearly feel the hot nature of the Golden Crow, which was really hard for it to accept as it liked the shade. As for the poisonous mist of the Yamata Viper, the Hades dragon didn't like it. For the Hades dragon, reality is so cruel. Fortunately, it still has a little comfort, that is, to go to the underworld to see the souls who worship it. The feeling of being worshipped by a large group of dead people and called the Hades dragon god is really good for it. What a pity! There are the gods of death in charge there, and it is not sure of their strength. So it doesn't dare to stay too long every time. With such a rhythm of life, this time I met a demon apostle who can chat. The Hades dragon is still quite happy. Hey, hey, hey! What's the situation with that fantasy beast? It suddenly became so scary. It seems that this barrier is really hard to break. Brother Hades dragon, why don't you let it go? Hearing Huang Yi's face first with fear and then negotiating, the Hades dragon's face turned black. I'm not a male. That's Sister Hades dragon. I'm not a female either. Huang Yi was also exaggeratedly shocked when he heard this. Are you a unique demon in the New World? In the New World, there is a special demon pattern guild that is very famous. Even the demon apostles have heard of it. That is the demon pattern guild composed of demons, known as the demon paradise. This demonic mark guild is very evil. Of course, it's nothing, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. What is a demon? Looking at the puzzled look of the Hades dragon, Huang Yi held his forehead and began to explain. However, the Hades dragon didn't react. He said it was ready to retreat. The situation was urgent, and he didn't bother to talk to Huang Yi anymore. It had the same idea as the Yamata serpent, and was also ready to move away from this location. The bright and scorching breath of the golden crow made it very uncomfortable. It was better to run away quickly. As for the protection barrier, it was not mandatory, and they could retreat at any time. On this point, Orochimaru didn't ask for anything at all. It's just that the phantom beasts usually do their duty. But there was no way out in this situation. On the other side, the sun golden crow. At this time, a large area in front of it. It had turned into steaming magma. If it weren't for the fact that its heat was extremely concentrated in the golden light circle around it, it would be more than that. Opposite it, a female knight stood in the void. The bright silver armor on her body looked majestic, and the saber in her hand was more like a sword than a knife. The appearance is somewhat similar to the sword of the King of Miracles that can release light cannons. However, the hilt of this sword is all golden. The mirror-like sharp sword has golden lines. At this time, the female knight held the sword against the extremely sacred golden crow. It seemed to reproduce the scene of human heroes fighting against divine beasts in some popular comics. At this time, the sun golden crow did not dare to underestimate the female knight in front of it. Just now, when facing this guy in front of it, it directly used the big move Blazing Sun under normal conditions to test it. After all, it could feel that the guy in front of it was not inferior to it in terms of power scale. However, the test effect was not good. Even the human with the purgatory cage who wanted to forcefully come up to fight was seriously injured by the aftermath and flew away. But this guy was like nothing happened. Not only that, the backhand sword even made it feel defeated. That's right. The sun golden crow would choose to activate the original root mode. The guy in front of him was really strange. If he hadn't been paying attention, he might have lost without using his full strength. If that had happened, his reputation as the strongest fantasy beast would have been ruined, and the great god would have lost face. That's why Sun Golden Crow decisively used his full strength. At this time, the temperature spreading on his body was as high as 15 million degrees, directly reaching the core temperature of the sun. Even so, Sun Golden Crow still didn't think he was sure to win. It made Sun Golden Crow feel like he was facing a great enemy. The knight who seemed to be calm and unhurried. Under the knight's uniform, there was a beautiful blonde girl who looked like the King of Miracles. Her name was Guanjiu. She was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. After all, facing a terrifying fantasy beast that exuded the temperature of the sun. It was good that Guanjiu didn't turn around and run away. This time, the girl came to the fantasy beast conference. It was to prove that she had the ability to be independent and could do something for the Kingdom of Miracles. Of course, more importantly, to let her father know that she was a powerful daughter. However, looking at the terrifying guy in front of him, Guanjiu's hand holding the sword was still shaking a little. How terrible! Looking at the sharp and dazzling eyes of Sun Jinwu, Guanjiu under the helmet felt his heart trembling. The two sides were deadlocked for a while. Jinwu could not see the eyes under the helmet, but only felt that the other party's aura was fluctuating strongly. It can't be delayed any longer, otherwise the power will be wasted. But this guy is very strong and should not be underestimated. It must be successful with one strike. Sun Jinwu thought so. Golden flames began to condense on the edges of its wings, and the golden thread turned into a golden flame slash on the upper wing. Swish! The golden flame slash shot towards Guanjiu. With infinite heat, the surrounding area was turned upside down by the leap of this slash. Infinite hot shock waves were vented towards the surrounding area. The earth cracked and melted, and the magma rolled. Chapter 533 Time Stop and the Law of the Gods, Katakuri's True Ability. Come on, you can do it, this is the power my father gave me. When the Sun Golden Crow was preparing to attack, Guanjiu silently cheered herself up in her heart. When the Sun Golden Crow began to condense the attack, Guanjiu was also ready. I swear here that there is nothing in the world that I will not kill. Sun! Protect me with light. Horn of Victory! Bring me victory! 3 consecutive words. Her sword reverberated with infinite golden light and sharpness, and slashed directly at the Golden Crow. Guanjiu was born with 2 abilities, one is light and the other is victory. The power of light allows her to avoid high temperatures to the greatest extent, and it can also be used for attack. And the power of victory is just as the literal meaning, as long as the enemy takes action, she can win with absolute power that overwhelms the enemy's front line. In addition to these 2 abilities, the sword in her hand is called the Sword of Oath, which has the power to cut through everything. Of course, nothing is absolute, but it cannot be denied. The several powers of Guanjiu all have extremely high weights, among which the power of victory has the highest weight. Now that several powers are erupting at the same time, with the power of victory as the core, the power cannot be underestimated. Even the Sun Jinwu opposite Guanjiu felt that the word danger was hanging on his head. Because now the golden flame of Jinwu was directly cut off, the blade pointed directly at it on his body. Fortunately, Jinwu still had some strength left. It didn't really burst out with the maximum output. Otherwise, it would be difficult to turn over under the pressure of the power of victory. At a critical moment, when Sun Jinwu was ready to burst out with stronger power to deal with Guanjiu, smash Verido! Time stopped. The surging magma, countless shock waves, and floating smoke and dust all seemed to be frozen in amber. What is this? At this time, Guanjiu felt her body slow down. It felt like being in the water. Her sword was still moving forward, but she saw the motionless figure of Sun Jinwu on the opposite side. Guanjiu forcibly diverted the attack and directly attacked along the sky. In an instant, a black line broke directly in the sky, but it also stopped after the break. Guanjiu ignored the strange phenomenon in the sky and focused on the surroundings. Looking at the frozen time and space around her, Guanjiu was thoughtful. Has time stopped? She was not unfamiliar with the power of time stopping. The most common time was when she went to the ever-frozen canyon to play with Bai Bing. That guy always used the power of freezing time and space at will to tease her, and even used it to cheat in games. If she hadn't been able to react, she wouldn't want to play games with her. After silently complaining about Bai Bing in her heart, Guanjiu carefully felt this frozen world. This feeling was different from when she was trapped by Bai Bing's frozen time and space before. If it was that type, the guy in front of her with such a high temperature would definitely be able to move. So, is this the power of the Dark Curtain King that is rumored on the sea? She turned her head to the center of the competition canyon. There, the golden spherical chains were breaking one by one. A figure was floating in the air with his hands folded on his chest, and at the same time, a golden figure in front of him was constantly pulling the seal in the center. It was the Dark Curtain Tarot Totem King Jitlin and his stand-in world. Now Jitlin is working hard to attack the seal. Before, because the Sun Crow activated the original root mode. As a result, the Yamata Viper and the Hades Dragon ran out of the node connected to the central barrier one after another. In addition, the link on the Sun Crow was also annihilated by the flames. This made the central seal of the final treasure in the competition canyon directly unlocked. All the golden chains are breaking one by one. Originally, it would only take a little time for it to break. But Jitlin, who was waiting on the side, couldn't wait that long. Because he was a little close to the Sun Crow. This area was already surrounded by magma, and the other members ran away but he stayed. In this case, it was really hard for him to wait. If he continued to wait, if there was any more trouble over there, it would be difficult for him to easily get the treasure. But he always remembered the teachings of the Father God, and time stop should not be used too much. This world has gods, and this time stop that affects the world. It is bound to attract the attention of the gods. It doesn't matter if it disrupts the time order of this world. The most important thing is that it would be uncomfortable if any god was upset and troubled him. While Jitlin was quickly breaking those fragile chains. On the Sky Island not far from the Fantasy Beast Island, Orochimaru sat quietly on the throne and looked at the scene of the competition canyon with a teasing look on his face. The reason why Orochimaru can act now is also very simple. The essence of Jitlin's time stop is to disturb the order of time and space with the law of time. Such anomalies, Orochimaru can naturally detect. The higher the level of life, the closer to the essence of law. The closer to law, the more you can perceive more things and the inharmonious anomalies, and you can also be immune to certain anomalies. Now the gods who are worshipped as gods in this world. They can ignore this degree of time stop by being close to the essence of law. They can even explore the source of the abnormal fluctuations in time and space. This means that if the person who disturbs time is not far from the gods, they will be caught red-handed, which is very embarrassing. Fortunately, Dio and the gods had informed Jitlin of his time stop. At the same time, Jitlin was also limited in the number of time stops. If anyone is really unhappy, they can find Di to practice. This is Dio's promise or provocation. For this, in the subspace battlefield opened up by someone, Dio was beaten up by Ryomen Sukuna. But he is still fearless. Anyway, if he can't be killed, just do it. Didn't expect Hisoka to come up with this ability quietly. Interesting, it seems that I should take this person to study. At this time, Orochimaru looked at a figure in the competition canyon. In the area far away from the center of the competition canyon, Katakuri was moving. Time was flowing on his body to offset the confinement brought by the time stop. This is Katakuri's real ability, time acceleration. Although he is considered to have a super speed ability by the world. But Katakuri's essence is not a speed type ability, but a time type acceleration ability. This is exactly an ability that he was inspired to form from Hisoka. Now Katakuri seeing the time stop scene around him, his first reaction was not to compete with Jitlin for the final treasure. Katakuri is very wise. To be honest, even if he went over, Katakuri would not be able to beat him. Although he can move with the ability to accelerate time, Katakuri's situation is like a blank slate. Now his hard power after removing the time ability is only at the level of a 1-star gem hunter. If he really goes up, he will probably be killed in a few seconds by Jitlin's stand. The stand that has a combat power proportional to the spiritual attribute does have this ability. Especially Jitlin's stand is the top in all aspects among the same level stands. So, at this time, Katakuri set his sights on the fantasy beast at the edge of the canyon. He has not forgotten to find a favorite fantasy beast for Big Mom. Katakuri tightly grasped the air-binding crystal in his hand and came to the front of the Hades dragon. The temperature over there was too high for him to get close, and the female knight over there could actually move. So he didn't plan to arrest him at all. As for the Yamata Viper, there was poisonous fog all around, and he felt that he couldn't get close to it. So, he could only choose the head of the Hades dragon. Feeling the palpitating breath of death in front of him, Katakuri began to seal. Chapter 534 The Void Ruler and the Black Death Dragon King, The Evolutionary Law of Aizen. What is that guy going to do? On the open-air top floor of the Red Attic not far from the Hades dragon. Several pairs of eyes looked over here curiously. It was the Sun, Moon, and Star Sisters. The reason why they can move now in the state of time stop. There are also special circumstances. The youngest sister of the Sun, Moon, and Star Sisters is codenamed Sing Sing, and nicknamed Xingnu on the Sea. Her stand ability, Sing Sing, means hope. And this so-called hope shows a comeback, or the past. So, her stand ability is to go back in time. Of course, the scope is limited. It is basically only used on individuals. Using too many people will consume too much. Now Jitlin is stopping time, and her ability is also activated. Turn herself and her two sisters into illusions of the past. The logic is that you stop the present time, what does my past have to do with it? So, now their state is in a past state. They cannot exert influence on the outside, and the outside cannot influence them. This is a use of the Star Girl's substitute ability. Of course, it is still time limited. However, compared with the time Jitlin is stopping now, she can still hold on. Except for the Star Girl. There are several people who can start to move in this competitive canyon. Two of them are the two princesses who came here from the Chaos Realm, the Domination Princess Ankalia and the Death-Tide Princess Zikan. The beasts they hold are located in the beast time and space controlled by the Chaos Goddess. That space and time is not affected by the time stop. When they came to the Fantasy Beast Conference, they greeted their own beasts. When there was something unusual, they would be automatically teleported here. Now, accompanied by 2 teleportation arrays. A human-shaped dark blue energy body that emitted arc-shaped energy light to the void end. A slender western dragon with dark and dense scales appeared from the 2 arrays at the same time. They were the beasts that dominated the princess, the Void Dominator. And the beast of the Death-Tide Princess, the Black Death Dragon King. As soon as these 2 beasts appeared, they lifted the time-stop state of the 2 princesses with the help of the contract. As the beasts given to the princess by the Goddess of Chaos. To a certain extent, they can resist this time-space anomaly with the help of the connection with the beast's time and space, as long as they can sense it. And the Void Dominator, its power itself is close to time and space. Although it does not have the ability of time and space, it can sense the anomaly of time and space. In this way, it is easier to resist time stop. The 2 princesses were thus freed. Although the movement is still slower than usual, it is finally possible to move. Is this the world where time stops? Seeing everyone stop, this feeling is really good. It's a bit similar to your Void Domination, Ankalia. The Death-Tide Princess Xi Cheng casually flicked her beige hair and said with interest. This is the first time they have prepared to deal with time stop like this. Although Zios time stop is famous in the sea. But few people can feel it. No preparation in advance. Maybe he has used it before without feeling it. This is the first time Xi Cheng has seen the world stopped by time. It is a bit similar to a move she has seen from the Void Dominator. Maybe the principle is different, but it is somewhat similar visually. Hearing Xi Cheng's words, Ankalia did not respond, but looked at the substitute in the center area who was fighting the Golden Sphere Ola. That guy wants to eat alone, it's too much. Zaiju, hurry up and take care of him. The Black Death Dragon King rolled his eyes at Xi Cheng's orders. 100 altars. Why don't you go grab it? So, will you give it to me? Ha ha ha, I won't give it to you. At most 50, otherwise you can just watch the show here. Okay, I'll make you hungry when I get back. Soon, the 2 sides finished their negotiations. The Black Death Dragon King was ready to join the battlefield with a roar. On the other side, Baiki, known as the 1002 Dao, was in another attic at this time. His eyes were full of fear, his eyeballs were rolling around, but his body was unable to move. In his body or soul, a ray of golden light was stubbornly supporting his consciousness to avoid time stop. This is the essence of the stand fool. It's just that it has not fully grown and can do this to the extent it has now. No more. Therefore, Buggy could only look at the stilled time and space in front of him. It felt like he was seeing a ghost but was being paralyzed by it. Except Buggy. Aizen was in the air not far from the center. His eyes also slowly became smart. Now his consciousness was immersed in the collision and adaptation of a certain law. The power of the Hogyaku can be said to be a power based on evolution, and the law called evolution is very unreasonable. Now it is in the anomaly of time and space. Aizen, who can fully control the power of the Hogyaku, gradually gains time under the erosion of the anomaly of time and space. Space resistance. This is the result of evolution constantly adapting to abnormal time and space. First the eyes, then the expression, then the neck and limbs. Soon, Aizen regained all his senses. While regaining his senses, he also achieved certain results in resistance to time and space. Perhaps, as long as he experiences more of this kind of time and space anomaly, he will gradually become immune to this anomaly, and finally achieve the result of ignoring time stop. This is the terribleness of evolution. Of course, evolution is strong, but it also has limitations. Because evolution is difficult to evolve evolution itself. It's a bit confusing, but it's easier to understand if explained in terms of law. The number of evolutionary laws contained in the Hogyaku itself is fixed, and it's difficult to increase the number of evolutionary laws. Otherwise, just step on your right foot with your left foot and spiral directly into the universe. Currently, Aizen's evolution can only expand his comprehension of other laws. The comprehension limit of other laws is limited by the limit of the evolutionary law itself. Of course, it doesn't mean that the evolutionary law can't be improved, it's just very difficult. It depends on the accumulation of natural time. Is this time stop? It's really a good power. Perhaps, the time-forbidden technique of Soul Society can be learned. Aizen looked at the stand attacking the golden sphere not far away, and his mouth corners slightly raised. In the current Soul Society, there are also time-space related ghost arts. And they are all forbidden techniques. Only the vice-captain, the captain, and some other high-ranking officials of the highest institutions in Soul Society know the existence of this forbidden technique. At the same time, only the captain and the ghost god are qualified to learn it. As the captain of the 5th division, Aizen is naturally qualified to learn it. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Now Aizen is more interested in the seal that is breaking in the center. What is the so-called ultimate treasure that can rival the power of gods? Aizen is very interested in this. In the center of the canyon, Jitlin watched as the chains of the golden sphere were almost completely broken by his substitute, but his face was not too excited. Because he didn't know when he stopped. He found that many people had the ability to move in the world of time stop. Those guys were not simple. Now they were all staring at him, probably waiting for the seal to break and give him a thunderbolt. He had to guard against this. But he had to bite the bullet and open the treasure. Chapter 535 The Hades Dragon exploded, and the final treasure was revealed. Roar! When the golden sphere was about to be shattered by Jitlin's stand, Katakuri's side, a figure shot past the Hades dragon, and a lot of blood like blood jade was spit out in the air. This figure was Katakuri. At this time, the void-binding crystal in his hand had disappeared, or it was gone. When he sealed the Hades dragon just now, the activation of the void-binding crystal caused the flow and solidification of time and space to collide. The Hades dragon's own law is biased towards the soul and time and space domains. These two domains are very sensitive to time and space. This wave of time flow collision directly woke it up. When I came to my senses, I found that I was twisting and gradually sealed into the void-binding crystal. This experience is like being with others were chatting and talking nonsense. The next second, he was pushed into a coffin as if he were dead. Such an experience directly made the Hades dragon explode. So, it was natural. The power of the phantom beast in its body exploded directly, and the precious void-binding crystal was directly blown into slag. Under the condition that the seal had not been completed, the void-binding crystal itself was not indestructible. Along with the explosion, it also rewarded Katakuri with a claw. If it weren't for Orochimaru's sudden voice transmission, Katakuri might have been buried by its dragon breath. For the changes on Katakuri's side, Jitlin in the center didn't care. He was more concerned about the treasure in front of him now. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by a sound of breaking. The golden sphere in front of him broke, revealing the true appearance inside. A golden scepter as tall as a person came into view. Black lines like snakes interweave from the tail of the scepter to the entire scepter. The head of the scepter is like a small crown with 8 corners. Around the head of the gorgeous scepter, there are 8 spheres about 10 centimeters in size, 4 black and 4 white. Is this the last treasure? A scepter. It looks good. Looking at the scepter in front of him, Jitlin sighed in his heart. He stepped forward and stretched out his hand to take down the suspended scepter. Roar! A huge roar came with the dark tide of death. The Black Death Dragon King controlled the tide of death and directly submerged Jitlin. Ola! 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 Facing the endless tide of death, Jitlin's substitute took the lead. Go up to Ola to block the tide. What annoying guys! Jitlin looked at the surrounding tide of death and did not forcefully take down the scepter. Because in addition to the threat of the Black Death Dragon King, Aizen not far away was also looking at him with a smile. There was also the terrifying female knight of the Land of Miracles and others staring at him. It was too stressful to take it by force. It seemed that he could only wait for the right time. Jitlin silently calculated in his heart that he could still use time stop again. Wait for these guys to stalemate first, and then stop time at the right time. He also noticed that these guys were not without influence. As long as they were used properly, there was still a chance. Just don't know if the scepter in front of him can be used. To be honest, Jitlin didn't know if he had a perception error or what. The scepter in front of him looked good. But he didn't feel any shocking power fluctuations, it could only be said to be mediocre. What exactly was going on, he didn't know. It can only be attributed to his perception problem. Ho ho ho. Time began to flow again, and Jitlin's time stop was 1 minute at present. Generally speaking, 1 minute of time with the power and speed of his stand was enough to determine the situation. Just Now there are so many guys who can stop and move in time. This makes him a little embarrassed. Boom. As time flows, a huge roar came from the sky. Many players on the scene don't know what happened. They just watched a huge crack in the sky spreading. After a while, a narrow gap appeared in the sky, which looked like a scar on the sky. What is that? The sky is broken, such a long crack. Many players were shocked. It's not that they haven't seen the sky cracking. The collision between powerful overlords with domineering color domineering has the scene of the sky cracking. But that scene is actually limited to a certain area. Like what they saw now, the scene where the sky in front of the female knight is broken is rare. So strong. That knight's swordsmanship must be of the highest level. Some swordsmen on the scene looked at the light jade in front of the sun golden crow with burning eyes. Since Guanjihu's previous move was very fast, they couldn't see it clearly. Please give me flowers. So these people had no sense of time stopping, and just thought that Guanjihu's speed was too fast to see clearly. They didn't pay attention to other things, but looked at the crack in the sky obsessively. The Kendo Association divided the 12 grades of Kendo, and the 10th grade was already the standard of a great swordsman. Most of these great swordsmen were strong people who could create their own Kendo schools. As for the 11th grade of great swordsmen, there were only a handful of them. They could do the terrible feat of cutting off a mountain and breaking off an island with one blow. As for the stronger 12th grade great swordsmen, they were even more terrible. Once, the Kendo Association used connections and rewards to invite the swordsmen of the Sister Sword Club to set the standard for the 12th grade of Kendo. So, she set the standard to be able to cut off a 1,000-meter high mountain 50 kilometers away. This standard makes people feel scalp tingling. However, no one objected to her casually cutting off a mountain over 3,000 meters high on the deserted island selected by the Kendo Association. With the current scene in the sky, no one would doubt the female knight's Kendo attainments. While everyone was looking at the scene in the sky in shock, Morgans had already sensitively noticed that something was wrong at the scene. I don't know when. The two very eye-catching beasts that suddenly appeared and the golden ball seal slowly broke and instantly revealed. Looking at the king of time Jitlin not far from the final treasure, Morgans was thoughtful. But he didn't talk too much. To be honest, he didn't dare to offend Jitlin, who could stop time. For Morgans, the ability to stop time was too terrifying and creepy. There was no ability to resist at all. If Jitlin hated him for talking too much, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. So he set his sights on the final treasure. Now this is the key point. Oh dear audience and contestants, finally, the final prize of our Fantasy Beast conference has begun to be announced. Morgans picked up the microphone and shouted passionately. It was because of his position that he could isolate the residual heat emitted by the sun golden crow, otherwise he would not have such great energy and spirit. Then, let me, Big News Morgans, introduce it to you. This final prize. With Morgan's loud voice, the audience and the players were attracted to the center of the competition canyon. Looking at the scepter floating with a faint golden halo, many people's eyes were full of passion. Chapter 536, The Deputy of Jinwu, the Winter Raven, the strongest god-killing tool, returns to the nest. While Morgans was attracting everyone's attention, the Sun Jinwu also began to cancel the original root mode. Because the voice of the great god was echoing in its ears, it immediately restrained its high temperature after hearing the order. To be honest, this order came in time, which made it relieved. Fighting with a human in front of it, the pressure on the Sun Jinwu was really great. Winning was no good, and losing was embarrassing. Now it was just right, and it could fish steadily. Guanjihu saw the golden halo emitted by the Jinwu in front of him dissipate, and the feathers turned back to black. The temperature around was also dropping rapidly. But the speed of the drop was very abnormal. After a while, the ground around, which had turned into magma, cooled rapidly and even slowly froze. That was the golden crow absorbing the temperature from the surrounding area in the opposite direction. As the painstaking work of Orochimaru. Orochimaru has devoted a lot of effort to all aspects of the sun golden crow. Among them, the endurance of the sun golden crow is very important. The explosive power of the sun golden crow is great, the temperature is high, and the combat power is strong. But the consumption is also very terrifying. So how to reduce consumption or quickly restore strength? The final answer is as it is now presented. Absorb heat from all things, so that the heat enters the body of the golden crow and quickly transforms it into the power of the phantom beast that can be used. This process is actually a state of rest and recovery for the Sun Golden Crow. However, the result for the outside world is also very terrible. The temperature will be transferred, generally from high temperature to low temperature. But when it comes to the Sun Golden Crow, it is the opposite. The temperature in its body is the highest, but it continuously absorbs heat from everything. This creates a terrible scene, that is, everything is cooling down, and then even freezing. The reason is simply that the Sun Crow is recovering its own energy. This practice of taking away the heat of everything makes the Sun Crow, in addition to the name of the Sun Crow. Orochimaru also gave it another name, the Winter Crow. The Winter Crow that takes away the heat of everything and brings sleep, tranquility and death to everything. This is the deputy job of the Sun Crow. Speaking of which, Orochimaru's inspiration for taking away heat came from the Ice and Flame Queen of the Sister Sword Society on the sea. The surroundings are ice and snow, but the sword in his hand is a scorching sword. This is exactly the ability that the Ice and Flame Queen once used. The special situation made Orochimaru pay more attention, and he found inspiration from it. It's so cold. What is this guy doing? The light jade not far from the Sun Crow felt the temperature dropping rapidly. Born with the ability of light, she is not really interested in this kind of low-temperature environment. This kind of low temperature reminds Guanjiu of the time when she went to the Everfreeze Canyon. It always makes people sleepy. If Bai Bing was not a home girl, she would never come out. She felt so pitiful that she rushed to see her out of mercy. She didn't expect that she didn't appreciate it. It's okay to call herself a sister, but she always used the name of a sister to pressure her. She even asked her to play a maid. It's so annoying. I'm fighting outside, and that guy is probably playing games now. Home girl. Big home girl. So, why does dad see Bai Bing more often than her? What's the trick here? Guanjiu felt the low temperature around her, and her mind was full of thoughts. Finally, she came to the conclusion that she still had to go over to learn. The Sun Jinwu didn't know that the girl in front of it was just a low temperature, so she thought so much at once. It just absorbed the temperature to the freezing point and stopped. Although the recovery was not too much, it was still considerable. Now its attention is also on the motionless light jade in front of it. Why is the big bird explaining the treasure, but the human in front of it is still staring at it? Is it not interested in the treasure? Or does it want to sneak attack it? The Golden Crow began to fill in the blanks. Since it was born, it has received a lot of information that humans are cunning and evil, and only humans with the power of fantasy beasts can be trusted. This is the information transmission of the Yaki cult, which is called brainwashing. For this reason, they also specially hired some reporters who are good at comics to make up stories for them. The theme of the story is that many humans are bad people, and only the Fantasy Beast Protection Organization based on the Yaki cult is reliable. The fantasy beasts like to read it because it has a story. Of course, the fantasy beasts are very smart and will not be fooled. However, the Sun Golden Crow was born not long ago, just over 2 months ago. At present, it still believes in that kind of argument. Its body began to tense up to guard against the human in armor in front of it. For a while, both sides stared at each other. As Guanjiu and Jinwu looked at each other, Morgans had already started a series of explanations. Oh, look! The final reward is this dazzling light, this staff that is as bright as gold, and this sharp and angular design that makes people tremble. This angularity is very sharp, asshole. Morgans, this guy it's poisonous. It's fine if you brag, but you even start talking nonsense. Are you out of your mind? Speak faster. I'm so anxious. At this time, many viewers watching the live broadcast and players waiting eagerly. Many of them have beautiful fragrances in their hearts and want to greet Morgans. This scepter that looks so gorgeous and noble. It is the most precious and strongest god-annihilating tool of our Fantasy Beast Conference, the Fantasy Demon returns. Perhaps because he felt too much resentment, Morgans's mouth was much more swift this time. According to the information, it is a god-annihilating tool made with the Mother Nest Dragon, one of the 5 major disasters of gluttony in the world, as the core. Yes, it is the highest masterpiece of the Yaki Great God. As Morgans shouted excitedly. The 2 demon apostles at the edge of the competition canyon were all moved. Zhu Rong's eyes widened, while Huang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. As the 2 apostles were thinking, Morgans continued his introduction. According to the information I have, when the god-destroying tool Phantom Demon returns to fully exert its full power, that power can even rival the gods. This is certified by the Yaki great god himself. I believe that the players who are fortunate enough to obtain and experience the power of the god-destroying tool this time will not refute it. Hearing Morgan say this, almost everyone at the scene looked at the god-destroying tool in the center of the canyon with enthusiasm. Especially those players who obtained the god-destroying tool. 1.3 Many of them have personally experienced the benefits of the god-destroying tool. Just the initial use can burst out with terrible power. The power of the full explosion must be even more terrible, and this god-destroying tool that is certified to be comparable to the gods is naturally coveted. But when everyone's eyes were enthusiastic, Morgan's turned his eyes and made a reversal. This most powerful god-killing tool needs some conditions to exert its strongest power. Morgan's somewhat mysterious words directly made people feel uncomfortable. What he said next also verified everyone's guess. You can see 8 gem-like spheres tightly surrounding the head of the power. 4 black jades and 4 white jades. This is the key to the full power of the god-killing tool, the Phantom Demon Homecoming. As Morgan stretched out his voice, people's hearts seemed to be tickled by a cat. Chapter 537 Instructions for using the Phantom Demon Homecoming, please don't hurt the harmony. At this time, Morgan's talked about the key point, took out a water bottle from his body and drank the water. Then he continued in the resentful eyes of the live audience. These 8 gems, they all have the function of sealing. At this point, Morgan's no longer kept it a secret. Each of the 4 black jades can seal a pure demon, and each white jade can seal a purebred fantasy beast. It is worth noting. The pure demon sealed by the black jade is preferably a gluttonous pure demon, and the sealed attributes must be one each of wind, earth, water, and fire. The same is true for white jade, and the sealed attributes are the same. The sealed fantasy beast attributes must have one each of wind, earth, water, and fire. It is sealed like this because the power of this god-destroying tool relies largely on the fusion of these 4 elements, so you must be careful when sealing. Of course, if you seal it wrong, you can actually release it and seal it again. Hearing Morgan say this, many people feel something is wrong. So this god-destroying tool is still in an unfinished state? Does 22 still need to find pure demons and fantasy beasts to seal? The next second, Morgan's also confirmed everyone's guess. I believe everyone has guessed it. Yes, this god-killing tool is still in brand new condition, waiting for its owner to take it to kill people. When these words came out, people were speechless. Do you think that saying it is brand new can change the fact that it is incomplete? Morgan's is fooling around. I believe everyone is looking forward to the time when it is actually used. But here is still one thing to pay attention to. Looking at Morgan's annoying expression, the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but want to go in and stab him. So, what are the restrictions? Say it all at once. That is, the pure magic beast sealed by the 8 gems should be at the same level. In addition, the level of the seal should be at least the lower Demon King level. The highest level that can be sealed is the intermediate Demon King level. But if this level of pure magic beast is sealed, then the other gems should also be intermediate Demon Kings. Otherwise, the power of the god-destroying tool will be affected by the imbalance. And the intermediate Demon King level sealed should not exceed the core of the Mother Nest Dragon in the core of the god-destroying tool. The Mother Nest Dragon, under the careful cultivation of the 8-headed god, also has the level of an intermediate Demon King, but its energy level is only around the middle level. So, don't exceed the middle level of the intermediate Demon King level. Otherwise, the core is prone to overload, resulting in a decrease in power. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Morgan said a lot in one breath. Then he looked very satisfied. It seemed like he hadn't finished yet. These are the precautions. I hope everyone can remember them. These are the precautions you mentioned. Although many people have complaints, Morgan's takes it for granted. Because his words can be summed up in 2 words, balance. If you expand it. That is, the seal level ranges between the lower Demon King and the middle Demon King, and the seal level should be at the same level as much as possible. So he thinks there is nothing wrong with it. However, what people are entangled with now is not Morgan's cumbersome language, but the gluttonous Demon Kings in this world currently appearing in the world. None of them really conforms to the earth, wind, water, and fire. Blood leeches may be able to rely on water attributes. Although there are rumors that the gluttonous tree swallows magma. But swallowing magma does not mean that it uses magma, it just has a strong swallowing power. The same is true for the island swallowing whale. It lives in the sea does not mean that it uses water, just like people living on the ground will not have the power of the earth. And the plague locust is even more unrelated, maybe it has wings and can be regarded as a wind attribute? As for the mother nest dragon, it has long become a godlike tool lying in front of us. And the most important thing is that it is a demon king level. Soon, many viewers thought of this and felt Buddha. They found that they were worrying about nothing. After all, they could only sit in front of the screen and watch honestly. What do these troubles have to do with them? It's all Morgan's fault. His words are too bewitching. It makes them think that they can own this god-destroying tool. The audience watching the live broadcast finally directed their resentment at Morgan's. Although this god-destroying tool seems to have many restrictions. But the more restrictions, the more it proves the power of this god-destroying tool. It may be true that it has a god-destroying tool comparable to the power of gods. When people think of this, they feel mixed emotions. Gods. They are powerful and incredible. Not to mention the previous deeds. People have glimpsed a corner of it just through this fantasy beast conference. Those extremely powerful fantasy beasts emerged in a short period of time, and the Millennium Dragon King is even more memorable. Even this fantasy beast created by Yaki no Kami has the power to make people immortal. Then, the longevity of gods seems to be beyond doubt. The power to destroy the world, eternal life. This is the impression of the gods who suddenly appeared in people's minds. So, why can they only sit here and watch? There was once an opportunity to become a god in front of them, but they are watching the live broadcast here. They are so greedy. Tisk tisk tisk, it sounds really troublesome. It's still an intermediate demon king. If this level of demon king is touched, I'm afraid it will be taken away by the demon apostles. It's really scary. At the edge of the canyon, Kizaru stood next to the seriously injured Akainu. While healing him with his own fire, he complained. The classification of the Demon King level was leaked by Morgans at the Fantasy Beast Conference. Therefore, people have a little idea about the classification of the Demon King level. Kizaru naturally understood it. Now there are 4 of these god-killing tools that can seal the Demon King. The demons will be furious. The 3 world disaster level apostles of the demons are not for show. It is not very wise to really anger the demons. It is very harmful to the world. Very good, then the basic explanation of the strongest god-killing tool, Phantom Demon Homecoming, ends here. Then, please compete rationally. Although Phantom Demon Homecoming can be comparable to God in its strongest form, please don't hurt the harmony. Morgan said this with a good guy expression that everyone should be harmonious. Although his last emphasis seemed to be not at all harmonious. Chapter 538 I am the Abyss of the Dark Bottom, a big melee. As Morgans fell silent, the contestants at the scene all looked at the god-killing tool in the center. At this time, many people began to think. Ji Wangjitlin was also dozens of meters away from the center. Seeing Zi Wang moving away and the Black Dragon King not far from him. Others had different expressions. In fact, many people at the scene had already noticed something strange. Many people's eyes were mostly focused on the treasure in the center. The sudden opening of the treasure and the sudden appearance of the Black Death Dragon King and the Black Tide next to Jitlin were very abrupt. Considering Jitlin's title of Zi Wang, it was very obvious. Before, in the time they could not perceive, the scene might have gone through a confrontation. However, there were still people who could take action to stop Zi Wang when time stopped. This made many people's eyes flicker. It seems that Zi Wang's time stop is not invincible. The scene did not remain silent for long. A crazy girl's voice came. Since no one wants this god-annihilating tool, let me take it. Xi Cheng also followed Ankalia over at this time. The Black Death Dragon King also stretched out his claws at the nearby god-destroying tool. Dang! With a crisp sound, Guanjihu's figure also appeared in the center. With one sword, the Black Death Dragon King's claws were bounced back. Ha 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 ha! Is there anyone blocking me? Unknown Knight! Do you want to fight me? Looking at Xi Cheng's smiling face, Guanjihu was a little embarrassed by his generous look. Because she felt it. The woman in front of her had some similar characteristics to her. Although it was only a short time, Guanjihu had a dark history. It was accumulated from various story collections in Bai Bing's room, a disease called middle school. Although the illness did not last long, it was recorded by Bai Bing. She threatened her from time to time. However, Guanjihu still bit the bullet and became aggressive. It was mainly because she heard Xiaojin say that her father was dating the 3 princesses of the Chaos Realm. She is preparing to have 3 more mothers. When Xiaojun said this, Guanjia was stunned. So, at this time, she was still very imposing when facing Xi Cheng. She did not go to the Chaos Realm, and Li Yulai, who she met there, had moved there not long ago from Daughter Island. And Li Yulai was not a homebody like Bai Bing, and Li Yulai would go back to Daughter Island from time to time. So, Guanjia was familiar with Li Yulai on Daughter Island. Of course, she only knew about other princesses through newspapers and videos. It was the first time to meet her in person. But no matter what, if you want to be her mother, you have to pass her test. Really good. I can feel your fighting spirit. In that case, come and face the tide of death. Show me your will. Accompanied by Xi Cheng's laughter, the Black Death Dragon King rolled his eyes, and then the surrounding black tide surged. The breath of death controlled began to surge towards the light jade. At this time, a series of hot golden lights broke through the surrounding black tide, as if the sun dispelled the darkness. If you want to hurt your highness, you have to get past me first. Ho ho! Nanako leaped directly on a flower. Seeing Nanako's arrival, Ankalia became more solemn. The knights in front of them were terribly strong, and with Huaqian Liu, it would be very difficult for them to win. Of course, if they want to obtain this strongest god-killing tool now, a war is inevitable. It's time to fight. Your Highness? When did your Kingdom of Miracles have another prince? But you didn't come out when she was fighting the Golden Crow just now, and now you come out to show your loyalty when you meet us. Huaqian Liu Nanako, it seems that you are indeed loyal. Ankalia looked at Nanako, who came to the opposite side, and said lightly. A few words directly separated them with their status and the inaction she observed before. This way, it will be easier to fight. This guy. At this time, Nanako's eyes looking at Ankalia also became sharp. Although there was another reason why she didn't go up to help before. The voice of the God of Light suddenly appeared and asked her not to intervene, so she naturally obeyed. It's just that she still has time to explain to His Highness now. Of course, Nanako is not worried about anything. She has been with Guanjia for a while. Guanjia's personality is destined that she will not pay attention to these. Okay, stop talking. Next, let's enter the carnival of the war. Welcome your doomsday. Xi Cheng didn't like to play any psychological tactics, she just wanted the 2 warriors in front of her to face her, the devil. Obviously, she has begun to play the role. Fearless warriors, I am the abyss at the bottom of the dark, the unreachable natural moat, the uncrossable sea of death. If you really want this treasure, then try to surpass me. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Xi Cheng's ups and downs of laughter. Around, countless waves of death surged, covering the sky and the sun. It looked very spectacular, and it really felt like a hero fighting a demon king. However, Ankalia next to Xi Cheng had the urge to cover her face. She had heard such lines many times. Why is this guy still not tired of it? I won't stand with her next time. Not to mention Ankalia's psychological activities. Guanjia opposite her also felt that she couldn't bear to look directly at it. So second year. Why can she say such second-year words in front of others without changing her expression? Really awesome. Although Guanjia felt embarrassed at the moment, she couldn't help but admire the woman in front of her. To be honest, she was thin-skinned and couldn't do this. Flower light 1000 crossings. Giant flowers with golden light began to bloom rapidly. Ankalia and Guanjia both felt speechless. But Nanako was not stunned. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Xi Cheng's words. As long as she stood in front of the endless death frenzy in front of her, she would not have any other thoughts. If she was not careful, she would really die. Boom! When the 2 princesses of the Chaos Realm and the people of the Miracle Land fought, others were also caught in the death frenzy. The attack range of the Death Tide Princess was very large. Anyone who wanted the strongest god-annihilating tool and approached the central area would inevitably have to go through this death frenzy. In this case, 10. The strong they began to resist the death frenzy while looking for the right time to take the god-annihilating tool. Someone took it and someone stopped it. Soon, many people started fighting around the strongest god-annihilating tool, the Phantom Demon Return Tide. Chapter 539 The Battle of the Black Tide, a word from the Demon God. Hey, hey! It's really lively over there. Should I go up and get involved? At this time, Kizaru stopped treating Akainu and looked at the surging black waves in the distance. in the black tide that swept for several kilometers. The battle was breaking out in various parts of the black tide. Various shock waves also moved the black waves, making them sweep and fluctuate like a sea current. Those who can enter need to be at least 1-star gem level hunters. Otherwise, just walking in the surging death tide is unbearable. Ordinary strong men, without a strong foundation of armed color domineering, can hardly withstand the black tide that erodes vitality. Even if it didn't target the weak, its mere existence would cause such a result. Of course, Kizaru himself was naturally not afraid. As long as the terrifying beast didn't target him. Now that he could transform into the immortal and fire phoenix, he was fearless. But now he needed to consider whether to enter the field. There were too many strong people inside. Both apostles had entered, as well as the War King, the leader of the 9 demon kings. Some of the Yaki heads whose combat power had greatly increased also went in to join in the fun. Dark Curtain Tarot Figure 437 Teng, the Kingdom of Miracles, the Princess of the Chaos Realm, the Sword Saint of the Sister Sword Club, and all those who had obtained the God-destroying tool or the fantasy beast fruit and had greatly increased their strength. He even saw the old guy, the Golden Lion, entering the field. To be honest, Kizaru was still relatively restrained in the scene. Everyone was testing, and it hadn't exploded yet. If it really came to the real thing, a lot of people in there would have to flee the battlefield. So, should he go in or not? What a worry. Kizaru thought that if he could really get the God-annihilating tool, he would fly away from the battlefield as soon as possible. With his speed, he might have a chance to keep the God-annihilating tool. At the very least, he could survive with the help of the Phoenix. Thinking of this, Kizaru was really tempted. Today. Crackling. While Kizaru was thinking, Akainu had already stood up from the cliff at the edge of the canyon, and his head twisted a few times, making a few crisp sounds. Then he prepared to set off with a blank expression. For Akainu, there was no hesitation whether to join the battle. After recovering from a serious injury, he could feel that his control over the God-annihilating tool was more flexible. Perhaps he could start the next stage soon. This feeling of rapidly improving strength made him unable to stop. Kizaru could not understand Akainu's feelings. The fantasy beast fruit he ate did not require the excitement of life and death, but instead required him to calm down and experience that wonderful experience. In this process, his attributes were growing. Unlike Akainu who directly relied on the God-Slayer tool, Kizaru can improve his own attributes. Therefore, he cannot explode his strength quickly in a short period of time. The current Kizaru, in terms of strength, he can probably fight Kabai to a draw. So his strength is on the ambiguous line of demigod. After all, Kizaru is not as easy to enter the realm of demigod as Kaido, the beast. In addition to being compatible with the mythical beast fruit Azure Dragon, Kaido's own physique is S+. With such a physique, compatible with the mythical beast fruit. In a short period of time, Kaido unlocked a lot of mythical beast power of the Azure Dragon fruit. Such Kaido is basically equivalent to an ordinary intermediate mythical king of mythical beasts. Add to the powerful life force of the mythical beast fruit Azure Dragon, his combat power suddenly reached the level of demigod. Swoosh! Watching Akainu fly into the black tide with a red light without saying hello, Kizaru was also speechless. Sure enough, has this guy's spirit not recovered yet? Fighting at every turn, he is almost a lunatic. Life is so beautiful, why do we have to fight and kill? He sighed in his heart, and his body turned into a golden light and leaped into the black tide. Boom! War axe! Soon, Kizaru went forward for a distance and saw a huge axe with a black gas of hundreds of meters coming straight up from below and slashing towards Akainu. Pa! Pa! Drops of red magma dripped from the sky. Akainu's hand burst out a red magma iron fist with a breath of destruction and blasted over. Boom! The huge shock wave disturbed the surrounding black frenzy. At the same time, a figure in the black tide was exposed. What is it? Kizaru exuded a dazzling golden light. He clearly saw a guy covered in steel armor like a knight. The steel armor had strange black patterns. Kizaru recognized him at once with such a strange shape. The leader of the 9 demon kings of the demon clan, the War King. This demon clan Kizaru is very familiar with, because he has always been active in the front line of the confrontation with humans. However, most of the time he was commanding other demon kings to fight, and he watched from the side. In the limited number of battles, he also defeated gem-level characters, including Akainu. Even so, his strength is relatively a mystery. Now watching him and Akainu's confrontation, Kizaru immediately judged his bottom line of strength, at least he was a demigod. He was able to fight against Akainu's magma fist with a frightening breath and not be at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, what a great power, Akainu. Your strength seems to have improved a lot. Although the expression on the face of the War King wrapped in a steel helmet could not be seen. But his voice was teasing. But, in this hurry, do you think you can grab the God-annihilating tool? It seems. Even now, you still don't know yourself. The dry and cold voice with a metallic sound reached Akainu's ears in the air. His face suddenly darkened. He flew down and came to the opposite side of the War King. The War King of the Demon Clan, just in time, let's repay the previous humiliation here. Ha ha ha. Hearing Akainu's words, the War King on the opposite side laughed wildly. The laughter was very harsh, and the next words of the other party hurt Akainu even more. How dare you say that? He is just a loser. You are a loser who survived by the mercy of our demons, how dare you say such things? The former Akainu attacked the demons' bases outside like a madman. The apostles saw Akainu's behavior at the beginning. Among them, Akainu Tianlong paid more attention to Akainu. Because he had studied the early information about the demon god seriously. Then he found that the demon god seemed to be a little more interested in this Akainu than other guys. So just in case, he reported to the demon god. The demon god just looked into the distance and said a word. It was this sentence that made Akainu survive when he attacked the demon apostles later. That sentence only had 2 words, interesting. P.S. The third update, I will try to resume the third update later, and try to be as stable as possible. Please give some data to comfort the author's heart. Chapter 540 Guides, Orochimaru's Experimental Level Classification. You're really exaggerating. Looking at the battle that broke out after a few words below, Kizaru grumbled and flew away. Let Akainu fight now, he has more important things to do. During the leap, due to the death breath of the death tide, Kizaru didn't dare to fly too fast. Otherwise, he would hit too much of this black gas at one time. Without timely buffering, he couldn't bear it. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, the black tide cut through the surrounding black tide, and then it was eroded and dissipated by the black tide after advancing a distance. At this time, Kizaru saw another battlefield after advancing a distance. 2 figures were fighting. One with 2 swords and 8 arms wielded countless violent slashes. The other was a fishman, who controlled countless large sharks condensed from water to offset the attack. Kizaru was familiar with both figures. The current Beasts Pirates leader, the powerful swordsman Sig, whose bounty is as high as 1.43 billion berries. And the captain of the Sun Pirates, who has become famous in the sea in the past 2 years, the sea hero Jinbei, whose bounty is as high as 810 million berries. Now, these 2 people are the focus of the navy. Especially Sig, because this guy is obviously ambitious. His former vice-captain, the muscle-haired ghost Konoga. After following Sig to join the Beasts Pirates, she suddenly withdrew from the Beasts Pirates. When she became famous again, she turned into Riki of the Yaki cult. Riki has also become the only female among the Yaki leaders. She is also the only one among the Yaki leaders with a bounty. Of course, although she became Riki. But people with a discerning eye can still see that she is still connected with the beasts or Sig. After all, she provided a lot of convenience for Sig later. Sig's subsequent strength growth is largely due to the operation of Riki. Even a few months ago, Sigma, who was originally a 1-sword style, suddenly changed to a 2-sword style. Now Kizaru looked at Sigma's 8 powerful arms, 6 of which were empty. Only 2 hands crossed and swung to slash. Such a scene made Kizaru stop in midair and touch his chin. It seems that at that time, Haki was planning for Sigma. This Sigma is really an ambitious person. Kizaru didn't need to guess that Sigma was able to obtain the mythical beast fruit of the 8-armed powerful ape, and it was definitely Haki who led the way. What an evil ambitious man. And the sea hero Jinbei, his god-annihilating tool seems to be called the Crazy Shark Funeral. He can have this god-annihilating tool. Isn't it because of his relationship? Kizaru remembered Tiger's extremely threatening mythical beast, the sea monster Kurikan. It is said that the sea monster had a good relationship with Tiger when it was around Fishman Island. Wouldn't this guy also lead the way? The more Kizaru thought about it, the more possible it was. They are all evil connections. I'm so envious. Hand over your god-annihilating tool. See Knight Jinbei, I'll add one more condition, I have connections that can convince the Yaki cult to protect Fishman Island. How about it? While Kizaru was complaining in his heart, Sig swung the two blades quickly with both hands, slashing at Jinbei with powerful force. While slashing, he chatted with Jinbei. When he heard about the Yaki cult, Jinbei's pupils shrank slightly. But he quickly refused. Don't mention this kind of thing, I want if you want, then show your strength. The god-killing tool in Jinbei's hand was considered by Jinbei to be an important part of protecting Fishman Island. How could he hand it over so easily? Besides, the other party had no evidence, so how could he easily believe it? So Jinbei snorted coldly, without any nonsense, and swung his fist. There was a dagger on his right fist. The dagger looked cold and sharp, like a shark's teeth. As Jinbei swung his fist, a huge water column several meters thick burst out from his fist. The water column advanced 10 meters. It suddenly split apart. Countless water sharks split out from the water column. They flew in groups in the air, chasing and biting Sig. They were clearly on the land, but it looked like swimming in the sea. Is it really not that easy? Looking at the sharks that attacked again, Sig's heart sank. He originally entered this black tide to try if he could fish in troubled waters, to obtain the strongest god-killing tool in the chaos. But after entering, he found that the first step alone was not that simple. This black airflow is very scary. The closer you get to the inside, the thicker it is. And the most important thing is that it mixes with the air. If you breathe it, it's not much different from inhaling poison gas into your body. Of course, as a strong man, holding breath for a long time is not a problem. After all, even ordinary people can hold their breath for a few minutes or even 12 minutes after training. It goes without saying that he is a monster in the eyes of ordinary people. However, holding breath in a fierce battle is very problematic. Fortunately, Sig now has the power of the Phantom Beast, which can effectively offset the death breath that invades the body. But even so, at this growth rate, if he really wants to enter the central battlefield, he is afraid that he will not have much fighting power to fish in troubled waters. So, in the end, Sig happened to see the great pirate Jinbei who obtained the god-annihilating tool. He set his eyes on his god-annihilating tool Crazy Shark Funeral. If he can't convince, he can only use force. Currently, Sig's fighting power exceeds Jinbei. With the help of Riki Kanaga, he once obtained the qualification for the 4th level experiment. The so-called 4th level experiment. It is the level of experiment conducted by Orochimaru, from the lowest level 1 to the highest level 8. Actually, the first level experiment only needs to be in the area of Fantasy Beast Island. The second level experiment is a specific area. As long as you are in this area, you are considered an experimental subject of Orochimaru. As for the third level experiment, you have the opportunity to be a separate experiment of Orochimaru's clone. It can be said that the third level experiment is the main force of Orochimaru's daily experiments, generally used to explore possibilities, so the mortality rate is also the highest. If it is matched with the magic pattern user, it can correspond to the B-level magic pattern user stage. As for the 4th level experiment, it can become the main research object of the single field experiment of Orochimaru's clone, corresponding to the A magic pattern user. The 5th level experiment corresponds to the Phantom King level. The 6th level experiment is the intermediate Phantom King. The 7th level experiment is the advanced Phantom King. So far, there is only one finished product of the 8th level experiment, which is the strongest god-destroying tool Phantom Demon Homecoming. Riki Kanaga has the best chance to get a level 4 experimental subject for Sig. Generally speaking, outsiders can only reach level 4 at most. Even the Yaki leaders of the Yaki sect are all level 5 experiments. Only purebred fantasy beasts can participate above that. Orochimaru has limited energy, and his main research is still focused on purebred fantasy beasts. Of course, for the Yaki sect, it is good to have experiments to do, but they don't call it experiments. Instead, they call it Shinen 8. Chapter 541. Because he understands that the void dominates, countless water sharks swarmed in. Facing these flying sharks biting in the air, Sig held the knife in both hands and swung it quickly. He is not so familiar with the double sword flow. After all, it only took about 3 months to switch from a single sword to a double sword. But this did not prevent him from swinging and slashing smoothly. If we really talk about kendo attainments, he is not that good. However, he has an advantage. That is strength. Once the Yaki cult was born, it joined the Yaki great god after several months of twists and turns. In the second month after the Yaki cult joined the Yaki great god, Muscle Hair Ghost also joined the Yaki cult directly. There is no doubt that this is Sig's decision. The reason why he can make a quick decision is due to his previous thoughts. Originally, Sig had seen the powerful power of Red Hair Shanks and tyrannical King Andre when they fought more than 2 years ago. He wanted to obtain the strange power of Red Hair and tyrannical King. At that time, Sig did not know that it was the key power of the magic pattern era, magic power. Later, Jin appeared and almost annihilated the Red Hair group. After understanding Jin's equally powerful power called the power of the Phantom Beast, these two powers became the fantasies that Sig wanted to choose. With the battle of Orochimaru's godhood, the power of the Phantom Beast is becoming more and more important to Sig, because the power of the Phantom Beast has no side effects. Therefore, when the Yaki cult just started, Sig made this decision. The follow-up was as he wished. In just a few months, Konoha became Licky. Of course, even before the Yaki capitals were gathered, Konoha was considered an elder of the Yaki religion. A few months later, Xi obtained the 4th level Divine Grace due to Konoha's operation. Although it was only the 4th level Divine Grace, he had the power fruit. So he was very consistent with the theme of the experiment, power. As a matter of course, his experiment went smoothly and he obtained the highest level of power that could be obtained in the 4th level experiment. His combat power was close to that of a 1-star gem hunter. It was the time when the 3rd Kendo tournament was held. While Sig was doing the experiment, Red Hair became famous in the Kendo tournament. After the experiment, looking at the newspaper, Red Hair's title of one of the 3 Kendo masters that had just been released. Sig had a blank expression on his face and even wanted to laugh. Because he understood that he had finally caught up. Now, he has completely surpassed Red Hair after obtaining the fruit of the 8-armed power ape fantasy beast. Swish, swish, swish. Sig's thoughts were vague as he swung his sword at will. He can be even stronger. As long as he practices the 8 swords style, he can be even stronger. Countless sharks surrounding Sig were cut off by the violent and heavy slash. Even though Jinbei kept using the water shark. But the speed of the sharks could not keep up with the speed of Sig's slashing. He kept approaching Jinbei. His eyes glowed red like a demon, and the domineering color surged out and wrapped around his blade. Leave your arm, Jinbei. Sig's oppressive figure had already arrived in front of Jinbei. His blade was like a stream of water and cut directly at Jinbei's right hand. Faced with such a crisis, Jinbei's pupils shrank slightly. The power of the god-destroying tool in his hand was like an iron furnace boiling water, about to explode. Yashikani no Megatama. Countless golden flame bullets burst out and directly enveloped Sig's figure. Faced with this sudden attack, Sig reacted instantly. The blade turned upside down, spun, cut, trembled, and deflected. After one set, all the golden flame bullets attacking him were cut off and deflected to his side. Boom! Accompanied by the explosion sound of the golden flame bullets that were broken into 2 halves. A lazy voice came over. I can't let you succeed like this. Li Jianzuj. Zuj looked in the direction of the voice. As expected, Admiral Kizaru was standing in the air. Under the interference of the black tide, it was difficult for Zuj to feel his presence without seeing Kizaru directly. Admiral Kizaru, you will help pirates. Facing the arrival of Admiral Kizaru, Zuj did not flinch at all. He asked fiercely. He was just about to point at Kizaru's nose and scold him. After all, the good thing was interrupted at the critical moment. Sigma's anger was rising. Don't say it so harshly. I'm just preventing a pirate who is more threatening from obtaining the god-annihilating tool. Kizaru answered Sigma's question lightly. Compared to Sigma, he would rather the god-annihilating tool rot in Jinbei's hands. Although Jinbei was a cold and irritable person at first, his personality gradually changed later. The fact that he was able to get the title of Sea Knight proved this. The Sun Pirates he led also robbed pirates under his control. Compared to such a person, Kizaru judged that Sigma's threat was obviously much greater. Mind your own business. Sigma glanced at Kizaru coldly. Among the people who now have the god-annihilating tool, Jinbei's own strength is the weakest. Originally, he thought it was easy to get. It seems that he thought it was too simple. Admiral, I will remember your kindness this time. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance in the future. Jinbei looked at Kizaru who fell from the sky and silently thanked him. Although Kizaru's purpose was not pure, it was a fact that he was saved, and he would not deny this kindness just because the other party was a navy. Please forgive me. If others hear it, they will think I'm colluding with pirates. Kizaru approached with a somewhat wretched expression on his face. Seeing Kizaru approaching, Sig did not leave. He had no hope of entering the deeper layer of the Kuroshio. So the prey locked on Jinbei, and if it didn't work, he would practice with the admiral in front of him to consolidate his double sword style. Hey! Looking at Sig, who was holding the double swords cautiously in front of him, Kizaru just opened his mouth to say something. But his face suddenly changed. Void domination. The ethereal voice echoed in the void. The originally noisy world began to stop instantly. A strange force spread from the center of the black tide, and the entire canyon was stilled by the inexplicable force. Kizaru's face was horrified, although his whole body was stilled. But his consciousness was still clear, but he felt that his body was out of control. It was not a pleasant thing. Chapter 542 The strongest god-annihilating tool exploded. Morgans will go down in history. What happened? Not only Kizaru, but Jinbei and Sig beside him also had this question. In the entire competitive canyon, everyone and everything at this moment, everything is still. In the center of the black tide, Guanjiao was the first to break free. She has the ability to win, and the law of this ability is very unreasonable. The so-called victory. It is the law that can gain an advantage in any situation. And the current void domination is a move that binds others. This obviously negative abnormal state will be regarded as a factor that hinders victory and will be eliminated. Of course, the ability has its limits. It also has limitations, but as long as it is controlled well, it is indeed a very powerful ability. Especially when Guanjiao has the ability of Guangmeng and the Sword of Oath in her hand. At this time, after getting rid of the abnormal state, Guanjiao did not pay attention to the void domination who controlled the princess to release this move. Instead, he looked at the sky. There. 23. 8 gems flew to the sky at an extraordinary speed, like a meteor. Then they burst into all parts of the world at a faster speed like fairy flowers. That's right. Those gems were the black and white gems that were supposed to surround the strongest god-annihilating tool. These gems, which were related to the power of the strongest god-annihilating tool, suddenly broke away from the god-annihilating tool and shot into the sky in the aftermath of the battle just now. At the critical moment, the domination princess, who had been focusing part of her perception on the return of the phantom demon, instantly asked her beast to activate the void domination. But it was still too late. As a big move, the void domination could not be activated at will. It took a little time, and it was obvious that this time was enough for the gems that suddenly flew away to escape from her control. Watching the gems completely disappear from sight, the void dominator, who was emitting a faint blue light and deep into the void, also obeyed the domination princess's order to release the surrounding confinement. The death-tide princess Xi Cheng looked at the god-annihilating tool without the gems, and then looked at the sky. She pinched her soft braids draped over her shoulders. Then she called on the Black Death Dragon King to release the death tide. In an instant, the whole battlefield became clear. The light of the setting sun sprinkled on the earth, making this messy land a little warmer. But many people looked at each other in bewilderment. All those who didn't know the situation focused their eyes on the center of the battlefield. There was the treasure they cared about most, the strongest god-destroying tool. Now that the black tide has receded, could it be that the owner of the god-destroying tool has been decided? It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you see it. Oh my god, the god-destroying tool is still there. It just feels like something is missing. That's right. Where are those black and white jade beads? Gone. All gone. 8 in total. Did those demigods divide them up together? Many players and even the audience watching the live broadcast were in a state of confusion. So, what is the situation now? A commentator who knows the situation should explain it. Looking at the strange silence on the scene, many people were itching in their hearts. Oh dear audience and players, there is an emergency situation on the field. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly popped up. He is here, he is here. Morgan's sudden response made many people feel friendly. At this time, Morgan's appearance was unprecedentedly pleasing to the eye. According to authoritative certification, the strongest god-annihilating tool is still in an unfinished state, so its stability is not very strong. So, he paused for a few seconds, and when many viewers wanted to greet Morgan's again, he continued. So, the strongest God-annihilating tool exploded. The strongest God-annihilating tool exploded? Where did it explode? Isn't it right in front of us? Wait. Morgans, isn't he saying that all the gems were blown into slag? When many people came up with this logic, they were completely confused. It was said that this God-annihilating tool was brand new before, but now it exploded and it is said to be unfinished. This God-annihilating tool will not be useless. The strongest masterpiece of Yamata no Kami, it is not really gone just like that, right? Everyone, this is very sad news for the contestants on the scene. But everyone needs to accept this fact. The strongest God-destroying tool, the Phantom Demon Returns, does not have a weapon spirit like other God-destroying tools, so those gems are the key, they are the key to activate the God-destroying tool. Hearing Morgans say this, many contestants who did not know the truth wanted to strangle Morgans to death. So, this strongest God-destroying tool is really gone just like that? Each of the 8 gems has a permission. Each gem can be contracted to one person, and the contractor has the power to jointly control the strongest God-destroying tool. If the contractor is killed, the gem held will disappear like the ability of the Devil Fruit ability user, and appear randomly somewhere in the sea again. As Morgan suddenly introduced the authority of the gems, many people were confused. No, why did this guy say this at this time? Although the mechanism he said is very interesting, the gems are gone. 413 So. Under Morgan's sudden high pitch, the god-killing tool Phantom Demon in the center of the competition canyon quickly hangs floating up with a huge golden light column. Finally, it began to disappear in the center of the light column. Go find it. The 8 keys to becoming a god have been scattered all over the world. As long as you find it, everything will be open to you. The god-destroying demon returning nest has been sealed in this area by the 8 heavenly god. When the 8 gems are reunited here, the people who hold them will eventually become gods sitting in the sky. Morgans took a deep breath again and shouted excitedly. Go find it. People of the sea. Everything in the world is there. Goo ha 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 ha. Morgans read these lines loudly in one breath. The whole person laughed heartily. Because he understood that with just this one sentence, he could go down in history like the former pirate King Roger. Become the legendary host Morgans. Now, it will be difficult for the world to forget him in the future. There is only one word to describe this experience for Morgans. That's cool. Chapter 543 The Fantasy Beast Conference ended, people cheered. Morgans was cool. But a bunch of top masters in the canyon were so eager to kill him. So, is this intentional or accidental? So he was waiting for them here. The strongest god-destroying tool was never intended to be given to the contestants, right? Are you kidding us? They said, how could the strongest god-destroying tool made by Yaki no Kami be destroyed so easily? Now it seems that it was completely self-directed and self-acted. But, although everyone was full of resentment, the god-destroying tool was made by others, and they did benefit from the Fantasy Beast Conference. It's hard to blame them. And the contestants in the 3 red attics in the competition canyon were completely excited because of Morgan's words. Originally, they could only be mascots and cheerleaders in this attic. Now when Morgan's words came out, they were immediately excited. As the saying goes, it is still unknown who will win, and the world is still undecided. You and I are both dark horses. When a hope is sown, the waves of desire will rise. Everyone feels that they are good again. Especially Morgan's explanation of the orbs and the final seal of the 8 heavenly god. This is simply a protective umbrella for the weak. As long as you become the contractor of one of the orbs, even if you are really discovered by the strong, it will not be snatched away all at once, and there is no room for negotiation. If you simply kill the contractor, the orb will reappear somewhere in the world like a devil fruit. If you want to gather 8 orbs as soon as possible, you must not just force it directly. Otherwise, who knows where the orbs will reappear? If it is in a dangerous place where no one cares, when will the time for the orbs to gather and unlock the phantom demon to return home be delayed? It is difficult to sort out the interests at the moment. Anyway, for those ordinary people, this is their hope. Maybe he can get the favor of big forces and rise to prominence, and even become one of the people who control the strongest god-killing tool. As long as he can use this god-killing tool that is said to have the power of God. What else will be hard to get then? This Fantasy Beast Conference clearly proves this point. There are so many good things in the conference, don't they basically fall into the pockets of those strong people in the end? The real weak don't even have the opportunity to enter the venue. Because ordinary people can only watch the live broadcast. This is a very distressing fact for ordinary people. At this time, the ordinary players in the competitive Kenyan were excited. The audience watching the live broadcast from all over the world finally reacted after a moment of silence. Many people began to cheer. Some even couldn't wait to go out to sea, as if the key was waiting for him on the sea. Oh great, let's go out to sea. I'm going to find the orb of the God-destroying tool. Quick, go look around, maybe the orb is nearby. Ha ha ha, didn't expect that we can eat meat too? Let's go out to sea to find treasure. Little ones. Quick, let the minister issue a mission to find it. Those common people are not qualified to get such treasures. Let this king grasp it. I know that Yaki no Kami is a benevolent god. I want to believe in him. Ordinary people, merchants, pirates, nobles, etc., most people are aroused by desire. Just wait for the time to turn. The orb of the strongest god-destroying tool, the phantom demon's homecoming, will set off huge waves in the sea. These agitated desires will bring long-lasting reputation to Orochimaru, the creator of the strongest god-destroying tool. Guhahaha, then this fantasy beast conference has ended successfully. Please leave the stage one after another. Fantasy Beast Island will send all outsiders to the sea in an hour. Please be mentally prepared. The date of the next Fantasy Beast conference is undecided. Thank you to all the viewers who watched the live broadcast and the players who participated in the conference. Let's look forward to the next reunion. With Morgan's brief thank you speech. Den Mushi around the world also cut off the Fantasy Beast conference ended. Many viewers who watched the live broadcast did not care. They were more concerned about their chance to eat meat. It was still the biggest piece, and they were excited. Everyone was ready to look for the orbs with a beautiful vision. Compared to the illusory great secret treasure of the former pirate King Roger, the 8 orbs of the strongest god-destroying tool are much more specific. It is also more motivated to find them. Is it over like this? I fought to death here, but I didn't get a single hair. It's really depressing. Kizaru complained when he heard Morgan suddenly announce the end of the conference. Well, he didn't have time to fight to death. Although he complained, Kizaru's tone was playful. To put it bluntly, the most depressed are those who have the opportunity to get the strongest god-destroying tool. For someone like him who fishes in troubled waters, the probability of getting it is actually not high. Such an ending is the best result for both him and other major forces. After all, the god-destroying tool with the power of God sounds scary. If it is really obtained by one person, other people or forces will lose their appetite. Now, although the 8 orbs are scattered, the major forces can also obtain them through their own energy. Even if the major forces really gather the orbs in the future, I am afraid that under the mutual restraint, this strongest god-destroying tool will be under control. Not only is it worried that a single person who controls the return of the phantom demons will suddenly go crazy and want to destroy the world. Jitlin, the tarot totem codenamed World, turned around when Morgans announced the end of the conference. Behind him was a middle-aged man codenamed Pope, wearing a luxurious red robe, holding a scepter, and with a peaceful face. He followed Jitlin and walked for a while. Finally, the Pope couldn't help asking, "Lord Jitlin, you just..." Although the orb disappeared very quickly. But with Jitlin's time-stopping ability, it is not impossible to stop it if he really wants to. This made the Pope confused. Either Jitlin had some considerations, or it could only be. No need to ask more. Hearing Jitlin's answer, the Pope was thoughtful. Yes. Jitlin continued to walk. He did have the idea of stopping the orb just now. But it didn't work. A certain terrifying force was locked on him. No words, but Jitlin understood. This was the will of the 8 heavenly god. He couldn't disobey. Chapter 544 Give the senior a face, the big move prepared by the demon apostle. It seems that this action ends here. At this time, Aizen in the competition Kenyan looked at the people who were about to leave one after another. He and Orochimaru in the central experimental area looked at each other across space. Then he put the Zanpakuto back into the scabbard, ignored the demon apostle opposite him, and turned away. The time has not come yet. It would be too inappropriate to force a challenge in this atmosphere. At this point, let's just give the senior some face. Hoo hoo. looking at the back with the white feathers fluttering. The demon apostle Zhu Rong did not act rashly, and there was fear and solemnity in his eyes. The human in front of him, or the man in human skin. Even if it was just a casual fight, he could feel the terrifying strength under the careless battle. This man's strength is more terrifying than before. It's not an illusion, but a real feeling. He can't have reached that realm? Watching him leave, Zhu Rong was relieved while solemn. The previous duel between him and Eisen in the Black Tide was very stressful. Fortunately, they were all in the test, otherwise Zhu Rong felt that he had almost no chance of winning. After all, Eisen once defeated the Apostle Hungliu, who symbolized thunderstorms. Now Zhu Rong felt that his combat power had increased by a lot. No matter how you think about it, there is not much chance of winning. However, now is the time to make these. To be honest, this trip to the Fantasy Beast Island also touched Zhu Rong greatly. The reason is that the power and potential displayed by the Fantasy Island are too terrifying. The Yaki great god is worthy of being a god, and he actually created so many powerful fantasy beasts. Especially the terrifying Sun Golden Crow. There are also those god-annihilating tools, fantasy beast fruits, etc., and the strongest god-annihilating tool certified by the Yaki great god as having the power of a god. The fantasy demons return to the nest, and the god-annihilating tool made with the gluttonous demon king mother nest dragon as the core. Zhu Rong can already imagine that after this conference is over, the future changes will be drastic. He only pays attention to the unfavorable factors to the demon clan, which are as many as a basket of radishes. Not to mention the powerful combat power that humans who benefited from the Fantasy Beast Conference have gained. The subsequent effects of items such as the God-Annihilating Tool, the Void-Binding Crystal, and the Contract Stone alone have a huge disadvantage to the Demon Clan. The reason is simple. The objects of use of these items are all fantasy beasts. However, if humans develop similar imitations and target the demons, then the demon's current booming momentum will be cut in half. He will never doubt the greed and desires of humans. Yaki no Kami showed this possibility. They will inevitably develop in that direction driven by finished product research and interests. Compared to the fantasy beasts that almost only appear on the Fantasy Beast Island, the demons that are rampant all over the world are definitely soft persimmons. Zhu Rong, Zhu Rong. Huang Yi came to Zhu Rong and waved his hands, interrupting Zhu Rong's meditation. He came back to his senses and looked at Huang Yi, who was constantly gesturing in front of him with a black hand, and he also raised a tic-tac-toe. What are you thinking about? You are so absorbed in thinking. You are not scared by that human. Ha ha ha. Seeing Huang Yi laughing so heartily, Zhu Rong's forehead wrinkled even more. Asshole. You guys only know how to enjoy yourself every day, and never pay attention to the big things of the demons. Zhu Rong's sudden outburst made Huang Yi speechless. He stretched out his hand and paused at the volcanic head of Zhu Rong that was emitting grey gas. It's so warm. Why did you get so angry all of a sudden? Zhu Rong, who was so thoughtful, actually got angry. It's really strange. Seeing that Huang Yi still looked like a bell, Zhu Rong was disappointed. He slapped his hand on his head. How can a guy like you be an apostle? It's a shame that some juniors still worship you. I think they are blind. Huang Yi shrugged his shoulders. It seems that you really ate dynamite and are a little dizzy. What big things are you talking about with me, a guy who symbolizes pirates? I should conquer, plunder, and enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. After emphasizing enjoyment several times, Huang Yi continued. You should talk to Tianlong about the big things of the demon clan. That guy is interested. Looking at Zhu Rong's uninterested look after listening to his words, Huang Yi put his hand on his shoulder with a grin. Let's go. I know a squid shop. The grilled squid of that human is especially delicious. And he is interesting. When others saw me, they moved out the next day. He is the only one who stayed there and told me stories. He is such a greedy, interesting, and desperate guy. Ha ha ha. A squid shop owner cried. He gave too much and he really couldn't bear to let him go. Zhu Rong felt powerless at this time. So why did he team up with such a guy who only knew how to enjoy himself? He sighed and stopped looking for trouble. He said lightly while walking. After returning, open the apostle area to those demon kings. Hearing Zhu Rong's words, Huang Yi paused. The so-called apostle area is the spatial division of the Island of Fear or the Island of Demon God, the base camp of the Fear Demon clan. There are countless primitive magic powers spreading on the Island of Demon God. Those magic powers are mixed with various magic powers. And the demon apostle Tianlong uses his ability to separate the fear magic power that is most suitable for the fear demon clan. The fear magic power is the weakest at the outermost layer of the Demon God Island, and the strongest outside the Demon God Valley in the center of the Demon God Island. This divides the class areas. The apostle area is where the apostles live. The fear magic power here is so strong that it is terrifying. If the fear demons can withstand it here, then the growth rate of magic power must be very fast. Is it necessary? At this time, Huang Yi was not too frivolous. I plan to send demon kings to various regions of the world to speed up the development of pure demons, so I need to let the demon kings improve their strength. We can't let the pure demons grow freely. Otherwise, they may become resources for humans next. We must let them have the power to protect themselves as soon as possible. Feeling Zhu Rong's seriousness, Huang Yi smiled. Really, what you do will intensify the contradiction between the demons and humans. You really don't care about the consequences. Zhu Rong. But I like it. Ha 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 ha. With the disappearance of the two demons, some people who secretly monitored the apostles breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 545, Anti-Demon Monitor, God-Destroying Purple Smoke Pearl. Most of these monitors are from a special secret department of the world government, the Anti-Demon Monitor. Many of the members were previously agents of the world government. The so-called Anti-Demon Monitor actually originated from the early concerns of the five elders about the magic pattern envoys. Because more and more magic pattern envoys are born and grow in the world, the five elders feel it is necessary to set up a department to monitor the magic pattern envoys. The reason for this is that they are worried that the birth of the magic pattern envoy is a conspiracy of the demon god, and the magic pattern envoy will sooner or later threaten and bite back at them. However, with the rise of major transcendental forces and the establishment of the Hunter Association, this anti-demon monitor seems to be unnecessary. However, the world government did not give up. Instead, it established the Magic Pattern Association. The anti-demon monitor also developed accordingly. In addition to the original government agents, other external members began to join it enthusiastically. Because its purpose is very noble. For the sake of human order and safety, for the sake of human peace, beware of the power of the demons. Although many people think that the world government is a bit shameless to use such a purpose. But there are still people willing to join. The main reason is that the world government is not as arrogant as before. No one cared about what the world government did before. Now the king of the navy can suppress the world government just by his existence, and the kingdom of miracles they like to keep an eye on the world government. Whenever they get a chance, they will do their best to take down the world government. Among them, the world government's Bailey printing rights were taken away. After all, the kingdom of miracles has been making a big fuss about the world government's pain points. It points out that continuing to let the world government hold the Bailey printing rights is irresponsible to the world and detrimental to the development of the world economy. This wave first criticizes the world government from a moral high ground, and then takes advantage of it. Other major forces also come to strengthen their momentum when they see the benefits, and keep saying yes, yes, yes. Under the general trend, the world government's Bailey printing rights were taken away in one fell swoop. And so on, those losses were full of bitterness. As a result, the world government can't stand up at all. Against such a background, the reputation of the world government has improved a little bit. The anti-demon monitor has also developed good intelligence capabilities. All members are non-magic pattern users. It is responsible for monitoring all threatening magic pattern users and magic pattern guilds, and also monitors the movements of the demons. Among them, there are many of their members in the Iron Sun of the Hunter Association. This time, they also came in with the help of the main force of the Iron Sunday. The demon apostles have left. Hey! How terrible! The personnel who were monitoring with telescopes in the red attic breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were monitoring the demon apostles just now. The demons have 3 world disaster level apostles, and other apostles without such titles are not easy to mess with. According to the observation of the demons, people generally regard the apostles as the same fighting force. It's just that their ability tendencies are different. Monitoring such a terrible demon, the psychological pressure is naturally great. It's not surprising that people died during this process. Don't worry, isn't Lord Eisen here? Lord Eisen was very dazzling in the Fantasy Beast conference this time, defeating so many powerful enemies one after another. He also obtained the god-destroying purple smoke pearl. The demon apostles are no problem for Lord Eisen. I really admire him too much. Seeing the companions praising him, the others also showed a look of relief. Aizen showed overwhelming strength in the Fantasy Beast Conference this time. This made him, who was already popular, even more admired and noticed. For these members who also belong to the Iron Sunday, Aizen's strength can make the three major hunter groups of the Holy Wing, Crown, and Dark Tide, which are also holy hunting organizations, no longer underestimate them. This way they can be proud of it. Let's go. Hurry up and meet Lord Aizen. As they went to meet Aizen, other forces also began to gather and prepare to quickly return to their ships. After all, the 1 hour mentioned by Morgans is not long. If they are really slow and thrown directly into the sea, it will be very uncomfortable. They have not forgotten that there is the gift of the beast under the Fantasy Beast Island. If they are really thrown into the sea, they will probably be swallowed by the hungry sea kings as soon as they enter the sea. On the edge of one side of the canyon, Smoothie, who was once a member of the Big Mom Pirates, is saying goodbye to Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, I am living well in the Chaos Realm, don't worry. I will find time to return to Cake Island to visit my brothers and sisters and mother in the future. Seeing Smoothie, who is more sensible than before, Katakuri nodded silently. After all, his current strength can't change anything. The current Smoothie follows the Death Tide Princess. And the power of the Death Tide Princess was reflected in the previous Death Tide. His acceleration ability is really powerless against this type of enemy. Fortunately, Smoothie and the others seem to be living well. This harvest is very small. I don't know how angry my mother will be when I go back. Hearing some brothers sighing beside him, Katakuri did not speak. He stretched out his fist and slowly opened it. A black stone came into view. The faint black halo attracted the attention of the members of the Big Mom Pirates next to him. With this appearance, is this the mystical beast contract stone? Brother Katakuri, how did you get it? It's obvious, could it be? Ho ho ho. Katakuri turned around, and his clothes were blown. Let's go. Before leaving the mystical beast island. On the other side, Smoothie returned to the team of Zikin, the princess of the Dead Tide. Before, Smoothie went to visit her brother on the grounds that her brother was injured. Zikin also agreed. After all, she was not a devil who would not even allow others to see their family. As for the mystical beast contract stone that Smoothie stuffed into Katakuri during this process, she didn't take it seriously. The contract stone was obtained by Smoothie herself, so she can use it however she wants. Xi Cheng didn't want to confiscate the spoils of war from her subordinates. She was more interested in the beasts, especially the beasts given by the goddess, which could be customized. That's how the Black Death Dragon King came about. Xi Cheng couldn't really get interested in the fantasy beasts. Chapter 546, The Throne of God's Destruction, Demon Hunting Ceremony. Ankalia, come on, let me sit down too. At this time, Xi Cheng didn't care about Smoothie's return. Now her attention is all on Ankalia. To be precise, it is the holy, platinum throne under her. Golden lines appear in circles on the surface of the throne. It looks very majestic and sacred. This is the throne of the void with the mythical beast Jewel Princess as the core. Xi Cheng took Ankalia, who was sitting on the void throne, and sat beside her with a smile on his face. Go down. Ankalia had a cold face, but Xi Cheng was not afraid at all. Don't be so cold. It's so spacious here, it must be lonely to sit alone. It's okay to be careless outside, but you're also arm in arm with her. You've lost the face of the princess. I'll tell Bigana when I go back. Ankalia has become accustomed to Xi Cheng's entanglement. So, there are ways to deal with her. Don't. If you tell her, I'll be fed up with her. Bigana's lecture can last for a whole day. Isn't that too cruel? Hearing Ankalia's words, Xi Cheng wailed all of a sudden. Just seeing Ankalia still unmoved, Xi Cheng stopped wailing. Okay, I won't move. She slowly leaned into Ankalia's ear and whispered. I'll tell you a secret. When I was dating the master last time, Bigana drew several portraits of him. I took great pains to get 2 from Bigana. I can give you one. Seeing that Ankalia was still cold, Xi Cheng, who was very familiar with Ankalia, knew that she was moved. I know you definitely don't dare to ask Bigana for it, so I specially considered you. How is it? Are you very touched after hearing this? What are you touched about? Let's go, let's not talk about these things. Ankalia replied coldly, and then controlled the god-destroying tool to float away. The other subordinates also hurriedly followed. I knew you were stubborn, but there are still conditions. Angelia, you smell so good, a bit like Lily, it must be very safe to sleep with you in my arms. So, I'm short of a pillow at home, remember to come to my room when you come. Don't be too much. On the other side, Guanjihu, Nanako, and others are also leaving. On Guanjihu's shoulder, there is a small figure like a golden elf sitting. That figure, except Guanjihu and Nanako. No one else, even Hina, one of the 12 holy knights, can see her. There is no doubt that she is the current god of light of the Kingdom of Miracles, Jin. Little Guanjihu, you did a good job. It seems that you can stand on your own this time. Although you were born the youngest, you are much more sensible than other sisters. Altria will definitely look at you with new eyes, and so will your father. Obviously, the reason why Guanjihu came to participate in this Fantasy Beast conference. It was largely because of Xiaojin's instigation. Really? Guanjihu asked silently in his heart. Of course it's true, you are now one step closer to becoming a qualified king. Altria must be very happy. Xiaojin patted Guanjihu's shoulder with her little hand. She was right, because Guanjihu's birth was largely based on this. Originally, Altria did not plan to have a child. Even if Esteth and the others had one, Altria did not envy them. She just wanted to stay with him quietly. However, Xiaojin came to tutor Altria. He said that the Kingdom of Miracles needs a king in the future. If you train one, you can retire and stay by his side forever. You can live happily. Finally, Altria was persuaded by Xiaojin. Guanjihu was born in this situation. I'll give you a surprise when we return to Daughter Island. What surprise? I won't tell you now since it's a surprise. Xiaojin smiled evilly. She also contributed to Guanjihu's birth. You should know that the light ability in Guanjihu was added by Xiaojin during her birth. So, Xiaojin always regarded Guanjihu as half a daughter. But this daughter is stubborn. She refused to call her mother when she was a little kid before. This time she will become a big sister when she returns. It will be easy for her to control Xiao Guanjihu. Guanjihu didn't know that the surprise Xiaojin said was to call her mother when she returned. She thought it was about her father, and her face under the helmet showed a bright smile. The brighter the smile, the more embarrassed she will be when she returns. Holy Land, Marijoa. After the live broadcast was interrupted, the 5 elders in the Hall of Power were silent. There was a long silence. Finally, the curly-haired 5 elders, Satan, spoke. It seems that the purpose of this Fantasy Beast conference is not simple. Is the strongest god-killing demon returning home? For those 8 gems, let the CP organization, the Monitor, and the Steel Sun arrange manpower to find them. Also, issue a treasure hunt commission. Each gem is calculated at 100 billion Baileys. After hearing Satan's 100 billion Baileys, the bearded 5 elders Saint Maz glanced at him and said calmly. 100 billion Baileys. I see. Once those civilians who are lucky enough to get the orb hear this amount, they will probably have to come and hand it over. It's just. Saint Maz was silent for a while and continued. We need to be wary of malicious competition from those forces. His words made everyone frown. It doesn't matter. Just do your best. Those guys are not stupid. Saint Satan tapped the ground with his cane to put an end to this matter. After this Fantasy 0.2 Beast conference, the future will definitely be turbulent. In order to make those low-class people behave themselves, they won't rush into the sea in a rush. After these few days, when the popularity of the Fantasy Beast conference has decreased, we will announce the news to the public. Divert attention. As soon as these words came out, the other 5 elders paid attention. So, which target should we choose? The blonde 5 elders asked. Alabasta, according to the feedback from the monitors. In the depths of that large demon mine, we have witnessed the appearance of many top demons. Compared to other places, the situation here is more serious. After hearing the answer from Saint Satan, the other 5 elders also made a decision. In that case, let's decide there, the demon hunting ceremony. Chapter 547 The world is boiling, are you willing to become 1/8 of a god? Time passed. The next day, Morgan's freshly published newspapers also began to spread around the world, and the world was boiling because of this. The first headline at the beginning of the newspaper was Are you willing to become 1/8 of a god? Such a full gimmick. Not to mention those who have not watched the live broadcast. Even those who have watched the live broadcast still couldn't help reading it after seeing such a headline. After reading a large page of newspapers, they were still very excited. As for those who had not watched the live broadcast, they were also shocked and excited. They yearned for the various fantastic beasts in the Fantasy Beast Conference. They were also very eager for the treasures of the Fantasy Beast Conference. Perhaps they did not understand other things. But the Fantasy Beast Maniki Nico produced 1 billion Baileys worth of fortune gold a day. They saw this clearly. 1 billion Baileys a day. 10 billion Baileys in 10 days, more than 25,360 billion Baileys a year. What a huge fortune! And according to the newspaper, the fortune cat can live for hundreds of years. This is equivalent to a mythical beast that can be passed down for hundreds of years. For ordinary people, they will never have to worry about spending money with it. Not only them, but also their descendants will not have to work hard. Even the existence of the world government is only 800 years. This wave of hundreds of years of super wealth has made many people drool. They have deeply engraved the pictures of the fortune cat in their minds. Many pirates even regard this fantasy beast as their target. Wait to see how the world government arranges it. If the arrangement is not tight enough, I am afraid that many people will pay attention to it. Compared to the magic ore, which needs to be mined and is difficult to take away, the lucky cat is too much in line with the appetite of pirates. Get it? You don't have to be a pirate in this life. Take off directly on the spot. Of course, after reading the newspaper, many forces regretted it. Although the publicity of the Fantasy Beast Conference is very good. But not all forces will send people to participate. Or, a large part of them did not participate at all. The reason is very simple. There are too many forces participating. Even if they really go, the rewards of the Fantasy Beast Conference will probably be taken by those big forces. So there is no need to go. Just watch the live broadcast or wait for the newspaper. But I didn't expect that the treasures were so rich. If they had known earlier, they would have set off even for a little hope. It's a pity that it's too late to say anything now. After reading the newspaper, these forces were very upset. Fortunately, they had a little psychological comfort, that is, the strongest god-destroying tool has not yet been owned. They are now ready to use all their strength to find the 8 gems. They must have a share of this feast. People from all over the world had different reactions after reading the newspaper. However, a generally fiery mood began to spread. Even the players who showed terrifying combat power in the Fantasy Beast Conference could not attract their attention too much. Because the desire for their own interests is rising. Many people with rising desires really went out to sea directly, either as hunters or pirates. In short, they did not stay at home. They were ignited by the magnificent Fantasy Beast Island. The world is so big and magnificent, why not go out and see it? What's more, there are 8 gems, the keys to becoming gods waiting for them. Sabayati Archipelago, number 13. Syaki Blackmail Bar Hall. The legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh sat at the bar. One hand held a wine glass and shook the wine in it. The other hand held a large newspaper with several pages spread out on the bar. Watching with interest. 1/8 of becoming a god. Morgans is such a bold guy. He talks about things that are not even visible yet. It makes people who read newspapers think they are the chosen one. That guy is still the same. No, he is getting better at provoking people. Xiaoqi at the bar did not react to Rayleigh's sigh. You should know what kind of person Morgans is after reading so many newspapers he wrote. He is a fun-loving person who treats newspapers as entertainment. Xiaoqi will not be surprised by what that guy writes. She would be surprised only if he did not cause trouble and behaved himself. And that man has another title. Father of Fantasy Beasts, this title is well deserved. Rayleigh drank the wine in his hand. He filled the glass again and continued. The mythical beasts on those islands are indeed mythical beasts. Just by watching the live broadcast, I can see a lot of things I have no chance of winning. Times are changing too fast. I can still remember the fight between that man and Garp in the Sabayati Archipelago. Now he has become the Yamata no Okamai, and I can't even beat the mythical beasts he created. It's only been more than 2 years. Feeling that Rayleigh was a little lonely, Xiaoqi slowly exhaled the cigarette in 120's mouth and comforted him lightly. You are already old, what is there to be sentimental about? Retirement should be taken care of, don't mess around all day. You have to remember that you are an old man in the old era, and there is no ship in the new era that can carry you. Hearing Xiaqi hardcore comfort, Rayleigh felt that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The original lonely mood was swept away. Xiaqi, you are really venomous. Are you comforting or insulting me? I am just stating the facts, so that someone won't have unrealistic fantasies. Xiaqi fingers lightly dripped the ash from the cigarette in her hand. Then she reached out to pick up the wine glass in front of her and drank it all. Ha 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 ha, actually. I don't think I'm old yet. After all, the effect of the holy light potion is not covered. To be honest, my current strength will not be inferior to that of the former Whitebeard. As for the ship that carries me, Shanks should welcome me. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiaqi choked him with just one sentence. So, who paid for the holy light potion you used? Ha ha ha, let's not talk about this. Come on, cheers. Chapter 548 The Traces of the God of Sword, Silver who turned into a mini-elf. After toasting with Xiaqi again, a while passed. Rayleigh's expression also became serious. Honestly, Xiaqi, I feel it's dangerous to retire here. Many people know that I live here. Now the strength of the Navy has been strengthened. The available combat power is already considerable. If that guy Sengoku suddenly sends Akainu here, I'm afraid I really can't resist. He said it more tactfully. With Akainu's state after obtaining the Godslayer tool, it would be easy to defeat him. Under such overwhelming strength, Rayleigh was really worried that Sengoku would suddenly get a whim to do him a trick. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiaqi sneered. Whose fault is this? Who told you to always run out to save this and that? If Morgan's doesn't explode, who will you explode? Rayleigh said with a headache. That was in the past. Don't be angry. It really couldn't be saved if Shanks didn't save him at that time. So, what are your plans? Are you going to live with little red hair? Xiaqi exhaled a puff of cigarette and started to mock again. Ha ha ha. Not that bad, not that bad. I'm going to go to an old friend's place to avoid the limelight first. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Xiaqi asked directly. Who is it specifically? Rayleigh didn't hide it. Crocus, the former ship's doctor, that guy must have had a hard time at Gemini Cape. The pirates in the Four Seas are much more difficult to deal with now than before. If those active newcomers clash with him when we pass Gemini Cape, he's afraid he'll be a bit overwhelmed. As soon as these words came out, Xiaqi was angry again. So, are you going to help your old friend? Don't make a big noise then. A retired old guy is running around making trouble. Who else will the Navy catch if not you? Rayleigh smiled bitterly and spread his hands with a helpless look. There's nothing we can do about it. If I had your background, I wouldn't want to run away either. The reason why Rayleigh didn't run away with Xiaqi now. Firstly, if the Navy wants to catch someone, it will be a big fish like him. Secondly, Xiaqi now has a background. It is rumored that the God of Sword is living in seclusion on an island in the Calm Belt. The top leaders of the big forces who are more familiar with the news have more accurate information. The island where the God of Sword lives in seclusion is the daughter island in the Calm Belt, Amazon Lily. In addition, Asteth, who is known as the Ice Goddess and the Ice God, often rushes there. Some big forces guess that the God of Sword is actually a resident of the daughter island, or is on good terms with the Emperor there. Anyway, everyone has their own guesses. That's right. As the former Emperor of the daughter island, Xiaqi suddenly became a difficult person. Don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. When it comes to gods, you must be more stable. Now the 9 snake pirates of Daughter Island are also relatively smooth when they go out to sea for supplies. Generally, the big forces who know the situation will not provoke this pirate group that is just out for supplies. By the way, it is much easier for Xiaqi to get intelligence. This is all the result of indirect benefit. Okay. Since you have decided, pack your luggage and get out. Well, I'll finish reading the newspaper first, and the wine. Get out. Amazon Lily. Mare is relaxing in the jungle with mice hair. He holds her hand and slowly looks at the surrounding environment. The woods with wood fragrance, the blue lake, the high-flying skylarks, the singing insects, the playful swimming fish. And there is Mai Shaer's hand. Her hands were very slender and soft, delicate and warm with a little moisture. Every time he held her hand, her heart beat fast, her face flushed, and her palms sweated. Even though they had already communicated deeply for countless times. From the original boldness to the little bird after the communication. Usually very gentle but easily shy. Moer found this quite interesting, so he always liked to tease her. Time passed slowly. When their figures returned to the outside of the cliff, Moer exerted force casually, and Mice Hair was in his arms. He stroked her soft and shiny black hair, and then stroked her blushing cheeks. Meshaer looked at Mice Hair with watery eyes. Xiao Mo, I'll go back first, and I'll wait for you on the top. She said and escaped from his arms without waiting for Meshaer's answer. Looking at Meshaer's panicked back, Mice Hair sighed. You are so shy. Miss Ha. Then he changed the subject. But this time it's all your fault, Yin. He turned his head to his shoulder. I saw a miniature Yin sitting on his shoulder. It was because Yin stared at Miss Ha during this date that Miss Ha ran away without even a kiss. If it were normal, she would kiss until she was weak and exhausted before leaving. Master, if you want a passionate kiss, Yin can. Yin looked at the face in front of her and stretched out her small hands, holding the side of Mel's face and kissing it gently. You. Mel stretched out her index finger and gently tapped Yin's forehead. Little Jin had only grown up for a few days, and she started to make trouble. The first thing she did was to teach Yin how to transform into a little one. This move directly made Yin much closer to little Jin. From being indifferent to Jin to being able to play the piano for Jin now, the span is very large. Of course, the change is also obvious. Yin was originally very clingy. Now, she stays with him almost 24 hours a day. When he has time, Yin becomes bigger and sticks to him. When he is not free or doing other things, Yin becomes smaller and sticks to him. However, looking at Yin's pitiful look as if she was abandoned, Mel really doesn't know what to say. The main thing is that Yin is very sensible and she is really cute when she is small. She just likes to stick to him. What's wrong? Okay. In fact, Mel knows it in his heart, and he enjoys it. Since your behavior bothers me, I have to punish you. You are responsible for my food today. Well, Master likes it, Yin will cook it every day. Hearing Mel's words, Yin's face also showed a smile. She hugged Mel's neck and murmured. In a blink of an eye, Mel had arrived in a paradise-like valley on Ruskana Island. Yin also jumped off Mel's shoulder and then grew up quickly. Kissed him on the face again, and then changed into a black and white cook's outfit. Head to a cozy little house in the valley. There, Yin can prepare her lunchbox. She read in the book that preparing meals for the one she loves is a wife's behavior. Yin also wants to be a qualified wife in her heart. Let the master look at her more and think about her more. Although she is very greedy, she really can't restrain herself and doesn't want to restrain herself. Chapter 549 Goddess of Destiny Norn, the girl with the black tower. Looking at Yin's petite and cute back, Mel smiled slightly and turned around. I saw a slender and curvy figure standing there. She seemed to be carrying a platinum-like holy light, with soft skin that glowed like a fairy. Snow white and soft long hair, and a platinum-colored ribbon covering the eyes. As long as you look at her, you will feel that the other party is like a goddess who has fallen into the world. However, now she is holding a roll of newspaper in her hand, which looks a bit inconsistent. Mole approached this beauty. He took the newspaper from her hand and floated it under the pink tree, then approached her. Little Norn, are you sulking? How could that be? My master. After all, I am the tool created by the master to observe fate. How can a tool be angry? Hearing Norn, Mel also felt a little funny when Loon emphasized his tone. Norn is a new life created by Mel more than a year ago. The power system she possesses is the stand. The stand is the wheel of fate, a stand with the appearance of a prop. Norn's name is taken from Norin, one of the three goddesses of Norse mythology in Mel's previous life. Her birth is not just Mel's fun, but a real necessity. Even other stand gems were made by obsessive-compulsive disorder after creating Norin. Only Norin is Mel's real dedication. She is Mel's favorite work on fate. The purpose of her birth is to observe and sort out the fate of the entire pirate world. These 633 fate veins are not limited to this planet, but face the entire pirate universe. Of course, Norin can't do this now, that is her future tendency. Just for now. The workload she has to do is huge. This work is related to Mel's final plan for the future. It is a very important node, so it is not easy for Norn to do it. Now she is very busy, working every day, while Yin stays with Moer every day. This wave of psychology is really unbalanced. You sound very resentful. Little Norn. Moer listened to the complaints in Norn's tone. He stroked her cheeks with both hands. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead gently, then smiled. But you still bring me a newspaper when you are angry. This is so touching. Norin's cheeks began to blush, not knowing whether it was Moer's kiss or praise. My master, don't think that I will be happy if you say that. The cold and pleasant voice was a little trembling. Is that so? Moer smiled and slid his fingers on her cheek, then pulled down the ribbon that Norn tied to cover her eyes. Then he kissed her cheek and eyes, and then slowly slid down to her tempting red lips. It was unknown how long it took. He finally separated from her red lips. Her eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. The platinum pupils were shining, reflecting the trajectory of the world. The whole world was filled with countless particles, and only Mel's figure still appeared clearly in her eyes. This was the embodiment of Norn's ability. Her stand ability was perfectly suited to her. Especially the eyes would unconsciously use part of the senses of the ability. The overly powerful ability made it impossible for her, who was still relatively immature, to control it perfectly. So, she usually closed her eyes and covered them with a ribbon. This ribbon covering her eyes added a lot of mystery to her. So, what can I do for you in return for your kindness? Cute little Norn. Sometimes words don't need to be very moving, just listen to who is saying it. Maybe just a normal comforting word from a loved one can nourish the heart like life-saving nectar. At this time, Norin's eyes began to light up slightly when she heard Mel's words. At this time, she did not refute, but said without thinking. I want a date, like before. Okay, tomorrow is fine. Mel is not a devil. For the hard-working Norin, he will try his best to meet her requirements. After a while, Norin covered his eyes with a ribbon again. Because Yin's lunch box was ready, and he was very considerate and made one for Norin. But Norin did not stay. If she ate this meal, Yin would be embarrassed to refuse the date tomorrow if he followed her. And Kaola outside the valley was still waiting for her. So she left directly. Let's go. Kaola. Soon, Norin came to the outside of the valley. A black-haired girl in a purple floral dress was staring blankly at the entrance of the valley. This is a girl taken in by Norin. Her name is Kaola. She has used the substitute gem of the Black Tower. Her ability is the ability of space. It can make the stand create a black tower, and then transmit through the black tower. Of course, this is the normal state. If the black tower is activated in a completely self-destructive way, it will emit a wave and burst out a terrible space storm to completely destroy the opponent. This method belongs to the way of fighting to the death. At present, Kaola is next to Norn and doesn't have to fight desperately. Originally, Norn wanted to let Kaola join the tarot organization like the three sisters of Sun, Moon, and Star. It's just that this girl is shy and begged Soren to keep her, plus her ability is very convenient. So, Soren kept her by his side. As Soren often ran here, Kaola gradually became familiar with some people on the daughter island. Not so shy. At this time, Kaola saw Norn coming. The originally dazed expression immediately came back to his senses. Okay, goddess. A black tower slowly rose from the ground. Squeak. The heavy stone door opened. Norin walked in, and Kaola looked back at the direction of the valley for the last time. She seemed to see him smiling at her. Kaola. Hearing the goddess, the sound made Kaola come back to her senses, her cheeks flushed. Immediately followed into the black tower. Squeak. The black stone door fell, and the transmission started. Just a moment later, her black tower had risen from another place. Squeak. The black stone door opened again. What? Are you still thinking about my master? Hearing the words of the goddess beside her, Kaola's face turned pale. I dare not, with my identity. Seeing Kaola's suddenly pale cheeks, Norn gently stroked her cheeks with both hands. Just like he stroked her cheeks. Really, are you afraid of me? This makes me look like a devil. No, goddess, I know, you are just inferior. Looking at Kaola, who lowered her head. Why should I feel inferior? As long as it is not eternal, everything is equal. Everything will end up in the same place. So, you don't need to feel inferior. Compared to many people, you are already very good. And Norin put down his hand and walked to the door, and a word floated over. What you ask for is what you get. This is your destiny. Kaola. Hearing Norn's words, Kaola raised her head suddenly. Her dark pupils seemed to be glowing. This is her destiny. What you ask for is what you get. This is what I ask for. If this is the case, it's really, really great. Chapter 550 Eating Silver, TV Elf Lord Jin. On the other side. In the valley of Ruskana Island. Beside the small lake, under the pink flower tree. Silver spread a thick off-white picnic mat on the grass under the tree. Picnic basket, flowers, knives, forks, bowls, cups, gloves, plastic wrap, napkins, garbage bags, disinfectant wipes. All kinds of lunch boxes and fruits were put out. The sense of ceremony was full. Watching Yin busying around, Moer also felt interesting. Now this girl looked not much different from a virtuous wife. After a while, Yin was done. She came directly to Moer, opened her arms and threw herself into his arms. Moer caught the girl's soft body and sat on the picnic mat. All kinds of meat, vegetables, and fruits in front of him. There were also drinks and wine. Just like that, Yin, who was stuck in Moer's arms, began to pick up the lunchbox. Pick up the fat meat with good color, fragrance, and taste and send it to Moer's mouth. It tastes so delicious. Yin's cooking skills have improved again. I can feel the deep love in it. Hearing Moer's words, Yin's face flushed, revealing a shy smile. Even if she didn't know how many times she was praised, she would still feel satisfied as long as she heard it. After eating a few pieces of meat, Moer also picked up the lunchbox to feed Yin. The two fed each other like this. Whoosh! The wind was blowing gently, and the petals of the flower fields not far away came to the flower trees with the wind. With the refreshing fragrance of flowers, it turned into a flower butterfly and played around Moer. The black and white keys of the luxurious piano not far away began to jump automatically. The melodious melody danced with the flowers and butterflies, accompanied by the breeze and the flowers and trees. In such an environment, the mealtime passed slowly. Some flirting was inevitable in the process. For example, deliberately touching the juice or cream of the food to the corners of the mouth, or holding the food to feed. These silvers were used frequently. She remembered it completely after using it on her once, and used it much more frequently than him. In the end, Moer felt like he was eating a lunchbox. Yin was eating him, his cheeks, lips, and neck were eaten countless times. The meal didn't take long, just over an hour. Well, it was actually quite long. It was just that Yin had finished the meal, but he hadn't. Watching her clean up and put a new one on the table. At this time, a butterfly made of petals lifted the newspaper under the tree and put it in Mel's hand. Then Mel teleported a TV out of the hut in the valley. It looked like a TV, but it was actually not simple. Just do it like him. Pull open the mirror door of the TV that can be opened freely like a microwave oven. Then throw the thick newspaper into the empty space. Close it again. After a while, the TV showed a special commentary by Morgan's image. Morgan's image vividly repeated the content of the newspaper. This is the function of this TV. It can scan newspapers and even comics thrown in. Then select the most suitable person to give a vivid explanation. That is to say, turn newspapers into TV news and comics into animation. This is very easy to understand. However, using this TV will have certain side effects. For example, Master, your dear little Jin is here. Do you miss me? Is it time for dinner? I knew it. How could I, the guardian of the TV, have no food to eat? Yin finally cooked for me. Damn, I am so touched. Little Jin, who had been throwing himself on Mel, almost drooled when he saw the food on the picnic mat. Looking at Jin who suddenly appeared, Yin was not surprised at all. This TV was made by Jin when she was bored. She called herself the guardian of the TV, and the TV elf Jin. As long as this TV is used, Jin will sense it. At this time, she came over naturally. So, Mel didn't use this TV when eating just now. After all, Yin still didn't want Jin to come and destroy the world of two people when eating. Every time she finished eating and cleaned up, she was energetic and neat. It's strange that Jin is moved when she sees Yin prepare food for her. Jin is very lazy, and asking her to cook is like killing her. But if Moer really wants to eat, she can make it. It's just the taste, it can't be said to be bad, but everything is afraid of comparison. Day. Little Jin slipped off Moer and then grew rapidly. The originally cute face also became mature and charming. "Dear master, then let's feed love." Her voice also changed from cute to quite coquettish, and it was obvious that she was doing it on purpose. "Little Jin, be normal, it's easy to get goosebumps when you hear it." Strange, will the master's current strength also have such a reaction? At this time, Jin's attention was suddenly focused on something else. "Haha, I can simulate it." Hearing Moer's words, Jin blamed him instead. "Then the master really doesn't understand romance. My voice is very sweet now." "Don't. I like your normal voice very much." I don't know if it's because Jin looks more mature after growing up, the original mini state of jumping has become charming and attractive. I can only say that appearance is really important. While Mel and Xiaojin were having a meal together, time passed again. Mare also finished watching Morgan's TV news. It is indeed more enjoyable and entertaining to watch it this way. Mare also watched the news broadcast in it with great interest. He actually paid attention to the holding of the Fantasy Beast conference yesterday. After all, he actually participated in the Fantasy Beast Island a little. Sometimes he would go over to visit and solve some of Orochimaru's doubts. He even handled some mythical beasts. Of course, no one except Orochimaru would notice it. Unless he wanted others to see it. Otherwise, even if he stood in front of someone and even stabbed him, the other person would make up their own reasons. This is a kind of forced rationalization power. In a sense, other people are like brains in a jar, and Mel is the person standing outside the jar. Maybe this understanding is not too much,